still got my Star Tribune voter guide. Like, how would I know how to vote if it wasn't for this thing? Welcome back to Truth Hurts. We expose corrupt politicians, lying corporate media. I'm Jake Duesenberg, your host. We're broadcasting live from Roseville, Minnesota, in the belly of the beast, the liberal zombie apocalypse of Minneapolis and St. Paul, with a special edition, the 2024 election results. We're going to be live until we find out an answer or until midnight and we get tired. I don't know, one of the two. By the way, if Donald Trump, who's 78 years old, is that right, Jesse? 78 years old. If he can last till 2 in the morning, we could, right? That's the way I look at it. Joining me as always is Mr. MAGA Jesse. How you doing there, buddy?
Doing good, yeah. I've got my own liberal rag of a voter guide as well I got sent today. This is from MN Youth Collective. So apparently they're pushing Thinky, the crazy transgender agenda, but we got a lot of good stuff to be getting into today. And I'm trying to remain optimistic. I think that things are looking good as far as the numbers are coming in so far. The exit polls are all looking good. There's some fraud that's going on. So luckily, Michael Whatley and some of the other Republicans are more attentive to it this time. Much more than Ronna Romney McDaniel was. So things are moving in the right direction. Republicans are finally starting to take on the election fraud issue. That's the only way to beat it. I'm seeing in the comments we got Tucker91 saying, "Good evening, everyone." Frosty Girl, hello. What a night this will be indeed. We got Pamela K. Jones, good evening. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot America. BDC 1450, cheers. Napkin 8. This is nerve-wracking, I agree. And JM Teddy, hi all. So we appreciate all you guys in the comment section. Be sure to leave a Rumble rant if you want to make sure your comment is read as we get into the results here.
Yeah, and we'll be reading your comments on Rumble, but also trying to go to YouTube and Facebook, where we'll be streaming live for the next, who knows, 3-4 hours. We'll see. Lots of bathroom breaks in there, right? And as Jesse said, if you want to interrupt us anytime, just click on that Rumble Rant button, and we will read your comment live on air. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That's all you got to do. Rumble Rant. Joining me, another political expert, one of the guys that's talked to more voters than I know anywhere, well, at least in the state of Minnesota, is Mr. Liberty Longbeard. How you doing there, buddy?
You mean I was in the state of Minnesota when I talked to these voters, or I've talked to more voters anywhere from the state of Minnesota?
I think you
just continuing our, from reading their comments at home, remember?
Yeah, well, I think
you have such a way with words.
The way that you put it is you've talked to thousands of voters. So like when people, I think we were talking about this in the primary episode, it's like, well, you're an expert. Like you literally talk to more voters than any, like there's a lot of anecdotal, like, oh, I talked to my neighbor. It's like, okay, but your neighbor, right? Yep. You talk to thousands, tens of thousands of voters. So that's why I want to have your expert advice on this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, and I've been doing this stuff for 20 years. I've been campaigning for, pretty hard for at least the last 12 years on a lot of campaigns. And we're still seeing brand new things this year that we've never seen. Today, Inver Grove Precinct 5, it's been roughly the same precinct for the last 20 years that I've lived there. Today, I was voter number 999. I've never been that high before. So,
voter count.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you'd never been that high before.
Oh, right.
Well, I can't do this back to you. You dish it out. You can't take it.
No, that's a good point. I didn't even catch that because I am too sober to be picking up on this. But yeah, that's gonna be wild. I can't wait to see the results in my district 53A. If there's literally 1,000 people per precinct, we got 12 precincts in Inver Grove. Yeah. Right, 12 equal population precincts, meaning that we're gonna probably have close to 12,000 votes in Inver Grove, right? Maybe some are, unless mine's the highest one, like some outlier. We probably have over 12,000 votes just in Inver Grove alone, with all the other districts too and stuff. So other cities. Excited for all these results. What races are we all watching tonight, guys?
We're watching a ton, and we'll get into some of our predictions. Run the dials is Mr. Deep State himself, Dawson. Dawson, I'm glad to have you in the studio, not manipulating the vote count like the rest of you Deep State operatives, right?
Yeah, it's true. You guys are keeping me plenty busy. I've never been so ingrained in a presidential run before, and my blood pressure's a little bit up. It's exciting. Feels like being at a football game a little bit.
You have no idea what Jesse's emotional state is right now, though. That's as much as you have high blood pressure. Yeah. Just imagine if you're MAGA Jesse, 4 years. No one's covered it more in Minnesota than MAGA Jesse.
Well, I mean, it's all been coming to this point. This is what everything has been for. It's all been for this. It's all been for this election day. This is the Super Bowl. This is the ultimatum. This is we've been 3 elections in the making for something this epic. And I think that things are looking great for Trump right now. He's already winning in the popular vote. I think that's going to maintain. I think, that should be one of our predictions too. Who wins the popular vote? I'm giving it to Trump.
You think Trump's going to win it, huh? I mean, of course, California is going to be the multitude of votes.
Yeah, discounting fraud,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. We also have people filtering into a party in the back. Do we have a live feed of the back room? We got a bunch of people. Oh, look, it's filling up in there. So we're going to have people coming in all throughout the night watching the results live back there. We'll go back to that again. All the people back there, I want to see you guys wave. I know they're on a little bit of a delay. Can they even tell? How much of a delay is it?
It's probably more of a delay than that.
It's more of a delay than that. I don't even know. Oh, there they go. They see that. Ah, there we go. We got some waves.
Right.
All right, we got a Rumble rant here.
Oh, yeah. We got a $10 Rumble rant from 507 Patriot MN says, I just hope that I can proudly proclaim that Mankato voted for Trump.
There you go. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Right. It'd be awesome to see. We're going to see a lot of things flip here, and I think that Trump is going to have his best performance ever in Minnesota compared to 2016, 2020. He's going to get more votes than he's gotten before, going to get a higher percentage than he's gotten before. It's going to be, of course, there's a lot to be on the lookout for fraud here in Minnesota because we've got Secretary of State Steve Simon, who is allowing illegals into our voter rolls because he gives, a driver's license to every single person who wants one at the DMV. And that puts you on the voter roll, creates a lot of fraud. Hopefully there's the election judges and ballot watchers out there catching it this time.
Can I just say that as like a normal person, I can't wait for this to be done. This is just my house district, the mail that I've received probably in the last month or two. Right? Flippable district.
That's incredible. I have not gotten the mail this year that I've normally gotten.
Yeah.
I've gotten, and I don't watch TV except for football. So I watched a couple Packer games and a Vikings game at home, in the last month, and that's the extent of any commercials I've seen. After the Vikings game Sunday night, there was a show about pheasant hunting. I'm trying to think what the name of it is, but you know what I'm talking about. That Sunday night show comes on after Sunday Night Football, and this guy's hunting pheasants, and all of a sudden it goes to a commercial, and the first commercial that comes up and is a gentleman that I've known, a rock solid guy, known him for 17 years since Ron Paul 07, and it says that he believes that public schools are Marxist indoctrination camps. I literally saw that on my own television Sunday night. I'm not in the district. So I thought, we're going to keep our eye on Tom DePel's race today.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
See if a man who believes that public schools are Marxist indoctrination camps will win his race for the State House.
That's right. Mm-hmm. By the way, the way that we're doing this show, it's going to be the hang of all hangs. I mean, literally, you're going to see two guys just heads in their computers and their phones, crunch the numbers. I'm going to try to keep the conversation going. Please, in the comment section, join us. I'd really appreciate it. We're going to have Andy Parrish, a former senior advisor to a presidential campaign, join us on Zoom here in about 5 minutes. Andy is in Wisconsin. He reports for AM 1410 WIZM, one of their new personalities, radio host down there. La Crosse, Wisconsin, by the way, like we said this on the show about a month and a half ago, very important in terms of all this election. We're going to keep that ticker down there. What do we got? Fox News kind of down there?
Yep, this is Fox. And then we do have MSNBC ready to go when
Florida right now is gone, been called for Trump. Which
absolutely. Yeah, I was just going to run through the states here that have already been called. The Associated Press has called the following for Trump: Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and Florida. For Democrats, they have Illinois, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. The Electoral College vote stands right now 101 for Trump, 71 for Harris. Trump is up about 3 million votes on the popular vote. So we'll keep you guys updated as it's coming along.
Yeah, and of course, we're not going to know the popular vote tonight because California is going to be the big X factor there. Look at this. Kansas is up 46 to whatever that was. What would that have been? Precincts reporting, though. And, yeah, that was the one where the Democrats are all hopeful. We're going to win Kansas. We're going to win Iowa. No, you're not. Yeah. You're not going to win that. No, that's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. So it's not looking good for Kamala. It hasn't been looking good for Kamala a day. Maybe we'll get into some of the things that we've seen. Really, it still comes down to Pennsylvania. Looks like Trump's got a good chance in Pennsylvania. Maybe we can get Cliff on the phone, too. Who knows where this show goes. And, yeah, we're going to try to give you the breaking news as it happens. I'm sure a lot of you guys are watching other things as well, but we're going to get into some specifics in Minnesota. Hopefully we figure out the Minnesota House if the Minnesota Senate goes Republican. For those that aren't watching from Minnesota, you know, this is the state of Tim Walz. We don't like this guy here, but he is the governor. They have a trifecta in Minnesota. The Democrats have a complete trifecta. It's terrible. The Minnesota House is all up, but the Senate could actually go Republican. Not likely to go Republican, but it could. There's one special election. Right now, the Senate is tied because a Democrat decided to run for U.S. Congress. There's pretty much one competitive congressional seat in Minnesota. That's between the incumbent
There
Democrat.
are no competitive.
Well, we'll just say what they're saying. Angie Craig, the incumbent Democrat, versus Joe Tayrab. That used to be Taylor Ron, but he joined
any
he joined
money?
Trump as the senior advisor, right? So
What's the over under that CD3 will be close? That
CD3 is closer than CD2.
that be
blanking on his
interesting?
name for a second. Jude, the Tad Jude is closer than because I think my guess is right around 10%. I think that's the over under. I think that Tayrab loses by about 10%. You know, so I mean, let's say that Bowman, who is now like supposedly suspended and endorsed Tayrab, let's say he gets 3%. Well, if he takes 3, you know, then if it's, I don't know, 50 whatever, 55 to 55 to 40, anyway, or 52 to, you know, yeah. Take the 3 out of there. It's 45 to 52 and a half or something like that. You know, so like I think Tayrab loses by 10 points. Now, will Tad Jude be closer to Tayrab? That would be something.
Yeah, it would.
I gotta say, it's really fun browsing Twitter right now. I just scrolled past something that said, guys, I don't think Joe Biden is winning tonight.
You know, I was in Spirit Halloween. Dustin, I'm sending you my electoral map. Just I thought a visual would be good too. I was at Spirit Halloween, and they got candidate mass, and it's Trump and Joe Biden. And you got to feel bad for Spirit Halloween because they probably had to plan this stuff like late summer, and then all of a sudden they did the switcheroo. Of course, if they're like us at the state fair, we're like, guys, I don't think it's going to be Biden. Let's not go that direction. Called that one. All right, let's go predictions. And then when Andy joins, let's just go ahead and end Andy. Let's start with Electoral College. How do you guys see this thing tonight? We actually asked for, so let me preface this. Jesse, Tushi, myself are weighing in, and we're going against the guru who will remain unnamed. He's going by the moniker of
Volleyball
enthusiast. You won't know who this person is. We'll just say the 3 guys in this room believe this guy to be an expert, top of the game. It'd be very hard to beat him. We're going to see if we can beat him. But Volleyball Enthusiast has got his or her, they's prediction, okay? Did I out the gender? Well, we'll remain gender non-binary, okay? So let's go ahead and predict Electoral College. How do you see this going there, MAGA Jesse?
I got it at 306 to 232. So, I mean, maybe if we want to pull up the actual map, I could tell you which states I'm favoring.
Did you get my I just emailed that to you, Dawson. You can pull up my map there.
Yeah, y'all might have to be a little bit.
No worries.
lenient.
We're going to wait on the map here. So you got 306 to 232, and you'll go through your math. Tushi, you've got this at 296 to 242, which you and I are a point off, which is really interesting. I'm wondering if you have a math problem, or you did you give Maine 2 or Nebraska 2 to no, I guess I gave both of those to Kamala. So what would be the math change here?
I probably have 2 upsets in my picks.
Oh, you got upsets?
My 2 upsets at the time, and I would change it now after today, but we had to pick these
I know.
yesterday or whatever.
Well, Volleyball Enthusiast waited till like noon, right?
I suspect, Jake, that you and I probably picked the similar things. I bet you have Kamala with Michigan and Trump with North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm very confident Kamala taking Michigan.
I probably flipped those 2 as upsets, and that's why my number is one different than yours.
Volleyball Enthusiast is at 281 to 257. They believe that Trump is not going to win Wisconsin. I think that's the difference between my vote and theirs. Maybe Nevada. Actually, it's tough math on the fly here because isn't Pennsylvania 19? So that wouldn't work out. Oh, it's tricky. Do we have our map, Dawson?
Yes, and Andy has also shown up.
Andy's showing up.
So,
Let's show my
yeah.
map, and then we'll go to Andy here real quick.
I was chatting with a few of these guys, before the show, right? And it's like yesterday or last few days, I've talked to different people who are on the ground in North Carolina, and it's the one state of all the states that I know of anybody that lives there or is working there, especially. That people just get radically different stuff. People are like, oh my gosh, Trump is not doing well, and other people, Trump's crushing it. So I think that it's a diverse state, right? It's like if you were in Little Falls in central Minnesota versus in Minneapolis versus in, I don't know, Egan versus Elko New Market, you're going to get different people, think that Trump's winning or losing Minnesota based on where you are. So I think.
Well, I'm very solid that Trump's going to lose Minnesota, and if he wins Minnesota, this thing's going to be a landslide.
I think he's losing Minnesota. Also.
Right now, there's no the states that have been called are congruent with this. No shockers there. The Democrats had some hope they might pull off an upset in Florida. That ain't happening. That's already been called for Trump. So what I see happening of the 7 battleground states, Trump wins Wisconsin. Although I got less bullish on that today or this morning. By the way, my emotions just go on a roller coaster in this. But I saw Trump win in Nevada. I always thought he was going to win Arizona and Georgia and North Carolina. And I believe he's picking up Pennsylvania. Now, right now, as it stands, I'm very strong on Trump winning Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is like everything, right? Kamala has really no math. I mean, it's so tricky for her. Well, I'll just say she's not going to win it because if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, let's just assume Georgia's somewhat similar to Florida. She's just not going to win Georgia. So there's really not much of a path. She really has to pull up a huge upset. Nevada and maybe Arizona. And Arizona's going to go Trump. So I just don't see a path if she doesn't win Pennsylvania. Trump could still lose Pennsylvania, win Wisconsin, be fine, right? Remember, 270 is the number. There's not much path for Trump to actually land on 270. There is one for Kamala, or maybe a couple. Boy, there's so many different scenarios. But Trump at 271 seems very likely. That's the math.
And Dawson, go ahead and put it back up. So the way that I would see things differently is I would flip Nevada to the blue, and I would make Michigan red. And now that I've been thinking about it a little bit more and with the hindsight and seeing what's going on in the election so far, I'm starting to question about Arizona and Pennsylvania just because of the fraud. And the numbers that are coming out of Virginia are looking very good. But if I had to keep my numbers as it was, 306, I swapped Nevada and Michigan because, I mean, I'm looking at Michigan. Trump just finished his, his campaign rally in Michigan last night. And he had an amazing crowd, awesome crowd turnout. He has the Muslims out there turning out for him. Things are flipping in Michigan. I think that he's turned a lot of Democrat voters into Republican voters. Plus, the base is super excited to vote for him. So I actually think that Michigan is going to be more in Trump's favor than Wisconsin.
Yeah, Virginia, he's actually leading with almost 50% in. It's at 49.8 to 48.5. He's up by a point. Andy Parrish joining us, a reporter, news personality for AM 1410 WIZM out of La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Well,
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's out of the bag. And that's out of the bag now. Yeah. Thanks, Jake.
Absolutely. I thought that was.
It is. It's fine.
Oh, God. Well, you scared me there.
I was just going to say something, and I can't see you guys. Dawson, can you give me some video by chance?
Can he? I don't think he can see us.
Yep.
No, you can't see us. That's your show, by the way. I'm right. By the way, nice Trump sneakers in the background there, Andy.
Yeah, thank you for those. Yep. Imagine my surprise when I opened my box, and the pair was limited to 5,000. They were limited to 10 signatures total for 5,000 pairs, and I got one. And you can see him here. These are the day he was shot. These will never be worn. These will never be worn by me.
Wait,
they
are
will
those
not
the
be
shoes?
sold.
Are those the shoes that he asked to put back on before they took them away? Are those the actual shoes?
No. But these shoes are something else. I thought I'd set them out here for everyone. Look, I heard you guys talking earlier today, and by the way, for your followers and listeners out there, Jake's right. I am a news personality now.
I don't know why they call Trump the second black president, but he's got his own line of shoes. He got shot.
Tushy, where's your wings?
No, we don't let him have wings on set.
On white chairs.
He had his wings ahead of time.
So, I mean, it was fun listening to you guys because y'all are just repeating what I said probably about a month ago about what this total was going to be. And I'm sticking with
What's
it.
your number? What is your number?
291 is my number for Trump.
Okay, well, I have. So you don't have him win Nevada? Is that where we're different?
Yeah, Nevada doesn't matter. There's
it
one
doesn't
scenario,
matter, but you don't have him winning.
No, he's not winning Nevada. But there's one scenario that you guys did not talk about yet, which we should talk about. If Kamala wins North Carolina, it's not over for Trump. I mean, he's just got to win 2 of the 3 states then. But if Kamala wins North Carolina and she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin,
It's done.
that puts her at 270 if she wins Nebraska too. But if Trump wins Nebraska too and Trump wins Nevada, we're at 269, 269.
Yeah, but you don't think she's winning or Trump's winning Nebraska too, do you?
No.
Can he? But he looks like he can win
scenario is
Virginia.
fine.
He looks
Which is really bizarre. And if you look at the map that's in, most of Northern Virginia is in, and those are your government bureaucrats. Those are the people that work. That's the swamp. Okay,
Right, that is the swamp.
Those are the folks that commute into D.C. They've been a part of whatever agency for I don't know how many years. And I looked at that, and I had to do a double take too, because I think also in Roanoke, isn't Trump outperforming what he did several years ago in that particular county? And that's a dark blue county. I know right now in Florida and in Georgia, he is leading with Latinos like it's nobody's business, which Kamala has to win that. Kamala has to win that demographic. They are a voting bloc that votes together. She has to win that, and Trump is leading pretty handily with that demographic right now, which is also a little bit shocking to me.
Hey, how many people we have watching our stream right now on Rumble?
Let's see, 108.
458,000.
What do you mean?
What? I don't think.
What are you talking about?
No, maybe not. I just saw something. It said 400.
Sure, we'll go with that too. She 458,000. There you go. I love it.
I had to look this up too today, Jake. If we end up at 269, I always thought each member of the House of Representatives got a vote on who the next president was. That's not the case. Each state delegation gets 1 vote.
Right.
And so Minnesota, we're split. So they may not come to a consensus, or Minnesota's 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. They may not come to a consensus on that. So you may need actually less than the simple majority if states like Minnesota don't come to consensus, which they won't.
Well, let's get into some more of our predictions. Before we do, we got to acknowledge our wonderful sponsors. We have to acknowledge our wonderful sponsors today. We have Warren Wessel of Keller Williams Realty. If you're looking to buy a home or sell a home, give my good friend Warren a call at 612-419-7453. He's not only my real estate agent, also I think he's going to be coming back. He has a Bible study tonight, but he's going to come back and he's going to be joining us in the back room. Now, if you're buying a home, give the good guys at John Galt Mortgage Company a chance at financing that home. You could go to johngaltmortgage.com. These guys are awesome. Check out their Facebook and their Twitter page. They're not afraid to spread the ideas of liberty, especially in meme form, which I love and appreciate very much. It's the best way to communicate politically, right? So you can go to johngaltmortgage.com if you're looking to finance a home. And we're also brought to you by Alpine Cabinetry in St. Cloud, Minnesota. By the way, I think St. Cloud's going to go Trump. What do you guys think? St. Cloud going Trump? Going to go Trump? What do you think? Do she? No?
No.
Hey, Mark, get on set. Sit down there in that chair. We got Mark Bashowski joining us. This is going to be a fun show.
What about Sartell and that little chunk of St. Cloud that's in Dan Wolgamont's district? Is that good? Nope, not that one either. No.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. Dan Wolgamont. Wouldn't that be good to see that guy gone? Mark Bashowski, Freedom Health Advocate.
Watching Choosers and Rebel.
What's going on?
Razzle Dazzle said also 458,000 watching the Choosers.
Okay, there you go. That's good. Yeah.
What results have come in so far?
Well, Trump's got Florida at this point, which not a surprise. Yeah, they called that one. Well, let's get you here, Andy.
They've called Ohio for Trump. They just called Ohio.
I mean, Ohio. I said Ohio a long time ago was a dark red state, and it is.
Right. Yeah, that was inflicted.
Because you have the World War II generation that was primarily concentrated in the Toledo, Perrysburg area and the Cleveland area, the 2 northwest and northeastern parts of the state, and they've they've moved on to heaven or whatever they may believe in, but they've moved on, and so that state is now turning to a very dark.
Well, and
dark
you know
state.
Ohio, your family's from Ohio.
I grew up there, yeah.
Yeah, because Andy and I are good old college buddies, and I had to listen to his pathetic Ohio State Buckeyes crap all throughout college.
Well,
but
I mean, if you like winning, I mean,
yeah,
I like winning. So.
Fair enough. Okay, got it. All right, so.
There's
Andy,
one other thing that I was looking at too. I heard
he
somebody
probably
say that
listened
they
to your
had
Chicago
Michigan.
Bears crap, so it probably evened out.
Yeah, it's because you're an owner of the Green Bay Packers, aren't you? What's the dividend they're paying these days?
You know, the most disappointing news I heard all day was the first thing. As soon as I got done sending out a big text blast where I had a very obstreperous committee name that I changed last minute to something a little more tolerable. And then I went and opened up Google and I saw Packer-Bear game is not getting flexed to prime time. That was the most disappointing news.
That is disappointing. Although, I don't know, we're competing for last place in NFC North apparently at this point. All right, let's pull up our Wisconsin predictions. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Dustin, could you do this on the fly?
So, yeah,
What do you think?
Jake, can we quick touch on Michigan?
Well, hold on.
I
Let me.
Jesse
I want to
say-
get these predictions in because polls just closed in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Not that they're going to come in right now. You got Trump.
wins.
We
I
all
got
have Trump. Although the simulator we're running against, which is known as Volleyball Enthusiast, Mark, you probably know, very smart political guy. We call him a political guru around here. Wants to remain anonymous. He wants to go. They want to go.
They.
Could be a they.
He, they, she.
Wants to go as a volleyball enthusiast. So that person picks Harris. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Andy, how do you see Pennsylvania?
I see Trump winning Pennsylvania.
We all
Bob
see that
Casey.
too.
Yep, I think Bob Casey is in trouble in Pennsylvania. I think he holds on, and so I think the Dems hold that particular seat.
You got that same read,
Michigan-
Jesse?
Yeah, I got the same read for Pennsylvania. I'd like to hear what you think on Wisconsin. Do you think Tammy Baldwin holds her seat? Because I would also predict that Tammy Baldwin holds her seat, but I think that Trump wins Wisconsin as well.
Trump. That's what I've said. Is that Tammy Baldwin will hold her seat, and that Trump will win. I think the surprise of the night and.
By the way, Evers held on to the governorship.
This has bothered me.
Evers held on to the governorship while Ron Johnson got reelected, so it wouldn't be the first time Wisconsin had a flip on a statewide.
No, and I mean, you had Mandela Barnes get elected at the same time, and you had, I mean, Wisconsin is just one of those states where it's probably the only ones you can't really get a good beat on what it's going to do. I'm watching Door County, believe it or not. Door County, when that comes in, we'll have a really good idea of what's going to happen. They predicted how Wisconsin is going to go for the last 16 presidential elections. They're a significant bellwether here. And so I'm going to watch up there in Door County. And see what happens. I think the surprise of the night for me is that Trump wins Wisconsin, Baldwin wins Wisconsin. I do think my freshman state rep is in for a long fight. I don't know if he's going to lose tonight, but I think it's going to be really, really close.
Van Orden?
Van Orden. I think, I had him on the program this morning and we talked a little bit. And, it's one thing, you're a freshman and you're in a +4 seat. You can get away with doing 1 or 2 or 3 mistakes, but when those start to really, really, really add up, and you're looking at a dozen different mistakes, it turns the base off for people like me and others. So I don't see him doing well. Plus, his opponent is a 36-year-old semi-attractive waitress out of Eau Claire. I think it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Semi-attractive. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't find her attractive, but semi-attractive. But Michigan is one of those states where I think that Trump normally wins in a normal year, but because the Senate seat became open, there's just so much money that has been thrown in to that Senate race, because the Dems need to hold that. And it's the only open race that I'm aware of, besides West Virginia, which who cares? That's a red seat, now that Manchin is gone. But that's the only open one I know of. And so the intensity there is pretty high and the stakes are pretty high. And so that makes me a little more nervous than the other two. But look, I go back to Virginia right now. I'm just in awe that this hasn't been called blue yet. And this could change everything. I mean, if Trump wins that, it's over. I mean, that's just as good for Trump if he wins Virginia electoral wise as winning Ohio or not Ohio,
North Carolina,
Wisconsin, North Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go ahead and lose North Carolina if he holds North Carolina and yet somehow wins Virginia. It is literally over. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan don't matter, where they spent billions of dollars. Literally just won't matter if Virginia goes. So
yeah, I mean, that'd be so interesting to see. A lot of us are hoping for that. All right, Mark, so health freedom expert, advocate, used to be what did we call you on the GOP exec committee?
Yeah, I was one of the vice chairs, CD4. I'm so glad I don't deal with that shit anymore.
Now you're a Wisconsin resident.
I'm so glad I'm not waiting on election results for myself. I mean, Yeah, I voted in Wisconsin today, and I had to show a government issue photo
No
ID. It was
way.
so
Yeah,
amazing.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
All right, what is your what are your thoughts on Minnesota? We're gonna get to that prediction here.
Well,
What do you
and
think?
speaking of Minnesota, we've just gotten the first results to come out of Minnesota. We got 1% reporting, and we got Donald Trump in the lead with 67% of the votes. So
Those
it's
are
only
small
1%
rural
reporting, but
precincts.
Looks
things
like-
are looking good.
Little Falls, Morrison County's
what
reported
area?
already.
let me check which.
actually,
Yeah, you
who
think
would do
they're
much
gonna
better?
flip the
than-
house?
I'll figure out which county this
What's
is.
your prediction on flipping the house? No.
Well, let's go with presidential. We do have that as well.
I don't think that Trump wins.
What do you think
Minnesota.
Wait, are you
What
asking
do you
if they're
think the
gonna flip
numbers
house,
are?
or you're going to ask if they're going to gain or lose seats in the House?
Oh,
Hold on.
Tushi, I
I
already
don't
predicted
think
what the
Trump
house is
wins
going to be.
in
Hold on.
Wait,
Let's stay
Minnesota
focused.
House or the-
Stay focused here.
Oh,
I want to get these
sorry.
predictions out. All right. So this is how we have the presidential race in Minnesota. I think Trump's 46, Harris is 49. That's a rookie score because Jesse comes in with 48.8 Trump, Harris 49.5. Then Tushi, you're at 46 with Harris at 49.6. And the simulator running against, known as Volleyball Enthusiast, actually has Harris breaking 50. I just don't see that happening. But Harris at 51 with Trump at 47.
This is a tough one because there are, and people always question it. They say, who is undecided? Because there's all these undecided voters. Who's undecided? And I kept saying, I've been knocking a lot of doors. Jake, you said at the beginning of the show, I've knocked so many doors, and all these people that are undecided, they're undecided because they don't like either one, you know. And just before we went on the show, probably, you know, maybe we already started. I got a message from some friends in Jeff Dotz's House District.
Yep.
They got a bunch
That's right
of new
by
hit pieces
Cloquet,
today.
Minnesota.
What's that?
Right outside of Cloquet, Minnesota.
Cloquet and surrounding areas,
Yep.
yep. And there's 5 of these voters live in Cloquet. They all got so many hit pieces today, they all decided to stay home.
Yeah.
So 5 voters did not vote. Now, in 2016, you had 2 of them voted third party, 2 of them voted Hillary in 16. And then they're in a duplex, upper lower duplex, and then one of their brothers that lives elsewhere in town. And so in 2020, 2 of them voted Trump, 2 of them voted, or in 2016, 2 of them had voted for Amy Klobuchar. So there's like 2 Democrats, 2 kind of like independent types. But the independent types voted for Trump in 2020. But this year, both the upstairs and lower, they got their mail. And one of the hit pieces had it said Jeff called his son Kunta Kinte because whatever on a big hit piece in the mail on election day. And these guys are like, they said, well, we might go out, maybe we'll make a difference on the lower races. You know, they got beef with Trump, they got beef with everybody else, but they were going to vote for Royce White, which I was happy with. And they were like, maybe we'll make a difference voting for the local Republicans. They get these hit pieces in the local Republican. Screw it, we're staying home. And then the other people that were going to go with them, then they said they stayed home too, so they kept the Democrats home too. And then then they invited their brother over, so he stayed home too, and he came over for dinner. So five
Jake,
voters stayed home.
Go ahead, Andy.
Jake, 4.5% of Dane County is in, and Kamala has 67% of the vote. For those of you that don't know, that's Madison. That's the place that literally like just makes me shudder, and it's very liberal. But my point being is that Biden got about 72% of the vote there, and Trump got I think about 22% total, and Trump's already cruising at 30. Now that's only 4.5% in, but usually with Dane County, we're able, just like Minneapolis, you're able to tell, hey, if it's a 60-40 lead with 5% in, that's about where it's going to end up. So the fact that she's going to underperform, it looks like in Dane County, than what Biden did is very, very good. Very good for us.
Royce White just won a
I'm
town
looking
in
up
Dakota
at-
County. Sunfish Lake.
Oh, there you go. All right.
The Sunfish, I grew up over there, Tushi. There's like 8 people that live in that town now,
Andy-
including Mike McFadden.
Andy, you were chief of staff for Michelle Bachmann back in the day. You served as a senior advisor to the presidential campaign. You know Minnesota politics is just like you do know Wisconsin.
Yep.
What would you give Minnesota numbers today? Like, where do you think Trump's going to be? Where do you think Harris is going to be at?
Yeah, Harris is gonna have to be probably 54%, I'm guessing, and Trump is gonna be in that 46% range.
Oh, you think it's like that's like Biden numbers there? Like, what did Biden win it by 7 or something like that?
Well, no, I mean,
Look,
Biden didn't even get 54. I think Biden only
Yeah.
got like 51 to 52 is what they say he got.
I'm putting you on the
Keep in
spot. You
mind-
probably haven't even looked at Minnesota.
No, I have. But keep in mind, you got Walz on the ballot, and he's the governor there. And,
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to help him.
Well, we'll find out. I
Yeah, we
mean,
will.
That's what all I can say is we'll find out. But I don't see Trump. Look, Minnesota, I love Minnesota. I miss the fishing in Minnesota immensely. The fishing in Wisconsin is not nearly as good as it is in Minnesota. But the fact of the matter is that it is not a purple state. It is a navy blue state. It's going to be a navy blue state for a long time to come.
Yeah, no, we kind of see it that way too. They got to get their ground game back here in Minnesota. The Republican Party is just incompetent. We'll get into that a little later. We do have predictions for the Minnesota House. I think this is our last prediction, right? So the interesting thing is none of us saw the Minnesota House going GOP. My main reason for this is just the fundraising advantage that the Democrats have over the Republicans. I do see them picking up 2 seats, though. So the DFL's got a 70-64 advantage over the GOP right now. I see the GOP ending the day with 2 net seats, so 66-68. Yep. Jesse, what are your numbers?
Right, so I got the numbers that are actually what they currently are right now, but I don't think that the races are going to stay the exact same. I actually think that we're going to see a few different flips that take place. So the ones where I see them flipping from Republican to Democrat would be 3A, 11A, and 41A. And then for the ones that I would see as Democrat flip to Republican, 7B, 54A, and 35B. So those are the 6 that I see flipping, but I think it's ultimately going to take us to the same result that we were at before. I don't think Republicans take any kind of advantage of the Democrats on this one. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that these Republicans outperform what I'm expecting, but I get the feeling that it's going to be just about what it was before by the end of this thing for the State House.
I was just over at the 33B watch party, and they seem to think they're going to win.
Stillwater.
They seem to think they're going to win.
I would love to see Jessica win.
I lost by 8 points.
I'd love to see it, but I don't think they'll win that one.
Right.
And what makes you think that 3A flips and not 3B?
Because of the third party. There's a forward party candidate in 3A. So I think just because of that, and also when you look at 3A, 3A was decided by, I guess we could maybe look it up, but it was probably the closest, one of the closest, if not the closest, House races in 2022. So I think when you add a third party on there, even though it's the forward party, some people might think that's progressive, but I think that third party votes typically take from a conservative Republican voter. So with that, and also, I just see 3A as
predict Rhino Roger holds his seat, and I think that, I think Natalie will probably unfortunately lose hers.
Really?
She's well loved. She's a great campaigner, and I've heard from a lot of people that she's a great campaigner, and she does things like even town halls with the Democrat and everything. I'm just looking at the numbers of the district, like victim of top down. There's a part of Duluth, a part of the literal city of Duluth, right on the bottom next to Sundance, next to the old 11A, next to Esco, Cloquet. Part of Duluth, the city of Duluth, that's in 3B. And then all of Hermantown, which is like where Walmart is when people say they're going to Perkins or Walmart in Duluth. That's Hermantown, not Duluth. Right. But people think it's Duluth. So all that stuff, if you look at how that votes, that's extremely Democrat. And so like,
but it was Mary Murphy. Is that her name that was in there before? Murphy. So she was the incumbent for 50 years, and so Natalie was the one who was able to flip that seat. And so I think that, she is a more likable candidate than Roger Scrappa. She can give a speech on the floor. Roger Scrappa looks like a troll.
Totally.
And so I just get the feeling that he's not a likable enough guy.
Agree. But like people that turn out, all these people in Duluth and Hermantown stuff, they have, you could say Natalie, you could give them any clue in the world, they couldn't name who their state rep is. Right. But they're going to go vote for Kamala, whatever. Like, they hate Trump. They're in Hermantown, they're whatever. They're like, they're in Duluth or Hermantown. They don't know who Natalie is or who Scrabble is. They don't know who anybody is other than Trump or, I hate Trump, I'm voting for Kamala. And then I think it's just
But I think you are right that his district probably is more conservative than the B side of the district. So you could be right. It's just I look at it and I think that third party, when it's this razor thin, I think that I see it going to the Democrats on that one.
Yeah, I don't know why Virginia has not been called yet, actually. Trump's going to win Virginia. I'm looking at this right now. Fairfax County has 63% of the vote in, and that's where, if you remember where the DC sniper was at, that's where he was killing everybody. That's a very liberal. Prince William County is the other one, is 95% in, and we have Bedford County out. Now, keep in mind, when that's right smack middle of the state, yeah, it's only about 45,000 votes, but Trump already has a lead, and he took 75% of the vote in Bedford County when he ran against Biden. So then you'll have Smith County hasn't reported yet, and you'll have Danville, and Danville isn't very large. Smith County could go either way, but look, I don't see a way that Trump loses Virginia at this point. I think you're going to see this
big. That's big.
I think you're going to see this called rather quickly, especially like I said. I mean, Fairfax is 62.5% in.
Right.
That isn't as concerning nearly, if I'm a Democrat, as Prince William County, because Prince William County is 250,000 votes, and that's 95% in, 96% in now. And Kamala way underperformed there. So
Trump is leading in North Carolina with over 50% in. He's, I think, held on a lead, and it's been about a 4 or 5 point lead in Georgia, which is 74% in.
I mean, nobody saw this, but he wins North Carolina and he wins Virginia. It doesn't matter.
Well, because he's going to win Georgia, right? And he's going to win Arizona. Right. But no one's going to call it because Arizona and Nevada still haven't come in. Because Arizona is still pretty key.
Oh, yeah. Well, and also, on the Virginia front,
Hirschbach there's 3 precincts in Inver Grove. Hirschbach is outperforming Klobuchar by like 20%.
Well, Klobuchar draws those Republican votes, right?
I mean, but Hirschbach is the Republican in my House district. Hirschbach won Sunfish Lake by more than everybody else. Won Inver Grove 11, which is a new precinct, and now won Inver Grove 12, which all the Democrats won except Hirschbach. So Angie,
guys, I want to go back. I want to go back to this real quick because I'm looking at Smith County, which is now starting to come in Virginia as well. And in 2020, Trump got 10,900 votes, and Biden got about 3,000. Right now, Trump has 6,200 of those same votes back in, and Kamala's only got about. I mean, the race is over. If Virginia's going to go Trump, it's over.
I
didn't see this coming. I don't know.
No, I did about a month and a half ago, Andy. I've been saying this for a month and a half.
I don't know what the pundits are saying. I mean, Richmond City still has a little bit to come in, but not a lot. Boy, Kamala's. If Kamala pulls off Virginia, it's telling as to what the other states are going to do, right?
I still want to see him break the blue wall. I still want to see him break at least to stay in the blue wall.
I just want to see 270. I mean, he's going to get 2 more Supreme Court. He's going to get 2 more Supreme Court appointments this term. And Trump will probably have appointed more Supreme Court justices than any other sitting president that I can think of.
Yeah, but he's just replacing conservatives.
So right. Well, Clarence Thomas and Justice Alito, I guess both of them would choose to step aside if there was another Trump presidency. And on the Virginia point, it shows how important the election integrity is, because once you clean up those voter rolls, all of a sudden you can see a Republican victory. And then I also saw a comment here. Where did I find it? God Makes News says, what about Aaron Paul versus Tabke? Thoughts? That's a good question, because I think 54A is totally one that can be flipped. And I think that Aaron Paul has a good chance of taking that, because Brad Tabke's been around. Everybody just sees him as a slimy politician. He's in a swing district, yet he's pushing some of the most radical bills. He was a part of the bill. He was a sponsor, a co-author of a bill that mandated insurance companies cover transgender surgeries for children. So that's Brad Tabke right there. And he can't run away from his record forever. So I'm hoping that if the word got out in Shakopee and whatnot, and across 54A, it could be a race that we see flipped.
Well, fill us in. How much did Mortensen lose by to Tabke?
What was it?
8%. So the thing.
So that's a swing district in your mind?
No,
8%?
I don't.
I still think it can.
In a presidential year, will change.
It can be, but there's so many better ones. So this is the new redistricting. So Scott Jensen lost it by 9 points. Kim Crockett lost by 9. Mortensen lost by 8. Kistner lost by 6. That's not like a close district.
Right, but
versus all these other ones.
Comparing 2022 to 2024, and of course we're going to have more turnout. So it's a little hard to compare a non-presidential year with a presidential year. I think that we'll just have to see how the turnout ends up shaking out, because that's what ultimately will determine if it's a swing race or not.
All the Republican groups targeted it. They put a ton of money into it. So then the Democrats put money into it, and now it's like in play because they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on it. But I just don't get why they picked that one. It's like they picked it because it used to be Republican. Well, hey, the old one used to be Republican, not the new design.
Yeah, things change. By the way, before I go to you, Andy, let's get a live shot. We've got people coming in. Room back there. A bunch of people. I think there's a delay, so they don't even know.
And
But
I see a comment that's trying to talk to you, Jake, here. It says, from Glorious Playhouse, Jake, it's Tim Woolery. Glad to watch this.
okay, thanks. Nice to see you, Tim. I served with Tim in the Army.
You're having your own watch party tonight, Jake?
There's a watch party in the back room, yeah, which is secondary studio, actually.
All right.
So, Lisa and the crew, Warren and Tina, they're awesome. They do a great job organizing our events. So they wanted to have a little watch party. Dale wanted to have some people over, and we're gonna allow people to come in the studio, like Mark Kraszowski. But Mark came from Stillwater, which is awesome.
The watch party over there for Jessica. So
That's right.
It's this is a crazy day. You know, we've all been looking forward to this day to get the results, and it's like, you know, every election it seems like it's the most pivotal, but I think this is, you know. I thought that in 2020, and now I just see that everything has gone so tyrannical that I think this is the most important election in my lifetime.
Yeah, people should check out your Substack. I saw the article that you had written. You know, I thought it
wrote
was,
that.
Yeah, because the article that's on your Substack, if people aren't checking out Mark's Substack, you totally should, because you laid out, you know, not even just the libertarian case or whatever to vote for Trump. You're really laying out this is the only path that we have to try to save America. And, you know, we can use and pressure from there, but it's the only one that's giving us any kind of opportunity.
Yeah, even if you're someone like me who thinks voting's useless, you go vote.
Yup, exactly.
Yeah, do it.
Yup. Oh, yeah.
There's too much at stake.
Yeah. So Mark, you had run for Minnesota House the previous cycle, so Jessica Johnson's now running the same seat. That was a tough one. I mean, people were seeing a red wave. It didn't obviously happen. You would have been great for us at Minnesota House. You've since now moved to Wisconsin, living in the woods. By the way,
sat in my tree stand this morning.
That buck that you sent me.
That damn buck just won't walk by when I'm up in my stand.
Well, the good thing is you saw that during the daylight.
Yeah, about noon.
Yeah, because sometimes those bucks you don't see until.
And 2 nights ago, walked through again. But yeah.
Nice. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we are streaming on YouTube, just so people know. We do have a live party going on in the back room. We got people all around the headquarters here. If you want to join us, interrupt at the same time, hit that robo.
I can get you off YouTube in a heartbeat. Just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Suck some COVID.
My 78-year-old dad is watching on YouTube. He said I know you said Rumble. We have Roku. Is that the same thing? I said, no, it's not. But,
Rumble. Roku does have a Rumble.
Right, yeah, so I was trying to explain that to him, and about 15 minutes later, I said, just watch on YouTube. Hopefully we don't get kicked off. So my dad's watching on YouTube. Don't get us kicked off. Otherwise he's going to lose it.
Before I forget, Mark, you got a show. You basically record here at the studio. It's called Truth Expedition.
We are grateful to use this amazing studio, the Truth Expedition.
And your recent guest, Dr. Pierre Corey, how'd that go?
That was great. I think it was our best interview. I mean, I was very comfortable because, you know, I worked for Pierre, and it was just kind of, you know, the camaraderie was good. And, you know, I think I listened to so many of his interviews before interviewing him. So as you're listening to these interviews, you have questions that aren't, you know, fully answered. So I was able to ask a lot of questions I think that weren't asked. And even he said in our team meeting yesterday that he thought it was one of his best.
That's awesome. All right, so I was just looking at Georgia, 75% in. Trump still got a 5-point lead, so boy, Georgia's pretty key. Andy, what do you got? What are you seeing right now?
I'm looking at Richmond City, and I'm looking at past performance versus. I'm still stuck on Virginia, Jake.
Well, I mean, it's the upset of all upsets right there.
I mean, this is like worse than Arizona. I mean, if for us a couple of years ago, if I'm looking at Sussex County right now. And what was in how Biden did versus how Kamala did. I mean, this is one of those where Biden got 60-some-odd% of the vote. And if I'm looking right now at the results here, down here right now, Kamala's sitting at 51. I mean, this is something else. I mean, I haven't seen Virginia go red since the Bush administration.
Yeah, 04.
Yeah, I mean, Bush was the last time. And the fact that Kamala is so underwhelming, what also is telling about Virginia, and I know Virginia very well. I mean, that's D.C. essentially. Virginia is that white woman crowd that they were going after so hard. There are so many suburban moms and wino moms, ages 35 to 50 years old out there, and they're stay-at-home moms. That's what they do. Their husbands are, government bureaucrats or elected officials, and the fact that it is going so overwhelmingly towards Trump when, you know, he hates women and everything and all of that it's mind blowing. I got to get off Virginia, and I got to look at some other states so I can provide some help.
Andy, on Virginia, I'm looking at the Senate race they got going on there. They got Tim Kaine, who was Hillary Clinton's VP in 2016.
Who's that?
Yeah,
Tim
right.
Kaine.
And
Who's this guy?
And you know that's the point. Obviously,
Scott, I think.
Tim Scott, that's right.
So Saturday Night Live, obviously, they put him on with Kamala and whatnot because they wanted to push him ahead of this election. They see how close things are in Virginia, obviously. If they felt the need to even have him on Saturday Night Live. I see it's 50.9. That's what he is at. His opponent, Hung Cao, is at 49.1. Where do you think that ultimately shakes out, Andy?
I don't know enough about that race, and Virginia is just too shocking to me right now to even make an accurate prediction. I mean, hell, I'd love to see. I mean, if we win that state, you know, the Senate is going to have at least a large enough majority to get past some of these weenie rhinos on some of these procedural votes. But
Yeah,
I mean, Virginia, I mean, Moore just came in. 60% is now in. Trump is still up by 20 some odd thousand votes. Pennsylvania, 29% in. Trump is closing the gap finally at 53-44. I want to see what's in Pennsylvania if Erie came in yet. Erie is starting to come in, so that's good. That'll be good for Trump. Right now, Erie is 55% Harris, but that will change. That's good. Let's take a look at the Pittsburgh area. Pittsburgh is 47% in. Kamala's at 65%, and then you go over to the Philly area. And the Philly area, this is pretty interesting that she's sitting currently at about 65% of the vote, but the suburbs are starting to break Trump now in that area as well. I'm looking at Adams County's at 43.9%.
Royce White's at 64%.
What's that?
What?
What do you see?
Royce is up big.
Royce White's 64%.
How much are in right now in Minnesota?
He's got like 1,500 votes or something.
1,500 votes. Well, there you go.
She's got like 500 or whatever, but yeah.
That'd be great.
It's interesting. The exit polls, the exit polls in Pennsylvania, 53% of those were women. Of those who voted that were women, 55% of them voted, they say, for Democrats and 43 for Trump. Now, conversely, Trump got 56% of the male vote and Kamala got 42% of the male vote. And you got a whole lot more coming. So I think you're going to see more women breaking towards Trump based off what I'm seeing in Virginia. But I mean, the fact that she didn't get over 60% of the female vote so far is, I used to get paid to figure out ways to lose. So this isn't hyperbole. I'm just more or less in shock that she's not doing nearly as well as she was supposed to. I mean, Latinos, 6% of those voted. Trump got 42% of the vote. She got 57%. Do you know how insane that is, that Trump was able to get that much of the Latino vote? I'm looking at the white vote, 54% Trump, 44% Kamala. You know, it's vote early by mail on election day. Trump's got 61% of the vote, so Kamala's basically got her votes. She got 67% in the mail through Pennsylvania. I mean, this is... Man, I thought we were going to have a late night, Jake, but we're just not.
Well, I mean,
as I predicted.
She's still up in Pennsylvania right now, which is just such a small sample. I mean, it's a quarter that's in, probably skewing towards Philadelphia right now. I didn't think she was
starting to come in.
Yeah, Wisconsin's going to take a little while, though, obviously. I mean, polls just closed 40 minutes ago in Wisconsin. So what we want to see is if he pulls off Virginia, we want to see North Carolina and Georgia. Then you start talking big, right? Puffing the chest out.
Well, I mean, if he any scenario in which he wins Virginia, he just opened up 5 or 6 different new pathways to win, right? Then Nevada's in play,
right?
You know, and he doesn't have to carry some of these harder states that it would be more difficult for him to carry. So, you know, I'm just It's pretty neat to watch because I love seeing these pollsters. You know, they had Trump down 17% in Wisconsin in 2020, and he ended up losing by 0.7. You know, and I was getting excited when I see him up 0.1. That means he's probably up by a whole lot.
Napkin Nate says, "Is Andy predicting a red wave?"
Oh, look, I've always predicted, going back like a month ago, you know, I predicted Trump would hit 291, and I do believe he will. I think that the Dems are still taking the House. I don't see any way around them not taking the House.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, we had six seats that were Republican seats drawn very blue, 3 in New York and 3 in California. So you can guess who drew those seats. So that's 6 seats we lose right off the bat. There's a handful that we could still win that are toss-ups, but there's 12 true toss-up races that you just don't know which way they're going to go. I mean, you got Schweikert in Arizona. You know, he won by a couple of percentage points, but then the Democrat wins by 1% in that district. So, yeah, I think Schweikert will be okay. But again, with redistricting, I get it, you know, that the popular people are behind, or that the Republicans have the large consensus of all Americans. But you got to look at how these lines are drawn, and the way the lines are drawn. You know, when you get to start with 6, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a seat in Alabama. They have a seat in Alabama. They got 70% of the vote, new seat drawn in. So,
Dawson, that little small window you had before with results.
I can't do it if we have Andy on.
Oh, okay. We can't.
Well,
do it.
get rid of me then.
Actually,
let's see,
I think we want to keep you here a little bit longer, Andy.
Milwaukee County, 25% of the vote in. Harris, that's 65. Trump's at 32. Again, that was in the 70s last time.
Yeah.
Madison County, 37, or Dane County, which is Madison, 37.6% of the vote in. Kamala's at about 71, so she's right about where she needs to be. But there's still a whole lot to go. And so, Jake, you know this in Madison, in the Dane County area, you've got Sun Prairie and you've got a few other areas. It would be interesting to see if those have reported, or if it's Madison that's reported. Right now, I can only get a county by county result for you. But the rest of it, I mean, Vernon County, they have 9% of the vote in. I got news for you. She's not going to win Vernon County. She's at 50. She's at 51-48 with 9% in. But Vernon County, for those of you that don't know, that is like farm country. That is the heart of the reddest people you're going to find. So,
you know, Andy, we've been saying this for a while. We've had you on the show multiple times. You know, a lot comes down to the 3rd district in Wisconsin. You're in La Crosse. La Crosse has been in the headlines. You actually had a chance to. I saw you in a media scrum with Rachel Maddow. Mark Cuban. You also had a chance to go to an event on Monday with JD Vance. Tell us about these events and what the mood has been.
So I went to the Kamala event, and I was actually there when the kid got kicked out, and you know, I wish I could say the kid was in the right, but he really wasn't. I mean, I was right there when it happened. Kamala, to her credit, never heard him say Jesus is Lord. What they did here was them chanting that abortion is a sacrament of Satan as loud as they could. And that's why she said, you're at the wrong rally. And then he said, Jesus is Lord. So, but that was an interesting event to be at, because, you know, they did it at UWL. They did it at the Eagle Center, and the Eagle Center is 100,000 square feet. That's like the indoor track center. And they tried their hardest to have like bleacher storage in there. You know how they like fold them up, put them against the wall, and then they drape them to make them look good, just to physically fill space so that the room looked full, and the room wasn't full. I took photos. It held 2,500 people, wasn't full. I went to the La Crosse Center with Trump, holds 7,500 people. It was standing room only. JD Vance.
Let me just break in here. Pennsylvania is closing up here with 32%. Harris has got only a 4-point lead at this point. So that she was coming from like a 10-point lead. So you're right. Some of those rural seats are starting to come in Pennsylvania. Continue on.
You know, then I went to the Trump event, and it was full, and
JD
it wasn't
Vance,
just
right?
full.
Or
Well,
am I
no,
forgetting
the
event?
Trump event at the La Crosse Center was the first one.
Okay, yeah, that's right. God, see, that's
and
it. Look.
Six-pack. I'm going to head out soon.
Oh, good to see you, Mark. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm going to
And
go
it
chase
was-
down RFK.
Hold on one second. Andy. What? Say that again.
RFK Jr.'s in Stillwater, so we're going to go chase him down. and
No
get an
way.
interview. Yeah, he's
Really?
down there. They saw him at the dock today. They got pictures and everything. So
What are you
That is
talking
awesome.
about?
I shit you not. RFK Jr. is in Stillwater
He's
right
not
now.
in Stillwater. What are you talking about? Stillwater.
RFK Jr. is in Stillwater.
What is RFK Jr. doing in Stillwater?
I'm told he's at a fundraiser, but we showed up at the port side and they showed us pictures like, yeah, he was at the dock at lunch.
Who's they?
The owner of the place. What? There were several people that cited him.
I know somebody that would have told me that Bobby
Fucking
Kennedy.
RFK Jr. is in Stillwater, guaranteed. He may have left by now, but I'm gonna go hang out with the good folks
Are
at
you-
33B. And
I want to throw my challenge flag on that one there, Mark.
no, I'm not kidding.
Throw it.
Send him the picture.
I don't have the picture, but everyone was talking about it.
Picture or it didn't happen.
Several people were talking about they saw him at the dock.
All right. And how many RFKs do you see in this room right now, Mark?
Couple.
So good to have
Well,
you.
I bet you by tomorrow we'll know if it's true or false.
Yes,
but
I'm
that's
very
what I've been
curious.
told by.
Well, that'd be really interesting if he was in. I mean, why would he be at a fundraising event on election night? That doesn't.
I
make
don't know
sense.
what if he's fundraising for his, the CHD.
Yeah,
I don't
I would
know.
imagine. It doesn't
Apparently,
make
he's got a good friend in Stillwater. He's probably in a big house up on the hill or something. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
good.
I
Let's
believe
say hi.
them. I don't know why they'd lie and
Well, it's
show
a great
picture.
town. I don't know why you wouldn't want to come to Stillwater.
Yeah, it's-
Mark, thank you so much. I knew you were. You were
Yeah,
asking
it's
if you
fundraising
should
to
come,
make
and I was
up
like,
the-
yeah.
We got the
Transition
smartest guy
to-
in the building now, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Fundraising to fund the transition.
Roman, how you
team,
doing?
'cause I started before election.
Roman,
day.
I'd
said,
like
"How
to,
you doing
Jesse,
here?"
just real quick. What do you think? You think Royce has a chance?
I don't
Let's
know.
be
You know,
honest
we're
here. I
gonna
know
see.
you like
It's-
Royce and you're in
Right,
his
I know.
corner, but let's be honest.
Well,
If I'm
everyone's
being-
got a chance
if
if they
I'm being
run.
super optimistic, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it's just that Amy Klobuchar's just got the name recognition, and people think she's a moderate. So I think that she's probably got his number just because of the misinformation campaign about who she is. So, but I think if Royce continues to keep up what he's doing and
Then
continue to push the message and continue
Royce
to get
for
his name and
governor?
face out there, things are going to flip eventually. So
didn't
yeah,
see
so
anybody
maybe
come.
not this time, but I'm not giving up hope yet. We'll see.
I'm looking at a ton of the returns, like in people have been texting me all the tickers from each precinct because for a house race I've been helping with, and so I've seen every one of them. It's like Royce is pretty much around with Tayrab, like not much more than Tayrab, and Tayrab's going to get his butt kicked in that area. So he has a chance, but his only chance is if he gets some big numbers in CD4 and CD5, which that's what it would take.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a long shot chance, but I mean, I would love to see it. Love to see it. Otherwise, he's
incredible.
right now. He's up. He's up. He's at 60%. He was at 64 or whatever at the beginning, but it's very little returns in right now.
Awesome. Well, I'll be watching the show on our drive over to Stillwater. You guys keep it up.
Thanks,
All
for
right.
You bet. Have a good one, guys.
Yep, see
Hey,
ya.
it's your set,
He
right?
just say.
Yeah.
He just say. Did he just say he's watching the show on the drive over?
No, he's going to be heading out. He's going back to Stillwater, where allegedly RFK Jr. is at.
All right. So Hovde is grossly underperforming President Trump right now in
Well,
Wisconsin.
I mean, we can deal with that. We'd rather see Trump do better, right?
Right.
yeah, I mean, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I interrupted you. So how did the JD Vance event go on Monday? What was the mood like? I
So
mean,
then the JD Vance event was at like 9:30 in the morning, and so you had to be there at
By the
something
way, you were there with
ridiculous
my
like
mom.
radio time. Yeah, she actually loves me more than you. She's told me that many of times. And
My mom went to a Trump rally this
can't
week,
blame
too.
her.
that's right. Your
but-
mom went to
but
Trump too.
The JD Vance rally was great. Again, a full room. They were over at the lacrosse center. They didn't have the big arena, but they had one of the new banquet halls. And I would say there was probably 500 people there. He wasn't there for very long. We were one of his last stops until it was over. And I think one thing that it's so funny. My daughter and I were talking about this as I picked her up from club volleyball tonight. She said, do the candidates that lose, do they get depressed? And I said, honey, even the ones that win get depressed. There is something exciting about a campaign, and there is something about the election day. There's if you've run a high profile race, which I know Tushi has, I know you have, Jake, you guys get this. This is all, it's like seeing a deer on opening morning. You get that adrenaline rush, but it's all day and it's up and down with emotions. It's like, man, if I would have had $20,000 more, how many more calls could I have made? Or, what more could I have done? And all you can do is sit and just hope your EDO works out for you,
Right.
and that your EDO plan happens. And if it does, then good to go. But everybody's depressed after this. And I think even the winners are, because they're going to miss this. They're going to miss this race. They're going to miss the campaign.
Dr. Neil Shaw, who I really wanted to see become governor of Minnesota. I thought we had a fantastic guy, literally too qualified for the position. I think it was his idea, or maybe we just kind of came up with this together, but it's basically, and this was for governor, so now imagine what it would be like for president, but like as a governor, it's like you have to start a multi-million-dollar company within like a year's time and make sure it's firing on all cylinders. So like basically presidential level, it's almost like a billion-dollar company that you basically got to start from scratch. That's part of the reason you never see outsiders come in. You know, you basically have to have a guy like Donald Trump to even get to that level. So it's like, yeah, that just doesn't even seem possible. It's so, and Trump was up until 2 a.m. yesterday. A 78-year guy up till 2 a.m, you know, at rallies. He was, I heard like he was doing 2 to 1 more rallies than Kamala Harris. And when you add J.D. Vance, it was like not even close. So, yeah, it's so abnormal that I'm pretty sure these guys are all after this presidential election, which, you know, neither you or me have been there. Andy, Trump crushes Ohio, says Razzle Dazzle. I guess we already had that one. But I can't even imagine what that's like at that point.
No, in fact, Jake, I think if you remember, after the first race that I won in 2006, I was so tired the next day that I was at the office and I needed to go, I think, to Cabela's to pick up some deer hunting ammo because you and I were heading down to La Crosse or something. And I said, you know what, I'm just beat. I'm coming home. Like, it just, the emotions that drain out of you are just something else. But I remember you stalling because you guys actually had a surprise party for me that night. And making sure I stayed there, but the point is that you just want to shut down. Like you have no other you have nothing left. If you did it right, you've given everything and then some, and literally nothing left in the tank. And you know that's the way they're all going to feel tomorrow. A couple more counties just went red for Trump. Rock County just went red for Trump. That's not a surprise.
Oh, we talking about Wisconsin?
I'm still waiting for Door County.
Yeah, Door County, which is northeastern. You know Door County, don't you?
All right, so Door County. So right now, Door County, half of Door County is in. Trump is up 51-47. Again, completely different direction last time with Biden. And again, if you look, Jake, somebody who's got the Google in front of them, how many times Door County has correctly called the presidency in the state of Wisconsin? It's something ridiculous. It's one of the best bellwethers in the country, actually. But if somebody wants to look at that up, they can tell me. But it looks like Door County is, like I said, going well for Trump.
We still have Virginia with 60% in. Trump still got a 2-point lead. Georgia leading North Carolina, Pennsylvania. He's closing the gap as they reach 37% in. We've got an insider in Pennsylvania that would know something about Pennsylvania on the ground. Says to us it's mathematically impossible for Trump to lose Pennsylvania based on current results. Take it for what it's worth. I do trust that individual. You see
and
that
to answer Andy's question, Door County has picked the president in the last 6 elections.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, look. I'm looking mathematically at Virginia. I mean, the people over at ABC and CBS and NBC, they've just got to be hating life right now. And mathematically, I'm trying to find a way for her to win Virginia at this point, and I don't see it. I think this might be the first time I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, this might be the first time I'm wrong where I actually underpredicted how the results would be, and I'm not wrong. See my hat? I'm right. That's the name of the show. So, yeah, I'm looking. It looks like the Republicans, we flipped 1 Senate seat. Not a big. We knew that was coming.
Right. Was that West Virginia? Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. How about Carrie Lake? Carrie Lake's going to do tonight, right?
I don't know. I don't know much about Carrie Lake. I know that all the establishment folks hate her. So because they hate her,
right?
I love her. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so we'll see how Carrie Lake does. I'm looking at the House right now to see what's happened. So right now, only 1 seat has flipped, but we haven't had, New York is not in yet. California is not in. Those were the ones that were hard redistricted. There's 1 in Ohio. That's going to be a tough one. But other than that,
and New Hampshire was called.
I'm going to be right.
New Hampshire was called for Kamala. Looks like the effort to go up there was kind of wasted. I think J.D. Vance was just there on Monday. I was getting hopeful in New Hampshire, although that's less than 50% in, so maybe he closes that.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm looking at Maine.
Trump.
I saw that.
You saw that, yeah.
Well, I had this.
I'm looking at Maine right now.
Yeah, I had this gut, Andy, that Trump was going to pull off some upset, and it was New Mexico, Virginia, or New Hampshire. And gun to my head yesterday, I was going to say it was going to be New Hampshire just by how the campaign was going there and everything. I don't recall a recent event in Virginia. Of course, Virginia, any event in Pennsylvania, I guess they wouldn't be pulling to Madison Square Garden. So I guess Southern Pennsylvania could be pulling the Virginia crowd, and North Carolina could be pulling that. But I don't recall a specific Virginia rally. Was there?
Yeah, he definitely did.
In the last week? Am I forgetting
within
this?
the last 2 weeks at least, he definitely had a rally with Glenn Youngkin.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that's,
So 95% of Prince William County is in now, and 70% of Fairfax County is in now. We still have all of Bedford County, which Trump got like 80% of the vote last time. Smith County is in. I mean, look, there's not much left, and if anything, I don't see how she does it. What's 30%? What is 30%? I mean, so she's got 278,000 votes in Fairfax County. Trump's got 131. That's 70% in. So that's roughly 400,000 votes. So, and that's 70% roughly in. So she's got what? Somebody help me with the math here. 30% of 400,000 is what?
Say that again.
120,000. So there's 120,000 outstanding votes in Fairfax County. It could be close, but like I said, Bedford isn't in yet.
Kamala's team is doing the same math. They're like, how many of these ballots do we have to fold and feed?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just, but I mean, look, if anything, it just tells us what the rest of the night's going to be like. I mean, this is gonna be you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Trump is the only president to be undefeated running against women. He is undefeated, baby. Back-to-back champion.
Oh my God.
North Carolina, where your mom is at right now, Jake, where she actually loves me more. Trump is now up ahead by
I completely forgot she was in North Carolina.
Yep.
Leave it to my buddy to know where my mom's at, and I'm not even thinking that.
So look, 66% of the vote is in. They're expecting 1.9 million votes remaining. Trump now has 42 to 46 in North Carolina. Raleigh, which is home to NC State, 76% of the way in. They're done. I'm looking at the rest here.
Andy, we got a big Rumble rant that just came in, and they want Tushy's prediction.
Here, I want to read one quick comment before that. Scoo McSalty says Trump surges to 80% on Polymarket. So
he's been moving today on Polymarket.
That means that people who are putting their money where their mouth is are all putting it on Trump right now, which means that this thing is looking very good.
I mean, with 450,000 views, apparently Andy is changing the markets. All right, let's read
and then
Love
we
Minnesota.
got Love Minnesota with a $50 Rumble rant.
Thank you, by the way.
Yep, thank you very much.
Helps us with this independent project that we're doing here.
Asking, what is Tushy's prediction for Minnesota overall?
Go ahead,
so
Tushy,
go ahead and take
yours.
that on.
For Minnesota overall, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, I guess I'm sure they're probably asking about Trump, about the state house, about the state senate. So what's your general prediction? The congressional districts? How do you see things going?
Let me guide you on this one, okay? There's a special election. It's in District 45. That's kind of Minnetonka area.
I'm well aware of what there is, but
no, I know. I get that, Tushy. The whole audience doesn't understand that, right?
So how do you think the Senate race will go?
This guy gets one $50 Rumble rant. Listen to him. What do you think happens in that race? Do the Republicans win that special election and take control of the Senate?
I'm going to say no. They have a chance to. They should, with the amount of money they spent. They did not use good tactics throughout the entire summer and fall, so they kind of pissed away.
Okay, so Senate doesn't go Republican. Let's go. Do we have the prediction?
But I don't think it does.
He did predict the House here. Let's look at his numbers real quick, Dawson. Do we have that handy? Fox 9 called Klobuchar the winner 45 minutes ago. Total clowns. Yeah, I know, but they know what they're doing here. Tushy, you've got Republicans picking up one seat in the House, 65. Because currently it's 70 to 64. So you think they'll pick up one seat, and then the DFL loses one?
Yeah,
I think you're going to get a kick out of this.
Go ahead.
With 55.2% of the vote in La Crosse County, Kamala, and La Crosse is, so the three liberal areas that you've got to look out for in Wisconsin are Milwaukee County, Dane County, and La Crosse County, okay? 55.2% of the vote is in La Crosse County. Kamala has 51.4% of the vote. Trump has 46.9%. All right, this is pretty insane that Trump is holding on. Jackson County is now
he's leading in Wisconsin right now. Total, he's leading in Wisconsin.
Yes, he's currently
and by the way,
leading
just so people understand, La Crosse, 3 college town, right? So it kind of gets that. It's not the students. People think it's the students. It's actually the bureaucracy around those colleges and what that brings up that makes it so left leaning. So that's why lacrosse goes so far left. Or I shouldn't say far left, but it goes left.
So lacrosse, not only that, but when they got all that money for the ARPA or whatever that was during the pandemic, when we were just printing money and giving it away to anybody like drunken sailors, they decided to provide housing for people. And now that the money ran out, there is no more money. And so the homelessness here, we were like, what do we do? And they've all set up tents now. And so we're a tent city now for homeless people. But it's just they love their social services here, and that's why. So.
Okay, so Tushy, let's go back to you.
Royce White just tweeted, "Let's play for keeps, you commie bastards." And it's a screenshot of him up 52% to Amy's 45.
No way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's such a small amount coming in, which is a perfect time to post it. Let's play for keeps,
All
you
right.
commie bastards.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to add that. Let's go ahead and show that. Royce White, what a delight. The B3 there, Dawson. I put it on the B3. You can open this tweet. We'll finish off 11 minutes. So that's a huge Rumble rant. So I'll make sure Tushy gives you his full predictions. Yeah. By the way, speaking of Royce White, does he manage to pull this one off? I think you already answered that one earlier. Right there. Let's play for keeps you commie.
Dude, this is nuts,
For
man.
keeps, you commie bastards. I love that, man. And
Rebecca's got 491 votes.
she was at 2%
like her.
a little while ago. Now she's down to 1.3 because it's obviously small returns. But yeah, the LP needs 1% to keep minor party status, and that was her whole goal, is to get 1%. And
All right,
thought it was a tough one.
Tushy, any of these congressional districts change? It's 4-4. Republican versus Democrat, Minnesota. Do
nope.
any of these
I
change?
think they all stay, and I think that potentially
I agree with that, by the way.
the Trump thing is so tough. I think I'll go out on a limb and say that just make a wild prediction, because I love to say that Tad Jude will have a closer margin against Morrison than Lyrab has against Angie
We
Craig.
should have made an estimate on what's the dude's name running in the, is it the We the People? Oh no, Constitutional Conservative Party.
Yeah, Thomas Bowman.
Thomas Bowman.
Bowman. We should have made a prediction on him.
Yeah.
Oh, I already said he gets three, maybe 4%. But now they
See, this is Jake. This is Wisconsin. Baldwin is up 51-46. All right, and the same results are in. And I looked at the presidency, and the presidency for Wisconsin, Trump is at. Yeah. Here, look at that. Why can't I click on the latest results? Maybe they're going to update. Anyway, Trump has Baldwin numbers, and Kamala has Eric Hovde numbers. That's just the state that we're in. It's a weird state. So
yeah, I get you. All right, well,
49.7 Kamala, 48% Trump right now. But yeah.
Yeah, and another Senate race that is shaking things up right now. Nebraska has 2 Senate elections that are going on. One of them is Rhino Pete Ricketts, who just already closed the deal on that one. But right now, an independent is ahead of Deb Fischer, who is another, do-nothing Rhino Republican. This Dan Osborne, though, he's a total fraud, which is, I'm hoping to see this Deb Fischer, the Republican, hold on to the seat. But Dan Osborne is up right now. He's got this whole phony image going on. The Legal Marijuana Now Party of Nebraska hates him. The Libertarian Party of Nebraska hates him. The Democrat Party of Nebraska hates him because he tells all these lies. He, promises to do certain things for them, and then he backtracks on it at the last minute. He's burned so many bridges with people. And but actually, with the Legal Marijuana Now Party in Nebraska, I can't blame him for getting in trouble with them because they've banned me from their Facebook page. So, they're the crazy ones on that one, I'm sure. So I can't blame Dan Osborne on that one. But, but it is a little weird. The Legal Marijuana Now Party of Nebraska is openly supporting Deb Fischer, who does not support legalizing marijuana, and Dan Osborne does. So it shows that, even on their most important issue, they're willing to put that aside and say, we'd rather have Deb Fischer because this guy's just too much of a fraud, too much of a liar. Andy, have you been following the Nebraska Senate race at all between...
a little bit.
Yeah, what do you think is going to happen on that front?
I think Deb Fischer is going to be fine. I'm more concerned about Don Bacon in the House, but I think Deb Fischer is ultimately going to be fine. I think that I could be wrong on this, and I'm going to have to run after this here, Jake. But who was Coach Osborne? Was he the famous Nebraska coach? Is there any relation to?
I wondered that too, and I never looked it up because Osborne was infamously.
But even if there's not, he's got a tremendous last name to run in Nebraska, and because of his dad, coach, or because of Coach Osborne. So
we looked that up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse, because I just totally got lazy and forgot to look that up because Osborne's a pretty smart name.
It's a different guy. This Dan
But it's like being
Osborne
called
doesn't have an E on
Lombardi
the
in
last name.
Wisconsin. It'd be like that'd be great to have that name, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be like or a Favre. You know,
Right.
I mean, but yeah. So Tom Osborne is not related to Dan Osborne, but the last name is exactly the same.
But
That's
people
a great
think so.
last name.
You're right.
That's a great last name to have in Nebraska.
Right.
I got to run, Jake. I got to go see my girls and tuck them in.
All right, let us know if you want to jump on later on. But thanks for all your
I
insight
very well
there,
might, but
Eddie.
look, this thing is over, so I'm going to head to bed and
well,
wake up.
we'll see. We'll see.
Mathematically, he's got it. And remember my predictions because I'm right. Deal with it.
All right, take care, Andy.
See ya. Bye.
I've known Andy for so long, by the way.
Oh, and Pennsylvania's moved to the Republican control.
Oh, is?
Yep.
Okay, there we
Trump
go.
is up 50.1 and Kamala at 49.
Well, I mean, listen, we got
So
insiders.
That's awesome. I mean, if he wins Pennsylvania here, if they can close the deal on that, this election's over. It's over. I mean, and honestly, this is so relieving. I mean, it's so nice to see that America is rejecting Kamala because it's basically proof that you cannot just rig a primary. You cannot just install someone after the fact. You cannot just put up someone totally incompetent who stands for nothing. You can't just put up a puppet. And
Speaking of Joe Tareb's losing to Andrew Craig by 22% right now.
Really?
Speaking of just putting up a
You
puppet.
can't just put up a puppet. You got to have someone who's got some actual convictions. Otherwise, the people can see right through it. And that's exactly what's going on with Kamala. I think the Democrats are kicking themselves so hard right now. I mean, I'm starting to question. Is Joe Biden a better candidate?
So Kamala
Would
couldn't
Joe
even win
Biden
her
have performed
primary.
better tonight?
No, I know. I
than
think
Kamala?
I think it's funny when people say that, but no, of course not. He would not be. A
I
better
don't
candidate.
know.
Well, so
No, he would not. Because
don't know.
look,
Well,
he
no,
would have.
he'd be
The base would definitely not showed up for
Well,
him.
he's a terrible candidate because people, people could see that they're not better off. But then
Who is more
so
likable,
they put-
Joe
so they
Biden
put-
or Kamala?
so they
well,
put-
Joe Biden's more likable.
So they put
Right.
Kamala in there, and then they ask her, "Well, are you any? Where are you different than Joe?" Well, we're the same. Well, then there goes that
Right.
advantage.
Well, exactly. She's choosing to carry along all of his baggage on top of her own baggage. So that's the problem. That's why Biden's got only his own baggage, and if he would have stuck in the race, he probably I don't know, but I think he would have performed better than what Kamala is doing right now. I think Kamala is doing awful. So who knows how things would actually shake out? But especially Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was critical, and aside from the fraud. I believe that Joe Biden can get more votes in Pennsylvania than Kamala Harris can, and there's plenty of other states as well. So I think that and I'm sure you guys have maybe seen that Kamala was putting out ads, some targeting Palestinians and liberals, where I'm gonna end the war, we're gonna end it, and then to the Jewish people, she's here's the Israel flag behind me. I stand with Israel no matter what. It's like you are such a
that's
phony.
a politician
Even
for
CNN
ya.
had to call it out, right? So
CNN called that out.
yeah, CNN did a whole report on it.
Oh, that's so good.
It's unbelievable. So I think that people are starting to
Oh, look at that.
Joe exactly.
Wyoming's been
Napkinade.
called for Trump, so Trump did take the Cheney's state of Wyoming. So there you go.
Which and things are looking pretty crazy right now. I mean, Arizona, it's tied right now. New Mexico, Trump's up. Trump is up in Oregon. It's only 1% in Oregon, but things are
Well,
things are
Oregon's
moving
not closed yet, right?
I mean, Oregon's 3 cities total, so it's like
Yeah, and by the way, the eastern
and
side,
they've got all the mail-in votes
there's
anyway.
Klobuchar being predicted the winner.
Yes.
I think we're showing Fox News too. I mean, listen, that's just how it goes. Razzle-dazzle says
But I mean,
198 to
remember,
109.
Fox News was the one that called Arizona for Trump. I mean, for Biden in 2020, and we were all looking at them. What are you talking about? What are you doing? And so Fox News can't fully be trusted on results because they're willing to jump the gun for Democrats. Unfortunately, that's funny. They're calling that 33 to 66.7.
Right.
I'm not sure how they.
It's too bad Gillibrand couldn't get taken out. There's just some of these phony politicians that just they need to lose. But Oh,
Well, they
some
had
of these
it was
states,
it was a
so
rhino
sad.
running against
I know,
her.
it's so sad.
You know, there was actually
Bernie Sanders gonna win.
Yeah,
He's
there was a
called.
very cool independent who is running in New York as well because
How
New
old is
York had
Bernie?
oh man, I don't know, but
Why-
yeah, he
why
just
is
got a
he
6-year
running again?
term. He just got a 6-year term, and what was crazy when he announced that he was going to run for re-election, he made this whole video, and the entire video it was sounding like he was going to say that I am not running for re-election.
I have to ask once again. Oh, he's 83 years old. Bernie Sanders will be. I mean, this is just how pathetic these people are. He's gonna be 89 years old by the end of this term.
Right.
Yeah, but whenever there's a military budget, he can still run to the floor to vote for it. So
Yeah,
he's still in shape for
he's
that.
a little bitch. Honestly, Bernie Sanders in all politics
Oh, he's
is
a sellout,
little
yeah.
bitch. He got. I mean, literally was gonna win in 2016, and they stole it from him, and then he just endorses Hillary Clinton.
Right.
This Pennsylvania thing is crazy. It's 50% reporting, and it's like 50.1 to 49.
I mean, that's what everyone was reading.
That's crazy.
That's razor thin. Pennsylvania's huge. I mean, I'm not going to say what Andy's going to say. Oh, Virginia's won. It's like, I don't think so. But it is fun to watch Virginia. I'll put it that way. Right now, let me see. None of the battlegrounds have been called. Trump's leading in North Carolina. He's had a 5-point lead for quite a bit of time in Georgia, although I haven't analyzed down to the core. Trump just pulled ahead in Pennsylvania, I think. And then Wisconsin, he's leading in. In Michigan, I believe
He's down right now. Yeah, down by 1.2 points.
In what? In
Michigan.
Yeah, and then he's leading in Wisconsin.
Count
By
of
the way,
how Wisconsin has 359 votes out of 369 registered.
Trump is leading in New Mexico.
359 out of 369.
Trump is leading with a 5-point lead in New Mexico with a quarter of the votes in. I think we're going to be at least another hour until we start finding some things out. They did call Kansas for Trump, even though he's down right now in Kansas. That was just
he's
one
up.
thing. Well, it
He's
just
up
showed
now.
up there on the screen that he was down.
Well,
Yeah, I saw
what
some-
I'm seeing, he's up.
That's what I was seeing as well. For some reason it was lagging. But obviously they know he's up because, it's just the districts that haven't been called. Yeah, there's a lot of things in politics that are scientific, and then there's some things that you just don't know. But
Oh, and they're calling Maine. I don't know if it's fair to call Maine quite yet, but that's the thing. I guess they decide to call things. They all want to be the
As long as the
first.
polls are closed, it doesn't hurt anything. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? As long as polls are closed everywhere, as people are still voting. I mean, they are still voting in California or whatever, but
That's actually a question that I have is, so I saw it's the AP that's calling stuff, right? Is that like
a lot of people call.
Yeah.
okay. So are those like official, like
No,
Nobody's
nothing's official until
Oh.
you certify the results.
that's super annoying.
Yes, it's very controversial.
It's like the which side or which news source are you going to watch the most? It's weird.
Isn't that like everything though?
Yeah,
Right?
and I'm glad you're watching us. If you're here.
Well, it's called The Truth Hurts. We're not here to lie to you.
I love their little glitch for that split second where we had 400,000 people.
I wish I did
watching.
you screenshot it?
What's that?
Did you screenshot it?
No, I only saw it on my. I saw it on this, and I was trying to look for it up there.
Oh, that's too bad.
I mean, is
That-
that many people in Minnesota watching election results? Yeah, probably. I guess.
But
if you
that's
think
why I
about
thought like we got some national. I mean, we're doing an election night show. Like if people start surfing on, I thought maybe somehow people jump on to watch the results.
Well, they can.
This huge
it.
audience.
You don't have to live in Minnesota and Wisconsin to watch it, although most of our audience does come from Minnesota. Harris wins Colorado even with those Venezuelan gangs taking over those apartments. I know, isn't that pathetic? It says razzle dazzle. Yeah, I mean, no shocker. Colorado went blue a long time ago. There's a great book about it. It's called The Blueprint. You should check that out. Understand why they won Colorado, which used to be a reliably red Western state.
And I'm seeing for the U.S. Senate in Ohio, Bernie Moreno is up on Sherrod Brown, which
did
would
see
be
that,
a
yeah.
flip. And then we also have Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania up on Bob Casey just barely by 1/10 of a point.
So
But, those
they're
would be two
following
flips.
so they're following the top ticket then.
Right. And also, what should be said, too, those were both races where they were making ads with President Trump
Right.
saying, I'm Trump's best friend. We're going to work together. Really? Then why'd you try to impeach him? So I think that the voters have seen through it, and hopefully these numbers stay consistent. It's I was a little nervous today, and it's things are moving in the right direction. I have so little
What was
faith
making
in
you so nervous today?
the
Explain it
rigging,
to
the
me.
cheating. You know,
Right,
I
there's a
know
lot
that-
of stories coming out right now.
I'm seeing some of those stories and whatnot, but you
Bomb
know,
threats and
I had a feeling. You know, of course, I thought Trump was going to win no matter what. But I was watching his rally last night, and he was standing up there with his family, and you know, that's how he was ending the rally. Him and his, his sons, his daughters, and they were all up there speaking. And I just had this sadness come over me for a second because I thought, this can't be it. This can't be it. We need to give it to him. And I'm glad that the rest of the country is feeling that way too, because if we were to have given this thing to Kamala, I mean, it's the end of the country. It's the end of everything, because she's going to cause World War III. And she says Iran is our toughest, is our biggest enemy in the world. Iran won't respect her. Iran has no respect for Joe Biden, so of course they wouldn't respect Kamala Harris. It's so basically what I'm saying is I was nervous just because of the fraud, but based on how things are looking right now, assuming things stay consistent and assuming that we don't get any ballots dropped in the middle of the night.
Yeah, some of these bomb threats keep coming in. Tushy has a thing he really wants to show off, Jake.
Okay, what do you got?
I'm not. I don't know.
No.
What it was supposed to be, Dawson. When I guess I have to show him even earlier. I thought I came almost an hour before the showtime. I say, hey, Dawson, like jump in with this, like silver alert, you know.
You just texted this to me like now. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, I emailed to you, but yeah, no, like I said, I should have. I guess I need to like come in with
Don't plug your
Instructions.
tech.
more planning, you know.
No, but I mean, this sounds like a serious thing.
Yeah.
I guess is David Hand missing Tushy? I mean,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
That's the joke. It's clearly
What's the joke here?
It's
I don't
clearly from me.
Has
you know
he
what I
not?
mean? But,
Has he not been?
like I wanted
has he not
Dawson
been
to jump
seen?
in. Like, here, guys, I have to interrupt. We have a silver alert. You know, like when somebody goes.
Well, you guys didn't rehearse this one very well.
I
did
know
you?
that's the thing.
Not once.
That's what I was saying. Like, if somebody wanders off from the nursing home, it's like silver alert. This old man is missing. You know, like David Hand is totally missing. He hasn't been seen in weeks.
Well, what's the deal? Has he really not been seen?
Yeah, he hasn't. He went to one event last month that was like October 24th or whatever. He's nowhere to
And
be
I
found.
didn't see him anytime really
This is-
before that.
he-
This is
He
the
bring-
Republican Party chair of Minnesota, just so people
Dawson
know.
knows who he is too, because Dawson was like, "Bring that bastard on here," you know, like he won't come on our show. But he doesn't do anything. I mean, he's like he makes his $10,000 a month and he's nowhere to be found.
The
He's-
only reason I know who David Hand is because I watch his fantastic podcast with
Oh, yeah, right.
whatever
Well,
their name is.
So I guess he does.
Are they
do
still
something.
doing
He
that,
does
by the way?
podcasts.
I have no.
I think they. I mean, are they really doing it? I think they've had 6 episodes. So,
I think it's
I
AI.
guess
That's
they had Walter on. I mean that was a good one. That was great. Real captivating, and I like to listen to Liberty champions. Like Walter Hudson, because I really don't like the establishment, and that's why I look to people like Walter for the answers on things.
Oh, geez. Don't ever change, Jesse. You're too much fun.
Well, I know Walter did predict that they were going to take back the majority in the House.
Yeah.
He went out and said
I mean, it could happen.
no, it could. Well, we will see.
It definitely could happen.
see.
I just
He's-
don't see
He's
it.
paid to say that. He's paid by the party to, oh yeah, we're gonna win.
I think he's
really,
paid to provide strategic outreach and engagement.
But we
Right?
should
He
say
says,
also,
I know he is because of your show. You're giving him a platform here.
right, but we should also say why the Minnesota House is not going to be flipping towards the Republicans, and it's because of the corrupt HRCC. The House Republican Campaign Conference has been spending $35,000 on all of these unendorsed rhinos in primaries in red districts. So these were districts that were never going to flip. They never had a chance of going to the Democrats, but they decided to pour in tens of thousands of dollars to help these unendorsed rhinos when the people of the district, when it was the delegates of these individual districts, like in 10A, that went out to these endorsing conventions and refused to endorse rhinos like Ron Krisha. But the HRCC didn't care. They wasted all that money. All of that money should have been spent on swing district general elections. I don't want to see the HRCC spend a penny in the primary, no matter what. So I want to see them spend all of their money in the general elections in swing districts. That's how the Democrats win. They don't seem to be having all these problems with primaries, and that's because they allow whoever wins the primary to be their candidate. And that's how the Republican Party needs to be. Let the primary happen, let the endorsement happen, let the people speak, and then run with it from there. We are the ones who are supposed to decide the fate of the Republican Party, not the HRCC, not Oompa Loompa Josh Heinzman, not David Hand, who is apparently missing. This is the kind of stuff that is up to we the people. And so if the Republicans ever want to take over the state house again, they better become unified. They better stop spending money against conservatives in important red districts, because if you do that, all you're going to do is divide us even more. So
I'll agree with every bit of that and add to it also the staff. I mean, think about, and I know they don't like me, right? They want to leave me over here rather than like just think what a resource I could be for a swing district, to actually flip a seat. Which I got a bunch of tapes from, I mentioned earlier in the show, Nathan Hirschbach in my home district, a district that was not even on anybody's radar as winnable. He's far outperforming Joe Tayrab. He's outperforming Trump and Royce, and he's like, still he could win it. Like that could be a major upset. But all these staffers that were in the swing districts, they pulled them to go in and do work, go knock doors for Ron Krisha or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can never catch up from that. So in other words, it's exponential. But a lot of people, I can't give away all the secrets to getting elected, but there's a lot of it's people that watch this show are probably big on policy. We're policy people. We need to cut spending and so on. There are a ton of people they don't understand policy. They don't care about policy. If they cared about policy, they'd be a Republican or a Democrat. So people whose votes are actually up for grabs, they fall into two categories. One, they don't really care about policy that much, and they say they vote for the person. Or two, they know that they're going to disagree with some policy issues, like maybe, well, I don't really care that much about abortion. I don't really care about school since I don't have a kid, but I care about, cost of groceries or whatever, and interest rates. They care about some things, not others. So with both of those people, if you had a staff person, say you had a staffer that was, say, in Sue X district or another swing district making phone calls and finding out where people were, are they Democrats, are they Republicans, are they independents? And if they're independents, what issues do they care about? Then Sue Eck or whoever the candidate is can go reach them, can go knock on their doors and meet them and reach them on the issues that they care about. And since so many of these people vote for the person, not I vote for the person. They'll say that all the time, and it's true. People can't even understand it. Like the politicos can't even understand that I vote for the person. When somebody shows up at your door and says, hello, hi, my name's Sue and I'm running for office, and they shake your hand, like you say, well, that lady came to my house, I'll vote for her. She showed up here,
Yeah.
And so she could go and knock 100 doors, or if there were staffers there calling on the phones, knocking doors, finding out who's a Republican and always going to vote Republican, who's a Democrat and always going to vote Democrat, who's an independent, and then send her to the doors of the independents, and she gets to meet every independent personally, and then they vote for her. That's how those seats are won or lost. That's how we would have a Senate majority if we don't win the Senate today. It's because they didn't do any of that. They just went around randomly, hit the doors again and again. We're on our 17th pass through the doors. Great, good for you. You haven't gotten any useful information, and everybody's just plowing ahead with every door rather than the candidate trying to hit independent voters. So that's as much of the details of how to win a campaign I should go into here. But they don't know how to. They don't do it right. They pull Jesse, you're 100% right. They spent all the resources and the money on Rhino Ron and Brian Johnson and all these
Greg
other people.
David's right.
But additionally, they pulled the staff out, and you'll never recover from that because they'll never be able to identify some of these voters that they could have identified in the spring, in the summer, in the fall. Now it's too late to identify them. It's too late to send the candidate after the independents, and it just spirals down into unwinnable now.
Right. We got some data coming in from Shakopee, which is a swing district in Minnesota. This is southwestern side of the cities. Brad Tapke, the clown, that's a Democrat who is the incumbent, is down in 2 precincts that he had won in 2022. Looks like he's down by a substantial amount. So that's some pretty good news. It maybe is indicative of how some of these other races are going to go. Now, Angie Craig still won that district.
Right. Which is even a better sign of things for Aaron Paul then, because if he's able to win at the same time, if Brad Tapke is losing at the same time as Angie Craig winning in the same precinct, that means that there was a lot of crossover then for people that either voted for Angie Craig or skipped it or whatever, and decided to vote for Aaron Paul. So that is a very good sign for things to come.
Speaking of Angie Craig, she's up by over 23% over Joe Tayrab right now.
Yep.
Over 23%.
How much do you think he spent on commercials? I mean, anytime I was watching football, there was Tay-Rab, and Angie Craig commercials. Which
I
I
see
thought-
more on Angie Craig, by the way, but I'm
Yeah.
not on CD2. Well, neither one of us are CD2.
Right.
But they're by network. 'Cause,
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the games are on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nebraska won by Trump.
Yep.
No shocker. Have we had anything move yet? I haven't seen.
Well, Virginia has flipped
Shoot.
back to Kamala. Let me
See, that's
where
why I was
that's
like,
at right
Andy's
now.
jumping the gun on this one.
But
Yeah,
again, it's
67%
within,
in, half a point separates them.
It, it's
but-
so close.
Yeah, but still, Trump is. I mean, that's the impressive thing is that it's.
But
that
he has
is-
expanded his lead in Pennsylvania. He is up by about 3 points in Pennsylvania with 55% in.
And he's held on in Georgia. He's got a 4-point lead in Georgia.
I
In
was
North
browsing through
Carolina,
some-
he's been leading by a lot. He's been leading by a lot. I never believed that Kamal was going to win North
And,
Carolina.
let's check in on the governor race of North Carolina, too. Let's see
Yeah.
how Mark Robinson's
I was
doing.
wondering if you're going to look that up.
Oh, yeah, let's see here.
I was browsing.
I mean,
Twitter.
74% in. We should know what's going on with Mark Robinson.
There are 9
The
votes
Democrat
in Drew's race.
the Democrat candidate for governor has been declared the winner of North Carolina governor race. It looks like Mark Robinson is down to about a little under 42%.
So do you think Mark Robinson comes clean about his porn site?
No, I think he's too deep in on the lie.
Yeah.
I think he's too deep.
Sounds like they
in.
don't believe him though.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously not. And yeah, I see the Libertarian got 3%, so that's probably where most of the anti-Robinson Republican votes went. There's also a Constitution Party candidate that got 1%. So there's that 4% that decided to get away from Robinson. I guess some of them maybe decided to vote for Josh Stein. There's some of these red states. Kentucky is one of them that likes to have a Democrat governor. Because if they have a Republican legislature, Republican state house, Republican state senate, sometimes some people get into the weeds on education or whatever issue and then decide to vote for a Democrat governor. North Carolina is one of them. They have a current governor that is a Democrat. So with that in mind, I guess it doesn't shock me that that's how the North Carolina governor race went. But it is interesting to see the separation between Trump and Mark Robinson on that.
We have results in 58B. The city of Denison, the little part of the city of Denison that crosses over into Rice County, which is 3 households, they have reported in, and Drew Roach is in the lead. And
All right.
I'm now comfortable calling 58B race for Drew Roach.
Nice.
It's official.
It's official.
As Pat Garofalo called it.
The Truth Hurts now calls 58B for Drew Roach.
Yeah.
See, it's that simple. That's all you got to do. Yeah, no, he's going to be a legislator.
And here,
Can you
let's
get
see
him on the
here.
phone?
He's going to zoom in with us too later
He
on.
is?
After
Okay.
And I'm
they're
looking
in
at
their own,
3A. We
Oh,
were
there's
talking
Mark
about-
Robinson right there on the screen.
Yeah, there we go. Yep, so it's been called. But I'm looking at District 3A for the Minnesota State House. And it is some very, very interesting results going on right now because the Forward Party, the third party candidate, is in the lead. The third party candidate is in the lead with 40% of the vote. And then the Democrat with 30%. And then Roger Scrabba the Troll with 20%.
How many of the vote is
There is 22 of 101 precincts reported. So it's
Well,
160
that seems
votes
crazy.
to 120 to 80. So,
Dude, Jesse, that is
forward party. I'd love to see it.
Jesse, that's a hell of a call, though. You literally called that before any of us that was going to be a fact. That I would say that seems to be enough of a sample size at this point to show you were right. It's going to skew the election results.
I knew it would.
By the way, we have a
I knew
Rumble
it
Rant.
would. And we got a Rumble Rant. I want to get to that. Yeah, Frosty
From the great
Girl,
Frosty Girl.
$25 Rumble Rant. We appreciate that. Says, thanks for hosting this. Appreciate everything you all do. Go Rumble Rants. We appreciate
Thank
that.
you so much. By the way, I when you guys were taking over the show when I was up north for MEA with the family, it is fun to do the Rumble Rant. If you're watching on Rumble, by the way, I think most of our audience does watch on Rumble. All you got to do is you click on whatever the button is, and then it's just that little. Well, I got an iPhone, but you do the face thing, and then I think it pulls out of your Apple funds, right?
That is
Did I say that right?
insane.
I think you got it out right this time.
I did get it right. Okay,
Yeah.
It's awesome. So thank you so much. This helps us fund what we're doing here. Independent news media. This great studio.
See my name.
By the way, we got a bunch of people in the back room right now. We got a party going on, which is sweet. What do you got, Tushy?
Yeah. There's a question up here for him. Razzle Dazzle Tushy. Do you think that Royce gets over 40%? I think that would be respectable.
It would be respectful.
And I'll answer
Very
that
respectful.
quickly. Yes. Now
I
on
say
to
yes
Tushy.
as well. And yeah, he had the last Republican, Newberger, only got 36%. But yes, Royce gets over 40% for sure. He's in the lead right now. That is incredible. The numbers you pointed out, once again, Roger Scraba has 135. The DFL has 138. And the Forward Party has 162.
That is crazy because, you know,
40 write-ins.
Right. Yeah, the write-ins had like
What
10%
in the
too.
hell?
Yeah, I don't know. That is insane. I don't even know what to say on
Dawson,
that.
pull up B2. Let's see if we can look at these results here. I think this is going to work.
Yeah, if you, I don't know if you just pulled up or
Secretary of
pulling up,
State's website.
Perfect. Yep.
Yeah.
That's where I'm looking at things. So go ahead and pull that up, Dawson. I'll tell you where to go from there.
Oh, no, it went right to the page.
Okay,
There you go.
perfect. Yeah. So, I mean, what's really interesting about this, too, because I was looking at this race, I was paying attention to it because
Clearly.
I just was curious about how things would end up shaking out. This Rich True, the Forward Party candidate, he does not have a website. He doesn't have anything. You know, at least the last time that I dug into this, I wasn't able to find a single thing. He doesn't have a website, doesn't have a web page, doesn't have a single thing going on. So I'm wondering, how is he getting all these votes? You know, was he door knocking? Was he out there talking to people? I don't know. I'd like to know who this Rich True is and how he got this many votes. It's very interesting to see that this is coming out the way that it is. I mean, if I have my choice on how things are going to shake out, I'd like to see a third party get thrown into the House and see how they would react. But, I mean, who knows what this guy even stands for?
This is so unprecedented in Minnesota. None of us are experts per se in 3A. By the way, 3A is the most interesting district in Minnesota. It is actually now
Why do you say that?
geographically. It's now geographically the largest
it's the
district.
biggest.
It encompasses
Hold on,
an
he does
area.
have a website.
Senate District 3 is actually larger than the state of Massachusetts.
It doesn't surprise me. So 3A basically goes from International Falls all the way over to Grand Marais. So for those that don't know Minnesota that well, it basically encompasses the whole Boundary Waters canoe area, which there's no population in. So, I mean, this is where the moose live in Minnesota, other than, you know, the northwestern moose.
Now, we spent a bunch of time up there,
Bird.
a bunch of us with Action for Liberty, and so Fletcher Carper was up there.
And
a bunch-
Jesse's
bunch of
family's from
folks.
the Iron Range, so, yeah, he
Jesse's
knows the
family's up.
dynamics.
So the old district, like, so Sandsted's district, Julie Sandsted's former district where we were knocking
Current
against Sandstead.
Spencer Igo.
A bunch of that district, all the stuff north of Nashwauk, all those areas were all Sandsted's district. Same with Side Lake, the beautiful town of Side Lake, and the French Township and that whole area was Julie Sandsted's. All of that is now Scraba's. It all, like with redistricting, the district went way south. It went way into Sandsted's district and Listlegard's district, and it got bigger. It'll get bigger again next time. You
Right,
know?
and the Iron Range is flipping to more and more conservative, so that is pretty interesting. Dawson, go ahead and pull up line B4. I just figured out that this Forward Party candidate has a website. So this is apparently the guy that is leading in District 3A right now, Rich
young
True.
dude.
Not left, not right, forward. Let's go and
Leading the
scroll down a
Republican
little bit.
and the Democrat. Look at that.
Right. Okay. In the last session, the DFL and GOP failed to pass a bonding bill. This is a critical source of funding for many small communities in District 3A that cannot afford to go without the quality roads, sewers, and bridges. As a state representative, Rich True's top priority every year is those bonding bill. Okay, well, don't like that.
Him and
So,
Scraba.
yeah,
Him and
obviously,
Scraba both.
he
They're
like-
fighting
yeah.
who loves
I know.
He sounds
I
like
don't
the
know.
other candidates.
I know exactly. He's exactly the same on that issue. So that's interesting. Okay, bipartisan deal broker. I guess that, you know, it sounds okay in the a concept, but you know, once you get in there, it's not actually how it works. He says he is a strong advocate. He will be the strongest advocate in the House for ranked choice voting to end gerrymandering and the institution of term limits for all elected officials. So I guess 2/3
Okay.
of that sounds good. And even
All right, we got a rumble
different
rant.
forms of ranked choice voting are different. Yeah, we got $5 Rumble Rant. Rad Trad 01 says, my friend who is a self-professed commie voted Republican all the way down for the first time in his life. He hates the current Democratic Party so much. Go DePel.
So he voted for DePel? That's an interesting. That is really interesting. I mean, self-professed commie. It probably just doesn't. I had a friend that said he was a commie once. He had no idea what that is. He's a big Trump supporter. So Some people just don't know what the hell they're talking about. All right, continue on. This is so fascinating.
Yeah, go
By
ahead
the
and
way,
go back to the
mega
website.
props to you here, Jesse. You literally called this. I don't think anyone was calling this.
Nobody knew
beforehand.
this. Nobody knew this guy existed.
Right. But literally, that's what he said. He's like, I see Skreba losing because this Forward Party. Now, you didn't predict Forward Party was going to win.
I didn't.
And
Right.
we don't know, but he's got such a large percentage of vote already. It seems to me that it's going to play into this.
Right.
Even if he just hit the maybe these are the only precincts he's going to do well in. It's probably
Maybe.
taken enough vote away already.
Maybe
Right.
it's
Yeah.
his home
I'm
town
really
or whatever,
really
but yeah.
wondering about this thing. Go ahead and scroll down. I see
Someone-
he's got some endorsements here. Forward Party of Minnesota, which I didn't even realize there was a Forward Party of Minnesota.
Yeah,
They're
this
not
was
even a minor party.
wasn't this what
It's Yang's
Andrew
party.
Yang.
Andrew Yang was starting? Yeah.
And so Andrew Yang.
Well, no,
people
hold
should-
on. They were gonna have a WCCO guy run.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Corey Hepola.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
yep.
So he was considering a governor run. Ultimately decided not to do it.
yeah. Didn't want to hurt Walls.
I don't know if this is, with Yang's blessing. For example, Andrew Yang, he's still a Democrat at the end of the day. Andrew Yang is. So I've seen him where he pretends like he wants this third party thing, but when it gets in the face of certain Democrats, then all of a sudden he backs down. So,
Read this BDC comment. This is
oh yeah,
hilarious.
okay. BDC.
So, by the way,
says,
for people that don't know, Roger Skreba is a Republican incumbent in 3A.
Yeah.
And they just swung the district last election. Go ahead, read
Yep.
this.
So
straight.
he says, I was at the CD8 convention in 2022 when Skraba spoke. He started with, I ran as a Democrat and lost. I ran as an independent and lost. I ran as a Republican and finally won. Woo. WTF. And Wheezy Mama says, Skraba is so squishy. That's true. And actually, Nathan Wiesenberg knows that firsthand because he went up into Skraba's district, and Skraba was weak-kneed when it came to gun control. Wiesenberg stood his ground, and, I think that's... and this comment here, where BDC 1450, you make a good point because I had known this about this Roger Skraba. He had run, this is like his fourth or fifth time running for the state house. He dreams and dreams and dreams of being a local politician. I mean, give me a break. Who wants to do that? But that's his dream, okay? So he finally gets it. And, it's right that he, I looked at these races a while ago. It's probably been a year or two since I dug into it. But he did run as a Democrat. He did run as an independent. And, eventually, I guess all of a sudden now he's a Republican. It seems as if he kind of does as he's told. I don't know if he's ever spoken on the floor, to be perfectly honest with you. I watched a lot of the House floor sessions. I don't know if I could tell you or point to a single time Skraba really said anything. So he's a total rhino, do as he's told. Obviously he votes the right way most of the time because that's what he has. That's the way the party's voting. But, it's just interesting to see here. And I'm seeing apparently there is a CD8 chair for the Forward Party. So that's interesting to see here. And
so what are these endorsements? Ford Party, Tim Meyer. Who's the guy on
Yeah.
the right? I can't see it.
and the last guy
that's
is
the CD8 chair?
Yeah, the Atlee Rennan. So yeah, he's the CD8 chair. And yeah, this is interesting. I hadn't seen his website before.
Scroll
I
down,
think that's
Dawson.
because on the Secretary of State's website it doesn't list anything. He's got the new flag in there, so that tells you a little
that's
bit
all you
about
need to
him.
know, yeah.
But this is really interesting to see how this one is going to shake out here. I think Skrab is done. That was what I was thinking from the jump here. So
Does it say
get
where
the
this guy
feeling-
lives? Hold on, what does it say there?
at the
does it have
bottom.
an address on there?
Let's see here.
It's supposed to have an
contact us.
address.
Yeah, it just says prepared and paid for by campaign fund of Rich True.
Two Harbors. Oh, is he in Two Harbors? Well, let's take a look at the precincts that have come in. Boy, if it's Ely that came in already, that would be really interesting.
Oh, Scrabble was the mayor of Ely. So
right, that's what I'm saying.
right.
Carpenter Township, North Unorganized Precinct, International Falls.
North Unorganized.
No,
Jesse's
Coochie
family
King.
precinct.
Yeah.
He's not leading. It's not like it's all Two Harbors. Let's see here. Where is Two Harbors on here?
You said Coochie? That's
Yep.
yeah, that's Coochie County. So this is the western part of the district. It's Jesse's,
Correct.
Itasca, and then
Yeah.
I'm trying to find Two Harbors
Well,
on.
yeah, no, and that's the thing. I wish I could. I should go back and watch some of this stuff because I remember I was digging into the stuff about Scrab at the time when he was running because There was a guy that had on Roger Scrabble. Maybe I should tell this story here. There was a gentleman who would run against him for 3A, beat him for the endorsement, and then Roger Scrabble went to him, talked to him, and said, "Please drop out. I can win this race. I'm not sure you can." The guy drops out. Then it's just between him and the guy who was running against him. His name is slipping my mind. It was something Johnson, Brian Johnson, or something along those lines. So this Johnson guy is running against him, and the District 3A scheduled an endorsing convention for the only time that this Johnson couldn't show up to the endorsing convention. He said, "I have a wedding on this particular date. I can be there any other day, any other time. I just can't be there for this one day." So what do? They schedule it for right then. They don't tell him, and the next thing you know, he finds out Roger Scrabble endorsing. He didn't even have a chance to compete for it. So he ran a primary, but unfortunately, Roger Scrabble was able to win that one. And nobody ran against Scrabble this time, so it's not like he can really complain about Republicans dividing anything. So the Republicans in that area are allowing this former Democrat transplant, who is a total stand for nothing, do nothing rhino, to hang on to his seat. But we'll see if that's going to be the case.
Well, so best I can tell, so Two Harbors precincts aren't in the district. I'm assuming he's from the Two Harbors area, Silver Creek Townships, probably. By the way, this is all North Shore. This is the best part of Minnesota. Love it up there. So
and he's still in the lead.
And Silver Creek hasn't come in, so you would imagine this is really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is very fascinating.
It is.
And Jesse called it.
And it's going to be, this is so rural, it's going to take a long time for these things to trickle in.
Yeah.
In fact, 2 years ago, when we were watching House Child's results come in, it was like they were just trickling in because this is so big and so rural.
Mm-hmm. Dustin, could you pull up a picture of Roger Scrabble? I just want people to see this guy. I just want people to know what we're talking about because I call him a troll, but it's.
I could see why you want him to pull up a picture.
Yeah. Wait. Why?
Yeah.
Which comment? Oh, is he a trans politician? Is that what you're talking about?
Look at all these comments, dude.
Right. Yup. No, and that's the thing. He is a total. Can you zoom in on that, Dawson?
Someone says that I think they've misspelled the representative's name, but the dude looks like Scrabble's illegitimate kid.
Yeah.
Back out of there. Is there a full-size picture?
He does, though.
Yeah.
He does. Like,
Is there like a...
would that be something?
There you go. Let's...
If it was vengeance, if this guy figured out... that
do the
Scrabble
one where he was standing behind the podium. No, not that one. Not where he's sitting.
That must
That
be
one.
an old picture.
To the right. There you go. And then there was one to the right of that.
Yeah,
if you go
to the
back,
right where he's with
that one
someone.
might be a good one. Exit out of there, Dawson. Go to the right. Yep, that one.
Yeah, there we go. That's Roger Scrabble.
Democrat.
There, yep.
So, I mean, if you're looking for conservative values in northern Minnesota, don't go to Roger Scrabble because he's not going to do anything for you. Love
tall is
Minnesota.
Scrabble?
Ask, how tall is he? Yeah, I mean, I bet he's probably Heinzman size. He's probably about that Oompa Loompa length. So,
He's,
if I had to guess, I'd say he's
almost spit out my
5'5",
water.
I think
5'6".
he's shorter than me. I know that. Yeah. He's probably, I'm trying to think. I think he's about Heinzman's height, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe a little shorter. Yeah.
What's Heinzman estimated at height-wise?
4'8".
He is not that short. He is not that short.
Oh, all right, we're gonna keep tabs on this race. This race is so interesting. Oh my God. It's 27% in, so a quarter of the votes. I mean, you got to imagine. Let's see. Rich True's got 162 votes.
Yeah. Still in the lead, yeah, with 34%, then the Democrat with 29%, then Roger Scrabble with 28.5%. So, I mean, this is one that I don't expect this third party to hold and maintain this lead, but it's going to be one that's, interesting enough to follow and much more of an impact than anyone could have expected. Because, I haven't heard anybody saying anything about this race.
Trump's leading in Michigan now, 50 to 48.5.
Oh, yeah.
A quarter of the votes in. Wisconsin's got more votes in, and he's leading by a point there.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia, he's down. I think Andy jumped the gun on that one. I like the optimism.
Mm-hmm.
Up by 2 points in North Carolina, and he still has a 3-point lead in Georgia. Georgia's at 88%. All these are too close to call. No one wants to make these calls.
He basically has double the Electoral College votes confirmed that Kamala does. He is sitting at 210, Kamala at 112. So, I mean, this is, he just needs 60 more electoral votes, and then we're done. We got it. So, I mean, this is, he's got it as it's sitting right now between Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. It's over.
It's looking great. Boy, it would sure be nice to have some commentary from the first legislator in Minnesota to have endorsed Donald Trump.
It sure would.
Why, is he on the phone?
Hey!
Oh, hey, there we go. What's up, America?
America.
We got Senator Wiesenberg. I'm guessing you're probably watching our feed right now. By the way, this is not one of the guys from ZZ Top. This is a state senator in Minnesota, for those that don't know. No, he's not on Duck Dynasty. This is a state senator from Little Falls, Minnesota. How you doing there, Nate Wiesenberg?
Pretty good. Been watching what's going on. I was just on another podcast, so I had to come over here and play too. Yeah, things are looking good. Look at that blue wall. Right now it looks all red. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, it's looking red right now. I mean, we don't know much. Minnesota's already. I mean, Trump's up in Minnesota, but
Right. Well,
honestly,
there's not a
there's
lot.
been nothing reported. But so is the Ford Party in 3A. So, what are your thoughts on that?
But first of all, I wanted to comment on what Paul said. I endorsed Trump back last year. It just popped up on Facebook. So like last year, November 2nd, I think. And then Ben Davis endorsed Donald Trump soon after. And that was it. No one other Republican endorsed Donald Trump in Minnesota.
They all were running around with Nikki Haley.
So what'd you say about 3A? What'd you have to
Are
know?
you following
Okay,
this? 3A,
so
Roger
Scrabba is in third place in 3A. The number one person is a third-party candidate of the Forward Party. The Democrats in second place, and incumbent Roger Scrabba's in third place. Both of the other people have over 100 votes, and Scrabba's got like 108 or something. And there's also 40 write-ins. If that wasn't bad enough, there's 40 write-ins.
Well, and the funny thing is there, Paul, is we literally said let's just stay out of the race there because that's a seat that if I go in there I'm not going to win it, right? But let's not go in there and fight and let's see what happens. And apparently people don't like him.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And then we got the U.S. Senate race where
He got lucky. I mean, the only reason he won was because the people were sick of Democrats, and he
fake
just
news-
happened to be the Republican on the ballot at the time.
some of the fake news media called it for Amy, but Royce says, and I quote, "Let's play for keeps, you commie bastards." And he puts a screenshot of him up 60-40 over Amy.
Has Royce been tweeting lately? No, that's his last. Oh, no, wait. 5 minutes ago, term limits, he wrote. He's showing that he's up 52 to 44. Oh, God.
Hell yeah.
Do you think Royce is just having fun, or do you think he doesn't know? Like, what do you think?
He's
oh, my
having
God.
fun.
Dennis, sit
Of course
down.
he's having fun.
Hey, Nate, I got your uncle on set. Sit down, Dennis. No, right in here. Let's get you on set.
Yeah, join us.
We literally have Nate's uncle, although we don't have a headset for you. So,
Eric.
unfortunately, not going to be able to hear him. But Dennis is sitting right here on set.
That's awesome.
Say hi to your nephew.
Hey there, Nate. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hey, I sent a picture of me as Hulk Hogan to Tucci earlier today.
Did you?
And I was enjoying his shirt.
I love the shirt, by the way. It's a great
perfect.
shirt.
Yeah, your Hulk Halloween costume was great. Did you talk about my other Halloween costume at all yet?
Did you talk about his other Halloween costume yet?
Well, I think I talked to one of the people that I was sitting with from.
Put this
Shakopee.
microphone like right in front.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Well, I was talking to one of the guys from Shakopee, and actually Larry from over in Princeton. I showed him your garbage bag voting outfit. He got a big kick out of that because he was wearing his Blaze high visibility vest.
Nate, you posted that on Facebook, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I put it on my Senate page.
But
So-
not only did you have a good Halloween costume, but other people dressed up as you for Halloween as well. Party officers, in fact.
Oh, it took me a second there on that one. That's right. Yes, someone had a tasteful image of you by a gas can. Of course,
Tasteful.
their gas can was about half the size of your gas
Yeah.
can. I
Yeah, about
noticed.
a third.
A third. There you go.
So, but yeah, you got party officers dressing up as me calling himself Senator Weasel Dick. And that's who representing our party. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I don't care what people do. It's funny, but that's who's representing our party. That's just stupid.
Well,
we know they don't represent anybody.
It gets worse.
Yeah, we know that. It's crazy. So.
Well, you think Trump's going to pull us off tonight?
Yes.
Breaking news. Wiesenberg predicts Trump's going to win.
Nate, did you see the silver alert today?
Alert, no.
A few other people didn't think it was that hilarious. I make myself laugh, but
yeah.
There was a silver alert went out today. Attention, silver alert! It's election day in Minnesota, and the polls close in 4.5 hours. And MN GOP Chairman David Hand has not been seen since October 24th.
I did see that. Yes, actually. Oh man, he's got to go.
3 years in.
Well, that's the thing. I had to Google what silver alert meant. I thought it was what it was, but yeah, no. I mean, he really is. I mean, where is he? It's like he should be leading this whole Trump movement, but obviously, I mean, he isn't MAGA. David Hand hates Donald Trump.
He hates Donald.
Yeah, he was an anti-Trump guy from 2015 even to now. So I mean, he bites his tongue. He doesn't say what he really thinks now, but. David Hand is the reason that we have all these failures because he refuses to hold the HRCC accountable when they help all these unendorsed rhinos. David Hand is the one who sends out these emails attacking Action for Liberty. He's the one that's dividing the grassroots. And so I'm with you on that. I think David Hand needs to go too.
Oh, guys,
December is the time to do it.
I got some bad news for you. I don't know what happened with the results earlier in 3A, but apparently it was a glitch.
No.
Yeah, I hit refresh.
I don't know if it was really a glitch, but anyway, but it's
I'm taking a screenshot
it's now saying 28% reporting.
Yeah, it's 822 to 561 to 185 to 40. So the 185 and the 40 are still the same.
But see, that's the thing is Jesse still happens to be somewhat correct in the sense that this third party is going to make an impact in this race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
However, it looks like it's taking a lot from the Democrats.
Well,
you think? I don't know.
Well, what did Scrabo win it by last time?
Like 6 votes.
I mean,
that's right. It was really close.
it was razor thin.
13, I think. But yeah, it's.
And Wiesenberg, tell us, you were up there with Scraba at one point for gun rights. What happened there?
So I had a Second Amendment rally up in Ely, and I was trying to put pressure on Grant House because we had all the bad votes coming up. So I let them know I was coming. I wasn't just going to show up. So I showed up, and we had this rally at the VFW or something. And actually, the national was it the Sierra Club? Like president showed up from Washington D.C. to protest me. It was kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
I showed up to talk about the Second Amendment, and right off the bat, people were giving me shit and saying, guns are bad and evil and whatever. And I told the guy to sit down and shut the fuck up. This is my thing. Like, you can be an adult, raise your hand, and I will call. But otherwise, get the fuck out of the room. So it's like, and then Roger's like, oh, no, let's settle down. I'm like, we're not going to settle down. We're talking about the Second Amendment here, buddy. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
But the guy, he did settle down, which was good. And, we talked, and then, other people started getting uppity a little bit. And I went off, and then Roger's like, well, let's just, we got to come to there's no common ground. Don't touch our guns. So that's just the way it is. So yeah, he was squishy there. Ben Dorr came up, so that was good. He shot a video and stuff, but it was good to be up there. But yeah, you can see how he wasn't fighting for the Second Amendment like everybody should be. So yeah, these people, man, they're just nuts.
Yeah.
And there's a guy on my Facebook page trolling me on my Senate page, my for Senate page, not my actual Senate page. And he's like, well, I think we need some common sense gun reform. I'm like, okay, bye. Not a thing, buddy. Oh, man.
By the way, I forgot to mention, so Action for Liberty is doing a Christmas event, and they are going to give away an AR-15 like they always do, although this is a special AR-15. It's definitely not one that was carried by Tim Walz in war. So they will be giving away a weapon not carried by Tim Walz in war. That piece of crap. See, this is the thing about this election today. It's like the idea that Tim Walz gets a promotion just doesn't sit right with me.
You get rid of him though.
Yeah, but why should we be stuck with him again?
Yeah, but you know the crazy person we get instead of him? I mean, she's
Right.
no better.
What's her name?
Flanagan, Peggy Flanagan.
I've heard that somewhere. I don't know where.
Oh, we've talked about her on the show.
Yeah,
she's
she's
the one that had that
Lieutenant Governor.
trans shirt. Oh, Bad Ad Harry. We haven't seen Bad Ad Harry in a while. Had fun last year. Looking forward to the party this year. That's right.
She's a lady with the knife shirt.
Yeah, that said protect trans kids.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And the media didn't really want to report about that or even ask her what does that
Little
mean.
shout out to Drew Roach, outperforming every other Republican on the ticket. Over 66% of the vote with more than half the returns in.
Are we ready to call that? We have
I
called
called it
that. Let's
after the first
get Drew.
Little
Let's
City.
get rid of this stinking senator.
Well,
and let's
we
get
don't
Drew
know, we
Roach
don't
on
know
the
if Drew's
phone.
ready yet because he's at his own event, you know? His own event
This
with
is
his
the
own
Truth
constituents.
Hurts.
But,
What, doesn't he have time for the Truth Hurts?
well, he's going to be on, but it's
Okay.
like, he'll
Don't
be on-
rush
he
it.
said he'd be on when he wins, you know, so
Don't
he's
rush
still
it.
with his people, you know?
I did
I'm sure he's
send
got to
him-
give a speech to them, right?
What's that?
I did send him the link. I don't know if he received
Okay.
it, but I sent
But that's
Well,
what,
Nate, this I'm
we
sick
were
of having
talking
these
about, we were
headsets
talking
on.
with
So
Drew, though,
what-
I
let-
said,
Yep.
you know, when he was
I
knocking
have one
doors and
question. I have one question
question.
for Paul before I sign out. How are things going with Hirschbach?
looking really good. So most of the stuff is not posted yet in the Secretary of State. There's only 2 precincts reported, but there's like I got tapes from 8 other precincts, and he's outperformed in most of the precincts from what we expected. So he's still right on the lines. Like he's got a 50-50 chance to flip a Democrat district. So
that'd be
it's
huge.
looking good. It'd be huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing well. He's outperforming all the other Republicans. So Drew and Hirschbach both. But yeah, I was talking to Drew. I mean, I was like, yeah, you're going to win. But like, if you come in and you get more than Trump, more than Tayrab, more than Finstad, more than Royce, more than everybody, like then you'll see that people like you and you've done the work and he's done the work and he's outperforming everybody. So
Actually, one more thing, and I'll log out. I've got I might have another tie to auction off there too that people are going to want. So
Yeah, that tie that you auctioned off last year went for like $550, I think.
that's right. Don't touch my chainsaws.
Yep. Well, thank you, Senator Wiesenberg. Thanks for joining us.
All right, America.
America.
You know, I have another interesting race that we could check up on if we want to here.
you chase our senator away. We don't even know when we have Drew coming on.
Dude,
But
I
yeah,
was I was getting so sick of having this headset on.
Right. But Dawson, pull up B5. Let's pull up the link on line B5 because there's an interesting county commissioner race that's going on in Itasca County. And the reason it's so interesting, people remember when I was going against the Keith Ellison nominee in Itasca County, one of the county commissioners who was giving me a hard time and was fighting back against it was Burl Ives. Now, Burl Ives died a month ago, but he's still on the ballot. So go ahead and scroll down. It looks like Burl Ives is in the lead. Burl Ives is, he's got 73% of the vote to 25%. This guy, Brian, that's running against him, kind of a nut job. I saw one thing where he got banned from a high school for a year because he was drunk and yelling profanities and whatnot. So, I mean, he would have my vote. But there were 3 write-in candidates who filed for this office. 2 of them decided to drop out and endorse the dead guy. That way they can have a special election after the fact. It's the way that things are looking right now, it's only 1 of 7 precincts that are being counted, but I think that's pretty much clear-cut. I think Burl Ives, the dead guy, is going to win an election for county commissioner in Itasca County. So the fallout of that will be very interesting to see. The special election, how that's all going to work. It's just uncommon to see someone dead win, but I could tell that was going to be the way that this one was ultimately going to work out here. But
are you telling me the guy named Burr Lives is dead?
Burl.
On the ballot?
Burl Ives.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, not
Yeah.
quite Burr Lives. But
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. That would make it much better, but no.
All right. I got a race to call. This is a really fun one for me. Dawson, pull up the B3. This is exciting. Just in, Donald Trump is the predicted winner of Iowa with 70% of the vote, and he
Yeah.
wins 56 to Kamala 42%. This is where the Des Moines Register had a poll, and it said, "Oh well, Kamala's winning in Iowa," and no one that had any bit of integrity believed that to be true, but they reported it. Right now, it seems to be that Trump's going to solidly win the red state of Iowa. He's predicted to win it. I think this is Fox News that's called it. Do you have something for me, Lisa? Why do I hear something ringing? Do we have a siren going off, Lisa?
That's probably Dale's alarm.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
Did somebody go on a BRC side? I hope not.
I don't know. I don't know why Dale's not here. I think it's his party. 10 o'clock, we are entering the point where even the West Coast is going to have polls that are going to start to close. Now, as you start counting some of those numbers in California, the popular vote gets closer. But I think, I don't know where I saw this, but Trump is right now on pace to win the popular vote, which, by the way, is not how we take a president, right? It's the Electoral College. But it does seem to be, in some case, it's nice to see that the whole water level is rising for Trump. I don't know if that's just going to be Republicans in general. Bad at Harris said Electoral College vote jumped. I think that's probably the Iowa call. So because the West Coast, so Kamala is now at 193 projected, and that's because the West Coast West Coast states polls have now closed. They just go Washington, Oregon, California. That's a ton of electoral votes. You got Washington at 12, Oregon at 8, and California at 54. So that's how she all of a sudden is, neck and neck with Trump. So right now, the numbers that we are seeing, Trump's at 216 and Kamala is at 193.
California has been called, unfortunately.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody's.
They don't listen. Trump's not winning California, right?
What?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Ronald Reagan carried California in 1984. He carried every state but Minnesota.
I never knew that before. I've never known what the Reagan election looked like, and I saw that map for the first time last week, and I was amazed. I was like, "What? All red except for Minnesota? What happened there?" That's so interesting.
Walter Mondale was from Minnesota, so
Reagan
that's
did
what
the
happened.
Campaign here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reagan would have won if he tried.
Yeah. So Minnesota, I can't even fathom. Tushy, can you even fathom an election that is that much of a landslide these days? I can't even fathom that. We're talking about landslides that are like Trump wins 300 votes. I can't even fathom what it would be like to have that many votes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what was Electoral College 8 back then for Minnesota, whatever it was. That would have been a shellacking. What else do we have here? Any updates, guys?
I'm just looking at the Minnesota results. I'm seeing Trump is still up. It's 11% in according to the Associated Press. Trump at 60.5%, Kamala at 37.3%, and then RFK Jr. at 1%, and then a bunch of other third parties with a lot less results than that. So, Chase Oliver, for example, Libertarian candidate, this is going to be such a downfall for the Libertarian Party because they've lost so many votes. It was so funny. Jo Jorgensen, who was the 2020 nominee for the Libertarian Party, I just went on her Facebook to see what she's saying, and she goes on there and, "I'm voting Chase Oliver because I believe in liberty, yada, 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 yada." And there's all these comments that said, "I voted for you last time. I'm voting Trump this time." So there's a lot of people that are saying Trump is making promises to libertarians. He's going to put a libertarian in his cabinet. Let's not forget that. Trump, went and spoke to the Libertarian Party National Convention. He's obviously courting the libertarians and wants a libertarian streak within his administration. So the libertarians, especially even in New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party decided today, or maybe it was yesterday, to say, "We do not support Chase Oliver. We are going to support Donald Trump." Donald Trump is the most libertarian candidate in the presidential primary, and I happen to agree with that. Donald Trump is the only option when it comes to liberty, because if you want, child mutilation, Chase Oliver's your candidate if you don't want to vote for Kamala. But if you want to save America, there's only one choice. Because, I'm also seeing Jill Stein on here. Shiva Ayudari is sitting at 0.1%. I guess people don't want to vote for a foreign-born, constitutionally ineligible candidate. So, people may remember I sued the Secretary of State, Steve Simon, to remove Shiva Ayudari from the ballot. Unfortunately, he is still on the ballots. You guys probably noticed, all of these lists of people. You wonder how they get there. And Shiva Ayudari, you wonder how that happened. Because the Secretary of State's office doesn't seem to care whether or not someone is constitutionally eligible for office. But it was also in Minnesota where they tried to remove Trump from the ballot. So we got multiple things going on here. And this Shiva Ayudari, I'm glad to see he's at 0.1%. I want to see him get last place here in Minnesota. I want to see him at the very bottom. He's real close to it. But, I just think that it's unbelievable that Steve Simon would allow someone like this on our ballot.
I missed a comment on Facebook. Tara said, "Hey guys, Trump 2024, a room full of ladies here cheering for a victory. Ultra mega mom."
Nice.
I hope you're still watching. Tara, I don't monitor the Facebook feed as much as Rumble. Please head over to Rumble. That's probably the easiest way. Hit that Rumble rant if you want to interrupt us anytime. Let me talk about our sponsors again. We got Warren Wessel of Keller Williams Realty. My good friend Warren, he's a hell of a good real estate agent. If you're looking to buy a home or sell a home, give Warren a call at 612-419-7453, licensed in Minnesota and Wisconsin. And speaking of licensed in many states, pretty much most of the states, I think at this point, is the good guys over at John Galt Mortgage Company. These guys are libertarian-minded individuals who aren't afraid to hide their political beliefs. You can check their Facebook and Twitter pages, and they post some really good memes. Go to johngaltmortgage.com. Let them get a chance of financing your home. And we're also brought to you by Alpine Cabinetry in St. Cloud, Minnesota. St. Cloud being a very pivotal district in Minnesota, a district that Republicans really could do well in and take away that Democrat stronghold. And boy, wouldn't that be great to see that vodka chugger Dan Wolgamott lose his election today.
Pro-police, Dan Wolgamott, pro-police, but drunk driving. So that tells you how pro-police he really is. And I'm looking at Kamala's Twitter. I wanted to see if she had said anything. The last thing she said was 4 hours ago, basically stealing more of Trump's talking points, saying, if you are in line before the polls close, stay in line. It is your right to make your voice heard. If you are having any trouble casting your ballot, call our voter assistance hotline.
Walls said that about 50 minutes ago, too.
Oh, okay, interesting. Well, meanwhile, I'm looking at True Social. Trump is just nonstop. California, 1 more hour. Nevada, 1 more hour. Montana, 1 more hour. He's hitting all these states and making sure that he's staying active on here. Meanwhile, Kamala, they got nothing. What did I just see? There was a Rumble comment I wanted to say. Where did it go? Frosty Girl said, Kara Levin just said Walls is holed up in his hotel. LOL. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if you were seeing these results and you're Tim Walz, are you going to go out in the public? Are you going to be ready to give a speech? Are you going to be out there ready to party? I don't think so. I think that they're looking at it saying, we just lost to Trump. How did we let this happen? He's a threat to democracy. He's a fascist. And, Tim Walz has to live this down for the rest of his life. He was the guy who was saying that, he was the one who is making all these statements that it was a Nazi rally and this and that and this and that. Really, you couldn't beat a Nazi. How bad of a candidate are you then? But it really shows that they're dishonest. They were making up whatever talking points they had to. They said they were all about joy. Remember that? They said that it was all about joy after the DNC convention. Well, that didn't last too long because then all of a sudden it's he's Hitler, he's a fascist. It was nothing about them. They don't stand for anything. So, Walz has to live this for the rest of his life. Trump, who he hates so much, killed him. Trump just ended him. And, this is probably the end of Walz's political career. Who is going to respect him after this? He went and embarrassed himself in that VP debate, deer in headlights. And now he's got no political future. It's completely over for him. This is the end of Tim Walz. Thank you, Donald Trump. This is the end. And hopefully the end of Kamala Harris, too. What is Kamala going to do after this? She'll got nothing.
Fine. She'll be fine. She's got, Doug's money, right?
Yeah.
So, there you go. Now, we just got to worry Doug doesn't beat her, right?
Doug the Protector.
That's an interesting thing that the media definitely didn't go investigate.
She has to make sure to keep him away from the babysitter.
No one.
That's a nasty one.
No one in the media wanted to investigate not sexual assault,
That's
but
a nasty
actual assault charge against Doug, right? There's a lady that said that happened. I think it was in France or something like that.
Right.
They didn't want to talk about that.
At that, what's it called? That Catholic fundraiser dinner, that big Catholic fundraiser dinner in New York.
Yeah, the Al Smith.
Yeah, the Al Smith thing where Trump's reading a joke that obviously somebody else wrote these jokes. You know, he goes,
Yeah.
just keep Doug away from the babysitter.
Yeah, and he goes, that one went too far. Yeah, that one went too
That's a
far.
nasty
He didn't even
joke.
say that, but he didn't even say it went too far. But
I think he did.
But,
I think
but
he
you can
kinda-
see it in his eyes. He's like, just keep him away from the babysitter, and then it just clicks in his mind. He goes, that's a nasty one.
Yeah.
All right, right now with 72% in, Trump's got a lead on Harris, a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania. That's 72% in. He is down in Virginia with 75% in. See it.
That's got a little lead.
Andy was so quick on that one, but he doesn't need Virginia, but that'd be great. I mean, it's really close. North Carolina, he's got by 2 points, almost 3 points in North Carolina with 88% in. And in Georgia, he's up by 3 points with 88% in. Currently, he's like a dead heat with Kamala with 50% in Arizona. He's up right now with 67% in. No, I'm sorry. Now he's down in New Mexico. That would have been fun if he could flip that. So really, you know, we just got to see where. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Wisconsin, he's up by 3 points in Wisconsin with 63% in, and he's up by 5 points in Michigan with 30% in. That could mean nothing there.
No. I'm telling you, he's going to win Michigan. He's
I
going to
hope I
win
was wrong
Michigan
about
by
Michigan.
a bigger margin than Wisconsin. I guarantee it.
Well, right now he's looking good in the blue
Those are my
walls.
two. Well, I was picking Wisconsin, but you know those are my upset picks. And the thing is, only because a couple people I knew that were on the ground in North Carolina were questioning what was going on there for Trump. So I picked North Carolina as an upset for Kamala and Michigan as an upset for Trump. That's how I ended up one vote off from you.
I see what you're saying. But Michigan, yeah, so Michigan's 15 and North Carolina's 16. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I mean, literally, I don't care if I was right or wrong about the states, just as long as Kamala doesn't become the president of the United States, right?
Yep.
But you know, if she does, there's this argument to be made. You know, if the ship is going to go down, let it be my enemy leading that ship. Let it be my enemy that's the captain of that ship. Can Trump really save America? Well, Kamala certainly is not going to. So, but can Trump? I mean, $36 trillion in debt. Like, they've screwed up so much in the last 4
White,
years.
the first candidate in the race to crack 200,000 votes up to now to 213,180. Still sitting at 53%.
Oh, man.
I'm seriously. I mean, you know, if you crack 200,000 votes, it's getting farther away from this is just the beginnings.
Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously.
Can you imagine Royce White being, I mean, especially if they've all called it for Amy Klobuchar. I'm guessing none of Hennepin's come in yet.
How could Hennepin not come in? I mean, it's just ridiculous why they would be getting these rural places in. But anyway.
Well, they got to see how many votes they need still, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
But literally, now that they've each got, you know, that Royce has got 213,000 votes, it's not just like, oh, yeah, a few trickle in. You know, now it's like we're getting to.
Well, I could see a U.S. House, C5. Yeah. There's literally no results showing from CD5. That's your answer right there. Simple as that. CD5. That's Hennepin County. It's Minneapolis. So they haven't even counted the votes, and the biggest stronghold for Democrats.
It's the biggest struggle for Democrats, but I mean, yeah, Royce led a march to the Federal Reserve in that district.
So, are you saying Royce is going to win tonight?
I've never said no. I mean, obviously, I said it would be a gigantic long shot, huge long shot. I'm just
great.
enjoying the fact that he's still up with 400,000 plus votes in. Almost 500,000 votes are in, and he's still in the lead.
Cruz.
Well, it shows
Ted
don't
Cruz
put up
up
a
by
rhino.
Ted Cruz up by a significant margin.
Yeah,
with,
Ted Cruz is going to
67%
win.
in. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, but once Royce is in there, we don't need Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is like, I have a question.
yeah.
Where it's like, I have a question for this witness.
Oh, I know. Ted Cruz.
Ted, get lost.
I mean, Ted's a Democrat compared to Royce. I mean, it's going to get crazy if Royce gets in there.
Oh,
Ted Cruz
man.
I have a question for this witness. You cuck, sit down. You cuck.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Well, I mean, listen, they were trying to pick a fight with the union boss. Remember, what was his name? From Missouri, I want to say? No, Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
What's the guy's
Mark
name?
Wayne Mullen.
Yeah,
Yep.
who was actually a MMA fighter. So
Yeah. Yep. And Sean O'Brien.
Yeah, Sean O'Brien's
the guy who spoke at the RNC.
Yeah,
the
he's
Teamster.
no wuss. So
Yeah.
it would have been fun. They should have let him fight.
Mm-hmm.
But Bernie Sanders didn't
Bernie
want it.
broke it up.
Bernie, God, Bernie's a little bitch.
Yep.
Oh, Bernie Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, Bernie, you take it all.
Yeah. And, I was really excited about that Mark Wayne Mullen because he used to be in Congress, and I kind of thought, this guy seems like he's real good. He's tough. He's a fighter. I liked him, but then a little bit watching him, it's a big time neocon. He comes up with like these stupid regulations on like nonsense. It's like, what are you talking about? So I don't know what his deal is. He got selected for the spot because he was running against someone more liberal than him in the primary. So he was the conservative option. So that's what people ended up voting for. Maybe people need to change that around. Because, that Mark Wayne Mullen, he's like unhinged. I was going to say the same thing about Andy's congressman. Didn't really get to it there. But Derek Van Orden, talk about a temper. I mean, look at that guy right there. Yelling at kids in the Capitol. Yep, just nonsense. That's not the kind of face we want for Republicans.
Well, I think we're in a little period of lull here. We're kind of waiting for some of these southern states to be called. Georgia, North Carolina, they're close. We'll let the experts. We're no experts on the counties of North Carolina and Georgia and all that stuff. By the way, I did see that there was some reddening of the districts that were most hit by a hurricane. I'm guessing that's up in Asheville, Boone area in North Carolina. So it seems like Trump is winning over people there. Shocker. Biden administration really blew that one. But it really just comes down to, once again, can Trump break the blue wall? He's positioned right now to break the complete blue wall. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But it's just too close to call. I mean, we don't know at this point.
Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at Nathan Hansen's race. He is a candidate for judge in the 10th District Court 3. He is leading right now. It looks like it's 52.3 to 47.8 or 2. Sorry, 47.2. So that's really interesting. If Nathan Hansen has taken the lead on that, he is not the incumbent. And, in Minnesota, it lists out the candidates winning for judge. It tells you who the incumbent is. Yep. So that gives a big advantage to the person that's holding the office, even though no other person gets that. The judges somehow get that. But Nathan Hansen is in the lead. He was an anti-lockdown lawyer who stood up for Larvita. And, Paul, I know you know a little bit about him, too. And, it seems like this could go the right way. If he is able to pull it off, it gives an opportunity for conservatives to have a judge who's actually hearing things constitutionally and is actually, it allows for precedent. It allows for a whole lot of things. What do you think, Tushy? Do you think Nathan Hansen is going to pull it off? I'm seeing 85 out of 409 precincts reported. Like I said, 52.3 to 47.2.
85 out of 409, he said. So
yeah,
it's like 1/5 reporting.
Sure.
Do we know what those are?
I could do a little digging here.
It's all going to come down to Washington County in that race. Mm-hmm. So if Washington County is reported, then this is where we're sitting with Washington reported, then he's going to win. If Washington has not reported, that's a pretty tough margin. If that's Wright County, he'll probably lose. If it's Washington County, he's going to win. If it's neither of those, well then, it's still too early to call. But if that's Washington County, he's going to win.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it may be then, because, I'm just looking here to see if I see it in Washington County, if any of the results from Washington County have come in yet, and it doesn't look like it. So that would mean that those judicial votes are not coming from Washington County as of yet. Oh, we got a $5 Rumble Rant from Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Breaking, Kamala wins Ukraine. Yeah, I wonder how many electoral college votes are associated with that, but it doesn't shock me. I mean, if the election was held in Ukraine, not that they hold elections, because they're an undemocratic...
Well, we can't. There's a war. We can't have an election right now.
Yeah, right. So, it wouldn't shock me. She's definitely got Zelensky's vote because Trump is going to end the war before he even gets into office. Same thing with Israel. That's one thing that people are not ready for. Trump is going to end the Israel war. He's going to end it before he even gets in office. That's what the word on the street is that he's already telling Netanyahu, by the time I get in office, I want it done with. So, people want to make Trump out to be this pro-war guy, the leftists. And, I heard so many leftists say, we have to vote for Kamala because Trump's genocide is going to be worse. It's like, okay, you think it's a genocide, so you're justifying genocide, just you want less genocide, when it's not even true. Trump is going to be the guy that ends the war in Israel. And, that's going to shock some people as soon as it happens, but it's Donald Trump that's going to get the job done. And like I said, everybody, the left, the right, everybody's going to be so confused. But it's time. It's time for it to be over. Trump gets it. He's going to get it done.
So, I got an interesting update that a lot of people it's probably on no one's radar, but I popped over. Jake, you just ducked out to probably the restroom. You didn't go to the party down the hall, did you?
No, I just I had a piss.
There's a gentleman in the party down the hall who got a text message this morning.
By the way, they called. I see the Associated Press called. Let me see here. I'm seeing North Carolina being called for Trump.
Nice.
I'm not. The AP has called North Carolina for Trump. So take that one off the board. That one is the one that Democrats out there would take. So there you go. The math's getting better. 230 for Trump. Mm-hmm. But sorry.
So one of the gentlemen who's partying it up down there with Dale said he got a text message this morning warning him not to vote for. There's apparently 7 candidates on the ballot for school board in District 332, which is Mora and a good Mora School District, I think it's called, but it's like largely more of it is in Mille Lacs County than Kanabec County. So there's apparently 3 alleged sexual deviants running for school board there, and then additional 3 Education Minnesota folks, and then 1 Great Patriot on the ballot, and then of course write-in spots. And so apparently there was a very large text messaging campaign warning people not to vote for the sexual deviants, but instead to vote for the Patriots, including 2 of them being write-ins and who registered their write-in votes apparently. So Jesse, you sent me all the registered write-ins in the state, and those 2 are on there. So the Education Minnesota candidates were not mentioned. It's like, don't vote for these 3, vote for these 3. And then the other ones, the ones who are actually like the incumbents, weren't even mentioned. And so I just checked on the results. The number 1 vote getter with over 25% of the vote, everybody else at like 7, is the Patriot that's on there. And then the other 2, the write-in votes, we won't know until like Wednesday when they announce the write-in votes, you know, because they don't get told the same night. So, but by the looks of things, some Patriots are taking the school board up in Mora, 332.
Let's see. We got a $5 rumber in from failed candidate. Says, why are we not remembering how this ended 4 years ago? We went to bed and woke up to a dramatically different result.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that this whole time.
Me too.
You know, that's why when Andy's like, oh, it's for sure Virginia, it's like, let's just wait. Let's wait on this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's scary. You know, I would imagine the AP's not going to call North Carolina for Trump unless they really believe it's going to go that way. So they never called those 4 years ago, right? What they did is they didn't call them. They started too close, and then that changed. So we'll be reluctant. We're going to be here. We're going to be counting these results. You guys are going to be here with us. Wisconsin tabulation machine wasn't sealed properly, says Bad Ed Airy. I don't know anything about that. Hennepin County is not reporting any results. I want to say this happened a couple election cycles ago. Do you remember this? Because they're usually quick. But I want to say this happened.
I remember in 2022 it was it was the smaller counties, more rural counties that were a little slower to report.
So we have nothing in the Senate District 45 special election race. That's kind of what I wanted to check in on. In the House District 3A race, it is 35%. Rich True has only got 2.74%. Looks like Scraba's on path to win. Got a little excited there, Jesse, earlier on.
You never know. It could still shake up there.
And that's the other thing is sometimes, you know, reporting comes in and it's inaccurate and it's not necessarily something that's nefarious. It's just that's how whatever. Well, maybe it was a website glitch. Maybe it was a clerical error or something like that. Lindsay 3121. That seems like someone new. I don't think we've seen them in the comments before.
Yeah.
Since when does the media call elections? Pretty much all the time. It's pretty much. So if the media is doing it right, and by the way, AP does not want Trump to win. They are so left leaning. Okay. What they do is they have past results. You assume they got political experts that can read the numbers and see the margins in certain counties and even maybe down to precincts, and they just generally know that there's no path forward for the other person, and that's how they call it. Now, California, you just know, like, the polling can be a miss, But it's not going to be a miss so much where California is going to go Trump, right? This is actually the joke that the Des Moines Register is like, oh, Kamala's winning. It's like, no, she's not. Like the same day they released this poll that showed Kamala winning by 3 points, Emerson College, and we talked about this on the show on Sunday night, Emerson College had a poll that showed Trump up by 10 points. And that's generally what it was this whole election. It just, some things are not a mystery in politics, and some things really are, right? That's why for a second they were like, holy cow, is this third-party candidate really doing well in 3A? Like, there are things that we don't see. There was, in 2022, a truck driver took out the
Senate president of
Senate
New
president
Jersey.
in New Jersey.
Yep.
You think everyone saw that?
Ed Durr. Yeah, that's his name. He was a random truck driver, and he's involved in the Trump campaign and whatnot now.
The majority whip of the United States House, Eric Cantor, was taken out by a very underfunded guy, David Pratt.
Royce is widening his lead. Royce, I mean, of course, we're still missing CD5, right? Royce is up to over 261,000 votes. He's got 53% of the vote. To Klobuchar's 43%.
Montana, it's only got 6% in, but Tim Sheehy is up on John Tester by over 15 points. So I think Montana is definitely flipping.
Till Bozeman comes in.
Right, we'll see on that.
All those Californians now.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I think that
Bozeman's not that big.
Right, it's 2024. It's a presidential year. John Tester has voted with the Democrats.
Though.
How many
He's voted with Joe
Bozeman?
Biden on everything. John Tester, I think he's even gone as far as he hasn't endorsed Kamala, but he's basically not supporting Trump, and he is in these debates. He's speaking to Montana voters, telling them why we need to be at war with Ukraine. And it's like, I can't believe he's this stupid. He's actually telling people like things that they never would agree with. And he's going to lose the election based on the way that he's campaigning. He's pretending like he's a moderate. People are seeing through it. This Tim Sheehy is, he's having a little bit of trouble too. He's got a little bit of controversy, whether or not he shot himself in the arm or not, whether or not that was overseas, whether or not that happened while he was hunting. I don't really know the answer. People can watch the Megyn Kelly interview for themselves and determine that for whatever they think it is. But, I mean, I still think it's too little too late to go after him. Tim Sheehy is going to win Montana. Even with just 6% reporting, it's looking very good.
Trump is still up in Georgia, 3 points with 91% reporting. Boy, I'd love to just dive in to see what is missing there. Pennsylvania, 76% reporting. Trump's up 51 to 48%, so same margin. All these are still close, so the polling wasn't a complete miss. Just so you know, the polling averages did show Trump winning Pennsylvania, did show him winning Georgia. It didn't have him win Michigan and Wisconsin, which he doesn't need if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, as long as he continues to win Arizona. That's the path for him to win, and he did. He was leading in Arizona, but right now he's up in Michigan.
Up in Arizona.
And up in Arizona, although that's neck and neck. And then he's up in Wisconsin by probably the healthiest margin of them all, by a little over 3 points.
In Michigan, he's probably got the most.
But there's only 33% reporting.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still got over 6% on Kamala there.
It's true.
So I mean, I'm telling you, Michigan is they slept on. They keep putting up these candidates like Gretchen Whitmer, and they don't realize how unrelatable they are. And that's the Alyssa Slotkin. She's the one who's running for the U.S. Senate. That one's a really tough one to predict. I would typically say the Democrat, but once I watched that debate and I realized, these are both puppets who got nothing going for them, I realized it's a total toss, up in the air, because it's basically who can muddy up the other one more and who can turn out more people to vote. So
Jill Stein only 0.6% of the votes in Michigan, so it's not like she's pulling a lot. And actually, Bobby Kennedy's got 0.5%.
Right.
So.
With RFK Jr. on the ballot, he's taken away some of the third-party votes. And Jill Stein, it's a little surprising for me. I thought that she would outperform her results in 2016, where she got a little under 1% of the vote. Gary Johnson got something like 3% of the vote. She got something like 1%. Then Howie Hawkins takes over for the Green Party, gets way less, like a third of the votes that Jill Stein got. Jill Stein's been getting a lot of attention, and especially on the Palestine issue. Any of the liberals who, if that's their number one issue, they're looking at Jill Stein. So I'm surprised to see that she's not performing better than she is.
So
in what particular state?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Well, even throughout, I'm looking at all these states, and she really isn't performing like I thought she would. So
Well,
it shows that these Democrats they're
We
in
all
line.
predicted
Okay,
this.
well, I don't know about we all, but I mean, so in 2016, I couldn't believe 2016 was an anomaly in Minnesota. Like when Trump got to, I mean, I've said ever since I lived in Minnesota, I'll vote my conscience. I didn't vote for Bush I didn't vote for Bush in 04. I didn't vote for McCain. I didn't vote for Romney. I'm like, it doesn't matter. The Republicans not going to win Minnesota. And even if they did win Minnesota by some miracle, it wouldn't be it wouldn't change the election results. So I'll vote. I'm not going to vote for one of these CFR Rhino people, you know. And I was shocked that Trump came within 1.6 points in 2016, and I was like, how in the world was it that close? Do you know how it was that close? The third party candidates got over 9% of the vote in 2016. And that's so rare. At the top of the ticket, third party candidates get nothing. They get 1% here and 0.5% there. And then in the lower races, they'll get 9% or whatever. So they didn't make them in 2020. It's like, oh, Trump's the devil, Biden's the devil, and everybody's voting.
And
major
honestly,
party.
I'm surprised the Democrats aren't better at this game. You know, the third party game. You'd think that they would, be pushing the Constitution Party on all states.
I'm not surprised at all. I think that people like the major parties, especially when it comes to president, when it comes to governor, when it comes to the top races of the ticket, this is too. Walz is evil. You got to vote Jensen even though he's terrible. You know, and you got to vote for the Trump even though because it's the other person is so terrible. You got to vote for the person that is the lesser evil. And so the third party people like Jill Stein generally get, they
discouraged.
Like people.
Good. By the way, Bad Hat Harry's looks like he's heading to bed. Got to work in the morning, so good to see you, Bad Hat Harry. Thanks very much.
Jake, do you hunt in Montana a lot, or what's this knowledge of Montana where you think Bozeman is a?
Well, Bozeman is Bozeman's like it's a great area in the sense that you're kind of in this like valley of some of the best ranges.
There,
Yep.
But it's not.
And it's got a college.
Yeah.
And the growth is obvious there because you have the niceties of Bozeman, like a decent sized city for
you go
Montana.
hunt around there or what?
I traveled through Bozeman.
Okay.
I've hunted the Bridger Range.
Because I've worked in we got Rumble right there. I've worked in Montana.
Oh yeah,
every major city in
I
Montana.
remember your story about that. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, we got Frosty Girl, $25 Rumble Rant. We appreciate it. Says, let's keep going. Do not give up.
Well, with that $25 Rumble Rants, we'll keep going. Appreciate that very much.
I will keep going with my stories. No, I mean, because I was just curious because there's so many bigger cities. Obviously,
well, it's exploding. That's
Billings is 3 times the size of Bozeman, right? And then
I don't know if it's that much bigger, but it's bigger.
There's a great little
Bozeman,
Tinder
I think,
town,
is getting the
Missoula.
Yeah, I know, but I think Bozeman's the one that's getting the most growth right now.
Oh yeah, right. But
like
Bozeman,
I've looked at home prices.
I mean, Bozeman was always like 40,000, so it might be approaching 60. But
right.
Yeah,
but it's also outside of Bozeman, like the suburbs of Bozeman, right? You get outside of actual Bozeman. Because you got I-90 going, or I-94 going right through
Bozeman before. I wonder if I think he moved back though or something. Maybe Erlon might have a kid in Bozeman, but
sorry, I-90. What is it? I-90 that goes through there, or is it 94 and 90? Why am I having a brain fart here? Yeah, the two meet up.
They're
again.
together for a while.
Yeah, they are together there.
And also, I'm seeing a Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Did that just come in all of a sudden?
Right. I'm looking at the results. So, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot says we lost the special election seat in the Minnesota Senate.
Wow.
Which
the
isn't
Minnesota
shocking.
Senate seat. It's closer than we maybe would have predicted here. So, Ann Johnson Stewart, the gun grabber, who is the Democrat nominee, got 52.43% of the vote. Kathleen Falk got 47.47% of the vote.
Wow.
So it was
so
basically a 5-point election. 100% of the precincts are reported.
Yeah, and what that means
Lock
is
up Nicole
hold
Mitchell,
on.
throw the
Listen.
cat burglar in prison.
So just so you know, that means Hennepin just came in, and so now you have Amy Klobuchar with 60%, Royce White with 37%. So just flip there.
Right.
Kamala Harris has got 55%. Trump's at 43% right now.
Tushi, what are your thoughts on all that?
Oh, the Montana stuff?
Yeah.
So it's just I was just curious what the Bozeman thing was because if Bozeman is less than half of the size of Billings, and then Missoula is like probably almost double Bozeman. I mean, I don't know how fast it's growing, but Missoula used to be even the meth capital of Montana, Great Falls. I got some college friends that live there. Is larger than Bozeman as well. So Bozeman is smaller than Billings. Great Falls and Missoula.
Yeah.
And it's just only slightly bigger than, like, I don't know, Butte and those areas. I mean, Butte, Helena, or whatever area. So,
Well, what I was also referencing is that Bozeman's more left-leaning, right?
yeah.
It's, it's like the, like a cultural area, right? I guess if that makes sense. It's got the college in it. I mean, so does Dillon, though, right?
Yeah,
Dillon.
and that's the thing.
No one would say Dillon's left-leaning.
Right, but and even then, their Democrats aren't. They aren't. What am I trying to say?
They're not
verbally.
Yeah, they're
they
not
don't.
the same
they
kind.
They're not the same as a Montana Democrat is not the same as a New Jersey Democrat.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that their policies are really all that different. But they focus on different issues. It's all about they know what issues to target for red states, to become a blue governor or a blue senator. So John Tester, he's such a phony, and I think that people see through it. John Tester in 2018, he was running against Matt Rosendale. Matt Rosendale is one of the congressmen who ousted Kevin McCarthy. Rosendale's a America First candidate. That one was very, very close. And then in that debate where John Tester was going against Rosendale, they were talking about Brett Kavanaugh. They asked John Tester, why did you vote against Brett Kavanaugh? He gives an answer that is the only answer that you could give to get away with that in Montana. He says, I voted against Brett Kavanaugh because Brett Kavanaugh wanted to have warrantless surveillance with the National Security Agency, and I am opposed to the Patriot Act. Therefore, I don't want warrantless surveillance on all Americans. And it's like, oh, man, what a perfect answer. So that's the reason that John Tester's there, because he's fooling people into thinking that the reason he was against Brett Kavanaugh was because of mass surveillance. No, he was against Brett Kavanaugh because Brett Kavanaugh was a Trump guy.
Dawson, would you please pull up the B1? Let's go to the results right now as it's showing. Let's just do KSDP. So just so people can see, because I want to make sure people see the Minnesota results. I know there's some hope that, that there's some big upset. Hennepin County seemed like it came in one big dump.
Yeah,
and so see how Harris is now at 55 to Trump at 43. Now, there are going to be some good districts coming in, so Trump is going to grow from there most likely. But that's what happens when you add those Hennepin County votes in. Klobuchar now gets her predictable 60%. Royce is at the banging on the door at 37%.
Shiva in second to last. We're almost there.
Rebecca's at 2%. That's good to see. So Libertarians getting 2%. Angie Craig's up right now 59 to 39. Does it say the reporting in that? Scroll down just a little bit, Dawson.
Jill Stein is beating Chase Oliver in Minnesota.
Shocker.
Here's the thing. The Green Party has never beaten the Libertarian Party nationally for president. Well, I guess besides Ralph Nader. Since Ralph Nader, the Green Party has not outperformed the Libertarians. This is going to be a shift because
who the hell's voting for Chase Oliver? The other those five
this
people
is a left
we know.
libertarian.
I know it's just the left-wing Libertarians.
Okay, so here we got CD2, Angie Craig, the incumbent Democrats, up 59 to Tayrab's 39%, 20 points, with 64% reporting. It seems to be quite a bit. And then Kelly Morrison's up 59 to 41. So right now, and that's 85% reporting. So right now, your prediction's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
That the margin's closer in CD3.
Yep. CD2 is so in play. Lyreb should have just kept his house in CD3 and ran there. Better off.
Oh, man.
Constitutional amendment right now in Minnesota is going yes 77%. I just left that one blank. It's the same as no, so I'm part of that 10%. All right. What was I going to show? I'm having a brain fart. I was going to go to that. Then I was going to go to. We don't have anything in the presidential race to call. Yeah. I know what it was. As it stands right now, Dawson, do you have the Secretary of State's website available again with election results?
I don't think so.
Okay, let me see where that's at, because this is a fun one for us, guys.
Scrab is at 59%.
B5.
Still less than half of them in, though.
Nope, I'm sorry. Go to B2. Let's see what happens there. Okay, that's the Scraba district. So we're going to go back.
Got nothing.
I want you to go back. Let's see. Go back up to the top of the page. I want you to go to all of the election results.
Yep, that's what I'm looking through right now, too.
Yeah, there you go. And then state election under 2024
state general
results.
election.
And then I want you to go to House district, state representative races, and I want you to go to 18A. Scroll right there. Oh, nope, right there. There you go. Down 18A. Go right there. Click on that 18A.
The state representative.
I think he is. It just doesn't show up on our screen.
You're gonna have to.
Oh, sorry. I was in the wrong race. So hold on. That's Jeff Brand. Scroll up here. So Jeff Brand's losing. This is a good pickup seat for Republicans. And that's 97. So it looks like Republicans will pick up that with Erica Schwartz. That one I was predicting she was going to win, by the way. That's why I was gaining 2 seats.
I knew that one would be close. I mean, I just figured the incumbency would be able to keep it for him, but yeah,
well, you want to tell you about trolls? Look at Jeff Brand. All right, and then I want you to go to 14B. Now, this one's fun. So you got the MPPOA endorsed, so the police endorsed vodka chugger, Dan Wogelmott, with 95% reporting.
Wow.
He's under 100 points right now in the lead against Sue Eck. That would be a great district to flip.
19 of 20 precincts reported.
Now go to results by precinct real quick.
Oh, man. Yeah,
19 of 20.
Yeah.
So let's see. Oh, it's St. Cloud, Ward 2, and then it's Sauk Rapids. Yep, Sauk Rapids hasn't reported.
If he loses, we know why. It's because they pulled her staffer to go down for Creation for a week.
Yeah. Now, that's actually what you guys have been saying for a while is the HRCC needs to win back seats, and they pulled out door knockers just to protect an incumbent, Ron Cretia, in a district that was very safe for Republicans. That's the lunacy of this race if they lose this one. And by the way, we really want to see Dan Wogelmott lose this race. At this point, he probably has the numbers to hold on, just squeak it out. That's so bad.
And
Ganser, Brad Ganser apparently lost his Maple Grove seat. I haven't looked up those. Let's go back to that Minnesota election results real quick. Let's go to Maple Grove. I was just getting a text.
I hope the furry didn't win.
Let's go to municipal races. Scroll down a little bit. You see where municipal races, and see Maple Grove. Look for Maple Grove.
My brain is slowing down just a little bit.
Oh, that's fine.
Keep me up.
And by the way, this is big fan of the show. Failed candidate. The furry got 3%. This failed candidate guy seems to really be following the Maple Grove race.
Is it Maple Grove or Maple Grove Township?
Maple Grove. Probably be better if Brad was running in Maple Grove Township. So Brad got 15.3. It looks like you can elect 2. So the winners right now, and it's 100%. So the winners were Mike Ostaff and John McCullough.
Oh man, 158.
That's actually kind of cool to see, like a race where it's not just 2 people, and so you have like an actual spread here. That's cool.
Yeah, and Clark Macbeth was the furry. That's too bad. You know, I told Brad, I'm like, I don't really want you to be a city councilman for Maple Grove. I want you to be a state senator or something, you know? Get rid of that rhino in your district. Jeez. All right. But anyhow, I was actually pulling for you, Brad. I give you so much shit. But you give me shit, so it's mutual, right?
But I got a couple other races we should look at here, Dawson. Go ahead and pull up the Secretary of State's site again. Let's look at 7B for the Minnesota State House races. Because that's one that is looking like it should go to the Republicans.
What number was it again?
7B. And let's see here. Yeah, Cal Warwis is in the lead there, so that is and I can't see up there. How much is in Dawson at the top?
Not much.
Precincts reporting. It's above that.
3.51%.
Okay. So yeah, we can't make any judgments on this one quite yet, but Cal Warwis is looking like he's going to take that seat. That is Liz Lagarde's seat. So it's nice to see that phony is finally out of there. He realized he wouldn't have a chance for re-election. That's why he decided to drop out. So that's an interesting one. Let's go ahead and pull up 11A. Because that's another one where we could see some interesting results here. So Jeff Dotseth is in the lead, and how much is reporting there, Dawson? 21%?
Still 45-55?
58-41.
21% reporting right now.
21%. Okay, so that's a good sign for Dotseth then, because with all the attack mailers and whatnot.
But hit results by precinct.
That's what's stalled out for a long time. It's only 20%, right? Reporting.
Yeah, and what's Cloquet? Let's see. We got Cloquet is not even reporting yet.
Yeah. Danny Nadeau looks like he's got a victory. I'm going to call it. He's got 13,000 to 11,900. He's up by over 1,000 votes, almost 1,500 votes with 10 of 11.
All right.
How about 41A?
And
Dawson,
Jesse has broke the story one time.
Danny Nadeau is a man.
Is a man.
Yep. A lot of people didn't know.
He's got that trendy little house. That's something that a group of lesbians would have, or something
Yeah.
like that, a house like that. But
Okay, no results on 41A yet.
AP did call New Mexico for Kamala Harris, and they called Virginia for Kamala Harris. Andy got that one wrong. I knew he was getting too excited. I know Andy too well.
No, come on. But his show's called I'm Right.
I know, right? Apparently he wasn't. But once again, none of those were expecting to go Trump, so those would have been the nice ones. So my instincts were like he was going to pull off some upset. Apparently, and those 3 states have now been decided for Kamala.
So let me just check in really quick so I can make sure I have this right. It's pretty much all pivoting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
It's pretty much what everyone's known for some time now.
Okay.
It's the blue wall states.
All of these.
Trump's leading in those right now. I mean, assuming he gets Arizona, that's an assumption, but that's where it really comes down to.
What's the wall? Like, what is that referring to?
Blue wall just means it's like a solid, a blue, like trends blue for I'm Democrat, by the way, for president.
Is it like the wall between the U.S. and Canada? Is that what it's referring to, or is it just?
It just those states had never gone like other states, like Ohio. Borders obviously Michigan and stuff. Like Ohio would go back and forth, but that wall, that was like
you got to break
that was
the
back wall that never went away. That was
like you got to
always
break a barrier, right?
Okay,
so to
I
speak.
gotcha.
Yep.
I got another race I'd like to look at, Dawson. Let's go ahead and pull up 35B. That is Jerry Newton's seat. Jerry Newton is retiring, and Jerry Newton was the dummy who decided he wanted to have a mandate for electric lawnmowers. So, I mean, this guy's ridiculous. But, okay, I guess no results in there yet. But, I mean, that was a very, very close district in 2022. I don't know how people were dumb enough to vote for Jerry Newton last time. And, what was crazy is the craziest thing about what he was saying, what his bill to mandate that you have an electric lawnmower, he doesn't even own an electric lawnmower. He doesn't even own one. I listened to a podcast where it's like him and Blois Olson, and he's like, well, I don't even own one quite yet, but it's the right direction that Minnesota needs. It's like
I need government to tell me to buy one.
He
needs the government to mandate.
Maybe he should try and see how they work before he mandates it.
Well,
So
they're
I'm
pretty
hoping-
impressive, I gotta say.
Right, if I was in that district, that's what I would be saying. This is what the Democrat Party is. They're not even smart enough to push. It's ridiculous. So
remember, we were gonna do like a big protest out on the street. We were gonna just get a bunch of lawnmowers, lawnmowers, and do a protest. But then he decided, like really early, he wasn't gonna run again. It's like, ugh, what's the point? Mm-hmm. And that bill had no momentum. So.
Mm-hmm. And let's see here. Maybe I don't know if we'll have any results there yet, but 54A. Let's try 54A as well, because
Jake,
that's Tabke and Aaron Paul.
I'm not a real handy guy, but when I was in high school, I grew up on a farm, so I could do a little bit of welding. I'm not great with, I can't wrench on a car that well, but I've definitely welded some straight pipes and some other types of loud exhaust.
Dawson, is that 100% in?
Before?
Yeah.
It is.
Aaron Paul beat Brad Tabke.
There you go. Brad Tabke's gone.
All right.
That clown.
Oh, man, that is huge.
And we reported, like, I think an hour or so ago that some of these some of these precincts Brad Tabke won in 2022 when Aaron Paul.
I saw a few.
That is
Tabke was
awesome.
a lucky son of a bitch. I mean, honest to God, that guy was literally
he was lucky that he was running against Mort because the Republicans refused to help Mort.
Yeah.
So the Republicans refused to lift a finger, even though it's a swing district. They could have won it if they spent some time and effort maybe on it. I don't know.
That's probably
because
true.
Ellison whatnot.
But it was a blue wave, so.
But, it just shows that, Tabke is not well liked, and the Republicans, they would have rather had Tabke in there than Mort. At least Aaron Paul's in there. Got to hold his feet to the fire to make sure he does a good job. That's what Action for Liberty does, is hold these people's feet to the fire. So I think that, huge result there for Brad Tabke to go down.
Yeah, I saw a message from
Oh, is Tabke going to cry? Remember, he lost in 2020 and cried?
Did he?
That's right, he did.
I didn't
Hey,
see
Lisa,
that.
how you doing?
I saw a
see
message
you.
from Mort, like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago or less. It just flipped across my screen, and I didn't click on it, but said something like, yeah, maybe maybe they'll flip a few of these House seats. So I bet he probably saw that a few minutes ago. That's probably why he messaged.
Yep.
Lisa, do you want to come on set right now with that gorgeous American sweatshirt you got on? How are things over at the party? That's what I'm curious. Like, what's the mood?
I'm
Are
glad you
people
didn't bring me
getting
any wings
anxious?
because I'm not allowed to eat wings on these
Are
white
people
chairs.
getting anxious right now? This is Lisa, the event planner for Action for Liberty. Put that microphone here by your face so that we can hear you. What's the mood like in the room right now?
Oh, it's good. We're just watching the electoral count, and hers went up, and so I had to leave the room for just a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it went up. No shocker. She ended up winning Virginia. We get our hopes up. Andy brought our hopes up. I've known Andy for over 20 years. Andy just jumps to conclusions, right? It's like, I don't know if Virginia. I think it was literally the last thing I said to him on here. Is like, well, I don't know. Let's see about it. Now, Trump kept Virginia very close, but she got the Virginia Electoral College vote. And New Mexico, not a shocker there. So that's what got her to 205. Trump's still in the lead, 230. It's just what everyone's known. It comes down to the blue wall. Can Trump win Georgia? Can he win Arizona? I've thought for a long time he's going to win both of those. He already won North Carolina. Can he win Pennsylvania? He's up in Pennsylvania. Can he win Michigan? He's up in Michigan. Can he win Wisconsin? He's up in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's reporting quite a bit in as well, too, so that's very promising. Wisconsin's 70% in, and Trump is up by, over almost 3.5 points. Michigan's 41% reporting, and Trump still got over 5-point lead in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, you might school the hell out of me on that one.
I'm telling you, Michigan is totally flipped. And, when they put up these politicians like Gretchen Whitmer and Alyssa Slotkin and Kamala, people get fed up. And, this is Detroit. We're seeing how especially black men have moved away from Kamala and moved away from the Democrats because they see that these people are sellouts. They don't represent them. Kamala's not even black. So, how is she going to appeal to these people? I don't know. So it doesn't shock me at all that Michigan is going to Trump because he's building up in these demographics. And if you would have, it's just so crazy. If you would have said after January 6th, Trump is going to win Georgia, people would have said, there's no way. But he's built up the ground game. He's continued to stay consistent with the people. He's never changed his mind on anything. And, he never backed down with the fraud. No matter what, the Democrats kept pushing him. They kept begging him. They would even run false stories saying that Trump says the election wasn't stolen anymore. Really? Because he stayed consistent on that throughout the entire time, even with Brad Raffensperger as the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brian Kemp as the governor, these rhinos that screwed it up big time last time for him. He's kept with it, and this shows what a winner's mentality does because he's never given up. He could have just hung out at Mar-a-Lago, but he's doing this to. It's not for him. This is for America.
Is it?
Come on.
This is for America.
Is it though? I think it's a lot for his ego.
No.
But I think America benefits.
I mean,
right?
I'm not saying there's not ambition in it. Of course, there's ambition. You have to have ambition to be a leader. You have to have ambition to be a fighter. But he's not doing it for him. If he wanted to have fun, there's a lot of other things that are fun to do. Making phone calls to military parents, telling them that their son just died. That's not fun. That's the job of the president. You have to make those tough phone calls, and you have to, you have the world, the responsibility of the world on you, and all of the problems that he's going to be walking into. It's not a fun job. This isn't a glorious thing. This is him stepping
Being
up to the plate.
president isn't a glorious thing.
Some of the things aren't glorious. No, some of it's like some of it's not fun,
I mean, yeah,
hard stuff to do.
Some of it is a job, but I mean, you're still the most powerful person in the world.
So I mean, I definitely. So if Trump was like, I don't know, working the dish pit in like a restaurant in Mississippi or something, and became the president, it's like, wow, this is luxurious. Like the dude's a billionaire, real estate mogul from New York, and so like he lives in that type of opulence, and he was a celebrity, with millions and millions of Twitter followers before he ever ran for office. He had millions of Twitter followers. He's a celebrity. He had all the money, all the lavish things. He had the Clintons and everybody else at his weddings and stuff. It's like he ran with the powerful people. So everything, like, Dawson, you are correct in that being president is wonderful because you're so rich and you live in opulence and you powwow and rub elbows with all the powerful people. So that's the great thing about being president. The thing about Trump is he already has that no matter if he's president or not. So all he gets been being president is his ego that he was able to win, and then like all of the stress and the hard work of it with, he's going to be rich either way. He's going to be running with powerful people either way. So he stays out of jail.
All right, I want to do something here. So two things one thing that probably no one's watching. Go back to election results, Dawson, and I want you to go back to municipal races. This is kind of funny.
What are you talking about? Election?
The Secretary of State. Sorry, of course, election results. Everything's election results.
Yeah.
Municipal races, and go to Nisswa.
Ooh, Nisswa.
Yeah. Do you know where I'm going with this one?
No. The mayoral
race. Oh, you ready for this one? Oh my God. Hovde is up. Bleeding aluminum says in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's 70% in. Leading the race right now for mayor of Nisswa is Jennifer Carnahan, the former failed Republican leader.
Wow.
Republican chair. Now go back up. I want to see how much. What's the percentage in? You got to go up there, Dawson. I can't see what the percentage
100.
is. Oh, it's 100%. So she's the mayor.
She's the mayor of Nisswa.
She's Paul Gazelka's mayor now.
Congratulations, Jennifer Carnahan.
She's Paul Gazelka's
mayor of Nisswa.
Now go. Oh my God!
Let's check out South St. Paul. How about South St. Paul?
No, hold on. Go to B5. This is really fascinating. Just because I know you like Joe Tayrab. You know what? We could do it this way. Scroll down the bottom. I'll take a different route to it. You're going to look for state and federal results in the Minnesota House District. You see that? And click on 54A. So this is the race we just called. Brad Tapke, that clown, just got defeated by Aaron Paul. You're going to see the results in this district. So Trump actually lost this district.
Yep.
Okay. Scroll down.
Told you that.
Royce White lost to Amy Klobuchar 40-56. Joe Tayrab got crushed by Angie Craig in this district, and somehow Aaron Paul beat Brad Tapke.
Aaron Paul's a likable person. Have you met him?
Well, that means he's door knocking and people get to know him, right?
Well, he's a likable person. I mean, I was a Mort guy.
But hold on. I think the bigger story here is, and obviously, yes, Aaron Paul's very likable, and that's why he won.
And Brad Tapke's not.
And Brad Tapke's a clown. But look at this. Tayrab got defeated by, 14 points? But Trump is only losing to Kamala by 2 points in this district.
Right. So, wait, we said that Aaron Paul might have won because he's likable. And then Tayrab lost. Why do you suppose that might be?
I don't know. Maybe it's the inverse
because
of that,
he's dishonest and untrustworthy. Oh, no, he's unlikable. It could be all three of them.
Are we making you feel better at this point, Lisa?
I'm going to go back to the other room now.
Okay, but are you feeling better?
No.
You're still nervous?
Trump's going to win.
Back here,
Trump's winning.
We'll set you straight again.
Trump's winning the presidency.
By the way,
he probably won't win Minnesota, but he'll win the presidency.
By the way, you did such a fantastic job with that event. It's so good back there. All right.
I might have to come and check out the event in a little while.
The truth hurts.
Only
CD4
wings
hasn't
back there?
reported what's going on in CD4.
Oh, my God. There's still wings. All right.
Is Ramsey behind the ball? I mean, CD4 is going to be Betty McCollum, unfortunately. Okay.
But CD4, no. And you know what? I think let's say that Royce,
Fox News says Republicans are projected to take control of the Senate with at least 51 seats for outright majority.
For sure. Let's say if Royce runs again, one clear option for Royce would be to run in 2 years against Tina Smith. Be a very clear. I would support it 100%. I'd like to sit down with him, do a little after-action review and stuff like this, because there's and I talked with Royce on the campaign a bit, and I'm not in the loop totally about what happened at the end of it, but you mentioned CD4 still needs to be called. Still CD4 is the winning results, but
I guess so. Yeah, I haven't looked.
Royce grew up in Rondo. If you've ever door knocked in Frogtown and some of these areas like this, I bet most Republicans have never door knocked in poor, largely black neighborhoods in the urban areas in Minneapolis, St. Paul. So I'm talking about North Minneapolis and near North, and then Frogtown, right? And it's
By the way, CD4 has 0 votes.
They vote 80-something% Democrat. You go to the doors, they hate Democrats. They just hate Republicans more. Like, I swear, like, you think North Minneapolis, you look at, 80% Democrat voters. They're like, oh yeah, fuck these Democrats. Like, people hated Joe Biden. They hated Tim Walz. When there was third-party candidates running legal marijuana, now candidate for governor had a brochure that said "Never Walz, Never Jensen," and he was a young black guy. And they said, yeah, Tim Walz has been no good to anybody in Minneapolis. So like, it's not this homogeneous, I'm a Democrat. No, they hate Walz. Like, a lot of people in these urban areas, they're like, yeah, no, we don't like Tim Walz. We don't like Tim Walz's, homosexuality in the schools. We don't like his transgender surgeries. We don't like his, ABCD, all this stuff about him. They don't want any of it. So Royce would have an incredible opportunity to go into, say, Frogtown, Rondo, and these neighborhoods and take a ton of those votes. And he would easily beat Tina Smith with that strategy.
I don't know. I'm not so certain that Royce is a good candidate to run. I think he's got something to offer in like the podcast world and media. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Seeing,
what do we got here?
Nathan Hansen is still up for a judge in the 10th District Court 3.
What's reporting? How much reporting?
138 out of 409 precincts, and he is up 51.3 to 48.2. So he's got about a 3-point advantage right now.
The other interesting thing when you look at Royce's results with basically a shoestring budget versus Joe Tarab with millions of dollars.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's not really outperforming him in CD2. So, I think you pretty much predicted it. What are we at right now in CD2? I gotta get back to those numbers. Congressional District 2, for those people not in Minnesota, that was the one swing district, so to speak, for U.S. Congress.
Kurt Dowd tweeted at Nathan Hansen, I voted for you.
Okay. So here's the numbers for CD2. 93% is in. Dawson, let's go back up to election results. Top, and you see where it says 2 up there. So this is with 93% in. Thomas Bowman's at 2.25%. Dang, his endorsement of Joe Tarab didn't matter. Joe Tarab's at 42% and Angie Craig's at 55.5%. It's done. Right? It's done.
That's what I said in...
Andrew Craig wins by 13 points, right?
I said that in June.
You did say that in June. All this stuff. Now, just for people that maybe didn't see the show and everything that we talked about this, the district, the Republicans in this district never endorsed Joe Tarab, by the way. This was Tom Emmer installing his own guy in just a shady little deal. The Republicans in CD2 endorsed a guy named Taylor Rahm. He was loved by the grassroots. He was in a primary. It was, you were a door knocker for them, Tushy. They were looking good, and all of a sudden, Joe Tarab, who literally has a finance account with Tom Emmer, we end up finding, this is actually the weekend of July 13th. I remember this because we were going to do a special show on this, and then Trump got shot. And so Taylor Rahm is offered a senior advisor position, even though he's new in politics, with the Trump campaign in Minnesota. And who runs the Trump campaign in Minnesota? Tom Emmer. Doesn't seem like Tom Emmer's doing a good job running that Trump campaign today, is he, there, Jesse? And so then he drops out of the race, and so then Joe Tarab's pretty much the only candidate, goes on to win the primary, but never gets endorsed by the Republicans, is disliked by the grassroots. And here you go. All that, Tom Emmer spending all that political capital, all these resources for a race that they can't even basically get within 13 points of Angie Craig. What a waste. What an absolute waste. We're doing well for the legislature, so that's good. Just think about if the priority was there, right?
Mm-hmm. So, Tushi, how do you think Taylor Rahm would have performed? Let's say he wasn't a sellout. Let's say he didn't back out of things like he did. Let's say he won the primary against Tarab. Tushi, what would you say that Taylor Rahm would perform against Angie Craig in that situation?
Well, I don't see what are the numbers currently? I don't even know what.
Yeah,
it was 13 points basically.
13 points now. I think
Tarab's 42 and
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Yeah, it's 42 to 55. 55.5 to 42.2.
Yeah, there's so many variables, but now you mentioned if he hadn't suspended his campaign, if he hadn't sold out, whatever. Like, I would go back to, though, like, Joe Tayrab made the promise that he would abide by the endorsement of the delegates, right? So when Joe Tayrab had all this money and Rahm was struggling to earn money, whatever, the Freedom Club had said, as soon as the endorsement happens, we'll have you over. They were all going to cut max checks. He would have had $500,000 to go with right then and there, right? And so if Tayrab had kept his word, and he's a Marine, they have this, Semper Fi thing. I don't know if he's entirely familiar with it, but, if Joe Tayrab had been an honest and trustworthy individual and he said, you know what, I gave my word, I abide by the endorsement, I kind of regret it. I wish I wouldn't have done that, but I gave my word. And I'm gonna right here on April 27th, the day of the CD2 convention, shake Taylor Rahm's hand and say, congratulations, you won the endorsement. I'm going to keep my word. I'm endorsing you. I'm going to support you, and let's go win this, right? And then Taylor Rahm goes to the Freedom Club, gets his $500,000 in donations, starts a campaign where they're not fighting each other in a primary like Tayrab was and stuff. They're not like attacking one another. They're not doing all this crap. And right there, right there on April 27th, they can start campaigning against Angie. Yes, he's going to be an underdog for money and stuff, but Royce has some negatives, but he has many positives too with his podcasting stuff, whatever. But in CD2, there's areas like Egan and stuff where all the never Trumpers are, right. The same people that are the never Trumpers are the same people that might have issue with Royce or whatever. Taylor Rahm is somebody that again and again, when we were campaigning for him in the primary, people say, oh yeah, I went to school with him in Prior Lake, or yeah, my daughter saw him play baseball. Like, people knew him everywhere. He had deep, deep roots in the community. His in-laws, his wife's family, they all had very deep roots in the community. And it was amazing how many people I had talked to of all ages in their 30s, 40s, 60s, 70s. They knew him. They knew his family. He had ties to the community. He was an honest and trustworthy person. People want to vote for candidates. Like, clearly, as you can see in CD2, people aren't voting straight ticket. There are candidates that are outperforming others by 10% on some of these ballots. And so there are a lot of people that they'll vote for the person. And so Rahm had deep roots in the community. If he would have been able to, if they would have united, if Tayrab would have kept his word, shook his hand in April, they could have went forward with a real campaign to try to win this. And he would have outperformed Trump. He would have outperformed Royce, and potentially, if everything fell correctly, he could have flipped the seat. It's tough with that third party candidate in there, that's for sure. But he would have had the best chance to do it, because they'll go for the person. Like a lot of people say, they'll vote for the individual. And so when someone shows that they're a liar, when someone shows that they're dishonest, like Tayrab did, and comes in and keeps saying all these things that people see are not true, they're finding them not to be true. Angie in the debate just hit him 6 times with it. Joe, you're on recording saying that. You can't say that you didn't say it because you're on recording. Like, right. It's published online, and he just keeps lying. And people are like, they can overlook disagreements. It's like, well, we may not agree on everything, but I know you're a decent and honest person of integrity, so I'll consider voting for you even though I don't agree with you on everything. When somebody's like, oh no, we're agreeing on everything, it's like, well, you're a complete liar, and I'm never going to vote for you. And that's the trouble that he ran into, is like, he's just unlikable, and people don't believe him.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Myers won, which was a contentious seat, so that's over in the Minnetonka area, Mound, right? So it looks like, I think my prediction is going to be right. They are going to gain seats in the Minnesota House now.
Well, what seats have they gained?
Well, they gained over Tabke.
54A.
Yeah, that's
and
one.
Have they called Jeff Brand's race? I think so.
Yeah,
I think
right. That was 100% in.
So Jeff Brand's gone. So both Tabke and Brand went down. By the way, Brand was the target of Action for Liberty's
7B, where Cal Warwis just replaced Lagarde.
And that was one of the ones I figured was going to happen, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Jeff Brand was a target, and Tabke and both Tabke and Jeff Brand were targets of Action for Liberty's. A thing to push to get in Wells emergency powers and hold these guys accountable. So, well, amongst many things, taxes and everything. So,
and I think what I predicted was like a net gain of 1. But I kind of predicted a gain of, like, I predicted them to flip 3 or 4 seats but lose a few.
That's what I was thinking is are they going to lose a couple seats? Do we have DePel's race?
Yeah, that'd be 41B, Dawson, if you want to pull that
DePel's
up.
looking
I'm seeing a new commenter here, Patriot Hack. I don't know if we've seen you before. It says, Minnesota here in Front Row Joe. Taylor Rahm is good shit. I'm not sure I'm with you on that one. And that you're in CD2. So, yeah, glad that you're tuning in, paying attention, and, tuning in here because, there's CD2 is very interesting results.
60%.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like that one's ready to be called.
But DePel's up. And
that's still a Republican seat, though, so that's a keep.
Right, and how about 41A then, Dawson, if we got some 41B results coming in?
3B, Natalie's behind right now.
Natalie's behind in 3B.
It's only just started. It's only a couple
Still
precincts.
Nothing for 41A. That's ridiculous.
So, yeah. And you remember...
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with CD4, because, I was just looking at 66A.
Oh, my God. Sylvester the Cat, Dan Wolgamott won by... No, he lost. Wolgamott's got lost to Sue Eck.
What?
Sorry, I read that wrong.
There'll probably be a recount.
Yeah, well, it's clearly a recount. It's it's 20 basis points. There's 2 basis points. It's such a close one here. Let me dump this on the chart.
So in 3B,
let's just go to A5. I'm going to put it on A5. This is Dan Wolgamott, the guy that chugged vodka. By the way, endorsed by the Minnesota Peace and Police Officers Association, even despite chugging a bottle of vodka. So I think the Republicans have a chance of taking the House at this point. This is one of those districts.
They definitely could. Now the several,
but they haven't lost one other than 3B. You're saying. So this is Listen, once again, 4 votes. There's going to be a recount.
I think Dawson did.
We'll see, right? That stinks. I mean, Dan Wolgamott is a loser,
Dawson,
okay?
did you send
regardless
a link
if he
to
loses
Drew?
the race, he's a loser.
Yeah.
I thought you sent one to Drew, right?
Yeah, a while ago.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, was it Drew? No, hold on. I sent a lot of links to people. I sent one to... Let me double check. Maybe I didn't.
That's very cool. If Sue Eck is beating Dan Wolgamott, I mean...
No, that's 100% in.
Right. I mean, but they're going to recount it. They're going to fight it. But, I mean, this is some karma right here. I mean, you cannot drive drunk and get endorsed by the Police Officers Association and then...
but you only lose by 4. And, the guy, he chugs a bottle of vodka and he only loses by 4 votes. It's unbelievable.
I didn't receive Drew Roach's email before the show started.
Can you send his email there?
Sure.
All right. I mean, my God. I mean, God, you just hope that stays, right? You don't know. Yep. But that's 3 net seat gain. Did we say 3B?
That would basically be 4. That would be 4.
What am I missing here?
Oh,
and also, I mean,
Wolgamott,
Lislegard. Oh yeah, Lislegard.
Yeah.
Duh. I keep because that one was already pretty much forgone.
Yeah.
So that's 4 seats gone. So right now, what is it? Is it even?
Well, no. There's like tons of
68,
seats. There's
68.
other seats
I know. I'm just saying 68, 68 if everything else holds.
No, what do you mean if everything else holds? There's incumbent Republicans that are behind right now.
Who's behind right now?
Well, Natalie is one of them.
Okay, so Natalie's one example.
I don't know if 41A. So the 2 that I predicted they lose is 41A and 3B. Last I saw 41A,
I don't think they lose 41A.
Well, let's see what they got.
I mean, look, I live there. Look at the mailers here. I mean, I did not see a spending disadvantage by the Republicans there. Mm-hmm. Now, I also am not on the Democrats' list, probably.
You probably would have if Wayne didn't win that primary, though. I'm sure the Republicans wouldn't have put in any effort. And yeah, I mean, also, Dan Wolgamott is in leadership in the state house. He's the speaker pro temp.
So
it's not just like she's taking out just another one of these representatives. Sue Eck just took out one of the top people for the Minnesota House. And, I mean, that means, if Dan Wolgamott was, the police... union's connection to the Democrat Party, it's good to completely burn that bridge so that these police officers, the police officer union is such a scam. They're not representing police officers, they're representing their own political interests. Otherwise, if you were representing police officers, you wouldn't be supporting any Democrat, nonetheless Dan Wolgamott.
Right.
So most of the other districts that we saw that were supposedly in play, like Rita Hillman Olsen in Northfield, she lost. Gabriella in Savage, which was the closest one, CD2. That one, she lost. Okay, in 2022, Gabriella was 47-53 with the Democrat, much closer than Mort's district, much closer than 54A, right? So all these people are like, oh, we're gonna go after the Shakopee one, and they put all this money into the Shakopee one. They didn't put the money into the one next door that was closer,
Right.
in every way. And so now she lost that one, right? Because they did nothing for her, and the HRCC left her high and dry. So it's like all these other potential pickup seats are seeming to be not get picked up, from what I'm seeing here. So there's zero returns for 41A, which I can't believe.
Yeah,
But I
it's because it's in CD4. That's what Tech We Love is saying. CD4 feels like a scam. 0% reporting. Every other congressional district has some votes in.
But it doesn't get reported by CDs. It gets reported by counties, and that's Washington County. It's not Ramsey County. So both Washington and Ramsey County are in CD4.
Yeah. Because
So both
I'm
districts aren't
noticing that
reporting
for-
anything.
Right,
Well,
in
let's
Ramsey
look-
County,
here's
too.
another big drop
Well, let's
for
look at
Drew.
33B. Let's see if that's
Big drop for Drew.
What does that mean?
Well, it's like a big drop of votes. It's 26 to 28.
Okay,
reported
I
now.
think Washington County's not reporting because I just looked up.
it's like 98% Drew,
33B,
60-40.
Jessica's
so.
race. So yeah, Washington County is not reporting at all. So Ramsey and Washington County, that's East Metro. St. Paul to East Metro, none at all.
Crazy. And let's see, I can announce in Itasca County, Burl Ives, the dead guy, won with 72.65% of the vote. So that's very interesting. I guess Itasca will be having a special election to replace Burl Ives. And, I don't wish death upon Burl Ives. I feel bad that he died.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's dead.
But
already. You can't wish death
he
on him.
he was giving me a problem. He had an attitude problem. I'm going to say that about Burl. Because he didn't like the fact that I was calling out his selection for county attorney. He didn't like the fact that I showed up to Itasca and exposed it. So I'm not saying anything with it. It's interesting that he won despite being dead. And I think the voters knew that this other guy that was running against him was a crazy person. So in that situation, you vote for the dead guy to hold a new election. So that will be very interesting. I'm going to be keeping my eye on Itasca County and what comes of that county commissioner seat after this.
I can't get into the dynamics of some of these races here. I just don't have that level of analysis right now. North Carolina was called for Trump quite a while ago with a just under 3% margin, 92% reporting. Georgia has a 2.3 point margin with 93% reporting. They're not calling Georgia yet. Pennsylvania's got, this is almost a 3-point margin in Pennsylvania with 86% reporting. Michigan's at 49% reporting. I think you're going to be right on this, Jesse. Trump's up 52 to 46. So he's up big in Michigan. In Wisconsin right now, Trump is 51 to 43. By the way, last I checked, Tammy Baldwin. What's that?
Shakopee City Admin says there are 6,300 uncounted absentee votes.
Really?
That's not good.
I'm sure that's a joke. It better be a joke.
Yeah, I hope it's a joke. Tell us if you're joking.
6,300 uncounted absentee votes.
Wisconsin, Hovde is right now leading Tammy Baldwin. And let me go back into those numbers here. Wonder if Andy's
And to
still
answer
watching.
Rad Trad's question, yes, I am old enough to drink.
What, they think you're younger than 21?
I get ID'd everywhere.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I grow my hair out, actually, I do look a little bit older. When I cut it, I totally look like a young guy. But yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't mind it. I'd rather look young than old.
That's true.
Is he old enough to drink? What do you think? You're younger than 18?
Yeah.
In other words, yeah.
Not too long ago, I was in Detroit Lakes visiting family, and there was a sporting event going on at the high school, and I got lost in the hallways because they remodeled it a bunch. And one of the teachers was like, "What's your name? I haven't seen you around here. Are you new?" And I was like, "No, I graduated here like 7 years ago." So
How's that make you feel?
I don't know what to feel about it, because like I know that youth is good, but also I'd like to have my voice stop cracking and maybe grow a few inches would
Be
be.
like, I graduated here 7 years ago. Nice try, punk ass.
Yeah,
Show me your
yeah.
school ID. Hey, do we got Drew on the horn yet?
I sent him the link. I hope that the thing is still working. It got timed out because it's
Meanwhile,
Yeah, and I'm also seeing Pennsylvania 86% reporting with Trump up. Let's see here.
I was running around the mean streets
almost
of
3 points. So Trump is up big time in Pennsylvania. That's almost insurmountable at this point. They should be calling it for Donald Trump. Trump has won Pennsylvania, according to MAGA Jesse. I'm calling it. And
Not calling anything yet.
Dawson.
I'll call Pennsylvania. I'll call it, but I won't call these other ones. It's I
Well,
wouldn't say
Georgia's
yet, but
got 93%.
Pennsylvania's
Hold on.
done.
Georgia's got 93% reporting, and Trump's up 2.3%.
Right.
I will attempt
Well,
to
seems to be-
empathize with.
MAGA Jesse calls Georgia for Donald Trump. Georgia and Pennsylvania.
So that would put. So basically, he just has to seal a deal on Wisconsin or Arizona to win.
or
Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever he wants.
I wish
His
I could.
pick of the litter.
I wish I could sympathize with Dawson. I will attempt to empathize, but I certainly cannot sympathize because 30 years ago, 15-year-old me was at the Amoco station in the mean streets of Surrey, Wisconsin, with like a whole fistful of $1 bills as all my friends milled around the chips and be like, give me some Marlboro Menthol 100 lights and some Camel non-filters and then some Lucky Strikes and pack of Marlboro mediums. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I was a 15-year-old with a beard that looked 18.
Yeah.
So I really can't sympathize.
we do have Drew Roach in now.
Nice.
Well, Drew Roach, thanks for joining the Truth Hurts on election night. Congratulations are in order, Representative.
Why, thank you.
How does that feel?
Feels good. Feels good. I'm glad to get over the hurdle and ready to get to work.
Now that you're a state representative, first time, no one saw this one coming. What are the chances that, a Rhino Pat Garofalo's seat now went to a Patriot? Are you going to remember the little people like us?
Well, being that I am a little people, I don't think I'm going to fall
I didn't
too
mean it
far
that way.
from
I
with-
didn't mean it that way. I'm so sorry, Drew. I meant the little people like us.
Sure.
Not like Straba and Heitzman.
Yeah, I know. We've been making fun of short
that's
people
good.
too much tonight.
I got a question for you, Drew. So, Drew, now that
Yeah.
you've won, what issue is going to be your first focus once you get in there? Election integrity? Would it be medical freedom? What kind of issues are top of mind for you? That,
Carrying on Pat Garofalo's love of sports gambling. and nuclear
sports
power.
gambling? What's on your mind, Drew?
Well, we're going to try to remove, Tim Walz's tyrannical control and bring the never again bill that we all want desperately.
Yes.
Love it.
That's first thing on the table.
Good. How about some gun issues?
Absolutely. I want to see a constitutional carry, right? I would love to get us there in Minnesota. We got 29 states that recognize your God-given right, not government-given right, because they don't give us authority, we give them authority. And I want Minnesota to be the 30th. So I want to get to a point where that's part of our daily life in Minnesota is having a constitutional carry.
Okay, Drew, I'm a guy of compromise. I think you could agree with me. Let's see if you're there with me. I don't want to ban any firearms. I truly believe and shall not be infringed, but I'm willing to compromise here. And let me know if you are too. Will you promise to ban the weapons that Tim Walz carried in war?
Absolutely not.
Whoa. I think you're safe making that bet there, I'm not
The
certain.
tampon cannon?
I'm not
Yeah,
so certain he's
tampon
ever carried a
cannons.
weapon in war. Oh man. Boy, if we could dodge that gun grabber from getting in the White House. Oh.
See, great. It's looking good so far, man. It's been a good night.
Well,
It's,
isn't Donald
it's
Trump the
looking
reason
good.
you got into politics, right? Weren't you basically
Yeah, well, the thing that really got me in, that got me motivated, but it was COVID. It was the lockdowns. It was being
Okay.
a small business owner. It was the fact that, I'm not going to let the government tell me what I can and cannot do. They don't get to decide who is essential, who's not essential. And that was the tipping point to really get me motivated and get my butt in gear start participating in the process. I wasn't going to just wear the We the People shirt anymore and, put the decal on my truck and say that I'm doing what I can. No. I wanted to be in the fight. I wanted to be in it and stand for the people and do what our founding fathers expected. And so I'm humbled by this, and I'm just looking forward to getting to work and representing the people and doing what we need to do.
Okay, I got some breaking news. Dawson, go back to the election results. It's now showing Dan Wolgamott, the vodka chugger, in first place.
Yep.
So they switched this.
They
we
sure
had
did.
shown it before. Now it's showing him winning by quick math there. What is that? 36 votes, something like that.
38.
38. I can't do math on the fly. 38 votes. Why? Why is that different all of a sudden? I mean, 100% reporting.
Yeah,
It's
that
probably
makes
all
sense.
that. It's probably all that MPPO advertising.
So there's,
Yeah.
so sometimes there's early in-person votes, so like if somebody went to St. Cloud or Sartell City Hall, and there might have been 30 people that voted early in City Hall, that all the precincts are in, all the absentees are in, but the 30 people that voted early, something like that. Sometimes it's something.
I know. I'm just.
Yeah, but
I'm
then,
sad about it, right?
But it's one of those
I know it
things. Then that precinct is not in. If
Right,
you
exactly.
have
But they're not by
if you have
precinct, in other
outstanding
words.
absentee ballots, that means that precinct is not in.
It's
even,
not
even
by
if they voted
precinct.
early.
It's not by precinct. So in other words, if I voted early in the primary in Inver Grove, there's 12 precincts in Inver Grove, but when they have those 30 votes, people that voted early, it's all 12 precincts. It's 30 votes and 12 precincts. So in other words, they
But
could
your
say,
vote still belongs within that precinct.
Yeah, it still gets counted in the precinct.
Yeah.
It gets delivered to the precinct.
Right. So just because you vote in a way where early voting is going on, there's multiple different types of ballots going on, doesn't mean that your vote doesn't belong to that precinct. They shouldn't be reporting something as this precinct has reported if they're still saying there's outstanding votes.
well, I know
Listen, it's still within a half a point, which is an automatic
it's still
recall.
an automatic recount. Well, I just say
sorry.
that because you guys were asking. I know that we had somebody at City Hall tonight where they open up those ones because they put them in an envelope when people voted early. If they voted early in person. in a
Yes.
certain
No,
time
we
frame.
get it.
We
It's
had
just-
somebody there. They opened them up and fed them in the machines, and then we saw the totals go on the Secretary of State, like 30.
I know. I'm
votes.
just saying
So-
it's not like what Jesse was saying. It's not 100% in. So
Right.
I mean, maybe it still switches. Boy, I was pretty exciting there for a while.
yeah,
and it's still an automatic recount because it's under a half a point in Minnesota.
But Drew, I don't know if you were watching that show, watching at that moment when we said, yeah, this is Wolgamott either won or lost by a handful of votes. And it's like they pulled the staff from Eck to go door knock for Ron Krisha, and they handicapped her campaign for weeks running for Ron Krisha. So if they lose by a handful of votes, that's on them.
Right. And Tom Emmer's big ploy to get Joe Tarab, in CD2 was all a waste of money and time and effort.
Wait, who got more votes, Drew in the one House district or Joe Tarab citywide?
Well, so what was the final margin for you, Drew? Do we have those numbers?
I don't even know if it was final. It was like 60-40 with 2 precincts remaining.
Okay.
Drew, did you know if you won every precinct yet, or did you?
I think we lost one precinct, Rosemont P6, which we knew was going to be. It was close. I think in previous elections, I think Bill Lesky had won that by 9, and Garofalo had won it by 26. So I fell short of that I lost by 15 votes. But there's a lot of new development in that
Yeah,
area,
there is.
so we're happy with that result, right?
Yep.
So.
So you won
we-
27 of the 28 precincts. I think we'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take it. I mean, obviously, there's always learning moments in it, and so we learned, how P6 is going to lay out in the future. It is what it is.
Well,
But
so
hey,
it
we'll
is
take it.
it is official, whatever that means these days. Apparently, it's not anything in 14B. So you won 60-40, so 20-point margin, which is awesome. We knew that's from the get-go.
Good.
Are they all in?
Yeah, it says 100% report.
Okay.
But like I said, whatever that means, right?
Yep.
Right, Jesse? Whatever that means.
Right, 99% in.
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well,
Well, yeah, no,
congratulations. Oh, go ahead.
I appreciate it. No, I was gonna say I appreciate that. Like I said, it feels good. My opponent ran a dirty campaign. He wanted to attack me every opportunity he could. He wants to. He paints himself as a veteran, a patriot, a moderate, somebody who is a constitutionalist, but wanted to continue to smear my name and make me look like somebody who wasn't educated, didn't have the background, didn't have the temperament to be a representative of the people. And, the people have spoken. And so I'll be waiting for that apology from my opponent. And, better luck next time.
There you go. Drew Roach, state representative elect, as they say it.
Yeah, and now you're taking over for a 20-year incumbent, and I know we talked.
Wait. Garofalo's been there 20 years?
20 years, yep.
Really?
Yep. He was there. He was there when I moved to CD2 20 years ago.
Holy crap.
And I know when we were coming in, I said, well, Garofalo didn't really outperform the others in the district by that much. It was kind of, and so when we were setting up goals, because it's a pretty good district, I said a very good goal for Drew to have would be to outperform Trump and Royce and the other Republicans and Joe Tarab. I think you outperformed Joe Tarab by 10 points, and you outperformed Trump. Trump was the next highest, I think, at 58.5. And Drew, you got 60%. So you outperformed every other Republican on the ticket down ballot from you. So you're a freshman. You're brand new. You didn't have the TV ads of Joe Tarab and the Trump everything. You just knocked doors, put up signs. It's all grassroots campaigning. Talking to your neighbors, and you outperformed the whole ticket. So congratulations, well done.
Thank you, Paul. And you're right. What I did is I ran my campaign. I met the voters where they were at, which is the doors. And I got to give a shout out, Sarah, my fiance.
Fantastic woman, by the way.
Absolutely
Fantastic.
Phenomenal.
And we know some other heroes that helped out in that campaign, some that will remain unmentioned, but
absolutely
great
couldn't
people.
Couldn't do it without her. She is my rock and really helped me in every way possible. Paul was a huge point, a huge help as well. And like I said, we met the voters where they were at. I'm genuine, and I just did everything I could. We didn't spend a lot of money. You look at my campaign report, we didn't spend a lot at all.
You saved a lot, didn't you? Didn't you do the fiscally responsible thing and keep a whole lot of money?
We sure did.
I don't really donate.
A couple whole stacks.
I don't even donate to cancer. I remember donating to Drew. I always say to people, you're like campaign staff, you're only as good as your candidate, right?
Yeah.
And so you did a fantastic job, but I totally want to repeat what you said, Sarah and Paul and all the people that won't be mentioned that did very good work there.
Three great
awesome.
kids that said, vote for my dad. How impactful is that?
There you go.
Hand in the literature, vote for my dad.
Mm-hmm. Great job. Congratulations. And we'll keep in touch, Drew.
And it looks like, it does look like you probably will be going into a small majority. I mean, it's still... It's totally up in the air, but
or 68-68.
Yeah, but the predictions are from some people who've knocked doors in some of these districts are saying that it should be a majority. Now there's multiple.
Well, hold on, but Wolgamott that switched.
Yep.
So what do we have? 7B, Aaron Tabke's gone and Jeff Brand's gone.
Well, 7B is we're predicting that, but it's barely any reporting on there.
Yeah, but
I would say that's going. So basically that's a 50-50. Now, if Tapel holds, it looks like he's going to hold, but that's a hold.
But that's a hold.
They have to hold 3B, which
and
is
41A and 3B.
Yeah, they did. There's a lot of other ones that they didn't flip.
Myers did win, so that was a hold.
The Pulowski district is a possible flip. That's a possible pickup.
Yeah. Is it gonna go? What's that district?
It's barely started. They barely have any returns, but
okay.
It's that's another possible pickup.
Did Dotseth? Dotseth is close. It's 91%. He's got a 3-point margin, so
but he's got to hold that. Yeah, and that's just a hold. You know what I mean? That's not any extra pickups. So.
Yeah.
How's Jeff Woody's race?
Yeah, let's check up on. Was he 41A or 41B?
Whitty is
no, he's 57.
57B. Let's see.
57B. He is 52%. Looks like he
Okay.
won.
Good.
Looks like it's all 52%. So he won same margin as
I think
last
he
time.
won on. I think. Oh, was it the same? Okay. I was just say. I think. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. It's good.
The state representative from Farmington, Drew Roach. Thank you for joining the show.
Thank you, guys. We got to give a shout out to the rest of the district too.
There
A
you
lot of
go.
good other towns in Farmington or in 58B. So, we've got Marchand and Ravenna and Coates and Hampton and a lot of good places. So I'm looking forward to representing 58B strong.
And where can you get a good fish fry on Friday night in your district?
In
Or is that-
Vermilion, we got them all. We got a lot of great towns in 58B, and I'm excited to represent them. I'm humbled and I'm looking to get to work, man.
I was going for New Trier and Dan's Bar, but yes.
Yes,
I'll take
right.
it.
Take care, Drew.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Coates being the infamous spot off of Highway 52 in the Coke refinery.
Yeah, I had canvassers here 2 years ago, a bunch of canvassers, and I met them at Coates a couple times, to buy them dinner. If you guys hit, 1,000 doors today, or whatever, you get dinner, 1,200 doors or something. And then they all bought so many drinks at the house at Coates. It's like my liquor bill was $300.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, I got one good piece of news here that we can announce. The U.S. Senate has officially gone into Republican control. Bernie Moreno has won in Ohio.
Yes, all right.
So, and he's a good one. There's a few issues with him. He's a little bit of a neocon, but for the most part, he's one of the better ones of the candidates that are running. I'm also looking at District 36B because as we were talking about DUIs, it made me think, what's going on with that ogre, Brian Curran? So I checked it out.
Brian?
Nothing. There's no results there yet.
Well, it's Ramsey.
Yeah, it's Ramsey County. But yeah, so 36B still 0 results between Brian Curran and Patty Bradway, I mean.
Hub days. So, excuse me, Chuck Schumer is going to have a lot more time on his hands to grill raw burgers with cheese on top of it.
Yeah.
It's like,
well,
freaking lizard person.
maybe the Democrats kick it. Probably not. But, maybe the Democrats say it's time for a new leader. Look at how you just failed us, Chuck.
Yeah, but
maybe.
Trump loves Chuck Schumer. He gave him his first check.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's so disappointed over here.
Look at this Chucky.
He said he was
Chucky.
Glum. He's so glum.
Yeah.
Oh, man, what a weasel that guy is. Only in politics could Turtle and Chuck Schumer rise to the top.
And yeah, I mean, who knows who's going to take over?
Phil Kant says, is Trump still leading? Yeah, but it's not moving. I mean, Wisconsin keeps moving. There's been no movement in numbers.
Yeah, Arizona has been stuck at 50%. I guess it's up to 51% now, but I mean, it was stuck at 50% from an hour ago.
Yeah, this is exactly what everyone's scared of is the cheat, Like, everything looks good for Trump right now. He's got, 3-point leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia. Georgia's at 93% reporting.
Oh, boy.
What?
We got a squeaker here. Incumbent South St. Paul Mayor Jimmy Francis ekes out a 1% victory over former CD2 Republican chair turned Democrat Mark Westfall.
And I'm checking Kamala's Twitter. Still nothing. She hasn't said a word since if you're in line, stay in line. So she hasn't said anything. That's she's nervous.
What should she be saying?
You'd think that she'd be portraying some confidence. Here we are at my election party. I'm going to be giving a speech. I'm going to, talking with supporters. There's lots of things to be doing.
Wouldn't she be talking with supporters instead of tweeting?
Huh?
Wouldn't she be
no, I'm
talking
saying, you know what I'm saying, Dawson. Come on. I'm saying her
I'm
staff
trying
takes pictures of her talking to people.
I'm trying to walk you into a trap so I could say I'm right.
Yeah.
My camera battery died, so talk for a minute.
In Inver Grove, the 3 candidates I helped with cleaned up in Inver Grove. Brenda Dietrich for mayor, 12,188 votes for 72% of the vote. And John Murphy, Sue Gliva, the 2 Republicans, conservative candidates, also won, and the Democrat lost, distant third.
Wisconsin's at 82% reporting. Trump is still up by 3. Michigan has just been steady. Trump, I mean, I don't know. I haven't analyzed where those votes still to come in are, so maybe it's closer than it seems, Jesse, but you seem so bullish on Michigan. I really don't give a shit about the Senate, to be honest with you. Like, if the U.S. Senate goes Republican, I don't really care too much. I just want the presidency not to go to Kamala Harris. I think you can make an argument for a mixed government.
You can make a great argument for a mixed government. I mean,
because the Republicans don't have a good track record of majorities.
Yeah, they don't.
We're trying to build a wall here.
But
the Democrats aren't going to build a wall.
What wall did they really build when they had that majority?
No,
and they didn't.
I know.
Get rid of Obamacare.
I agree, but I'm saying the Democrats aren't going to give it at all. So you got to work on the Republicans. We all know this. That you work on the people that you actually
I don't
have
agree with that premise.
over.
By the way, I don't agree with that premise.
What's
really
that you have to have Republicans to get it?
No,
I
you
think
have
you can get
Republicans in there,
Democrats.
then you pressure the Republicans.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
in this
But you can do that to Democrats too. Just FYI.
That doesn't work. They don't care. They want the open border. They don't care.
You're saying Manchin couldn't be pressured into stuff like
Manchin's
that?
out.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying he could have been pressured into things.
No, I mean he's a total puppet. He doesn't believe in anything. He'll do whatever he thinks he has.
Exactly. That's how you pressure him. All he cares about is re-election. Of course, obviously he didn't run again.
Yeah, he doesn't care enough about it to stay in there. So no, I don't think that these Democrats are willing to negotiate.
Failed candidate for the win. He goes, "We need the Senate to institute Project 2025."
yeah, right.
Well, and you know,
it was a master plan all along.
Trump is. I mean, Trump might be pissed off enough that he's going to do something different. If so, great. If not, then it's the same old crap that we get. But look what the Republicans did with the U.S. House the last 2 years. Nothing. They did nothing. They have, I mean, what a disappointment that is. When every time somebody said, "Oh, we need Joe Tayrab for the House," it's like, well, they have a majority now that they're doing nothing with. So it's like I want to see. We got a Senate. Well, I want to see Trump president with both, the House and the Senate. Then we demand that they do something. And if they don't, then it's like, hey, Tom Emmer, you know what I mean? Like, that's what Walter was here in studio saying, well, Emmer wants to do good things. He wants to be conservative. It's like when the Republicans have the presidency, the House and the Senate, then let's see them make an excuse for, well, yeah, Tom Emmer and all these guys just have to vote like liberals, then we can.
And things are tightening up in Minnesota, I'm seeing, with 62% reporting. It is 50.5 for Kamala. It just changed to 47.4. So this is a 3-point race right now in Minnesota.
But the problem is Ramsey and Washington haven't come in yet. And Ramsey's going to go big Harris.
Is that the same thing that happens with, like, Georgia and all the big ones? They've got the big cities where all the votes just take for freaking ever.
Well, it's not necessarily that way. A lot of times the big cities report quickly because they just probably have the infrastructure to do it. I mean, it's not so simple.
I mean, the smaller counties would definitely be faster because they've got.
Not necessarily. It doesn't work that way.
I think that is how it works, isn't it?
No,
that's what I'm saying.
No, there's multiple polling locations, especially if you're a big county. Let's say Itasca County. There's different polling locations. They're all around the county. There's way more infrastructure, like Jake was saying. There's more poll workers. There's more. There's more of everything.
But is there gonna? But yeah, there's more of everything. But there's also like a magnitude more people. I guess I just don't know enough about how it works in the cities then. But
I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying, but it just it's all over the place because you can look at some of these races and the big metro areas have reported quickly. Hennepin County's in, and what they did is they did one big dump, right? They reported all of a sudden.
They did take a big dump.
Oh, okay, all right.
They did one big dump.
Well, they did. They did one big data dump, and then all of a sudden, all of Hennepin County was reporting. All of a sudden, Omar is the victor. I mean, we knew that. Buddy says Washington and Ramsey must have had the software glitch Dominion voting systems in place. They don't have Dominion in those two counties, by the way. Dominion is in Dakota County, and I think, what is it, up in Lake County or something like that? Or St. Louis County? I think it's St. Louis County.
We've got 15 minutes until it's midnight. What's your game plan?
This is the problem right here. This is the problem is, Trump looks good. I see people are leaving the party. People are going to go to bed. And then the scary thing is they wake up in the morning and things shift. And this is in some regards the nightmare scenario that everyone wants to avoid. Trump looks great by all means, but everything has been close. All the polling's been close. These states haven't moved. There could be rational reasons for that. there could also be, hey, we need more votes, right? This is a scary thing. As it stands right now, Dawson makes a good point. We're a quarter to midnight. When you look at Wisconsin, you know what? Let me just send you this here. Let's just go. We'll do Associated Press, how it's reported on Google. That's a good, nice visual because you can hover over it. I'll put this in the note sheet here, Dawson. I'm going to put in the A5. Oops, sorry. Try that again. A5. Just go to A5. All right, so hover over Wisconsin. Wisconsin's reporting 83% in. Trump's winning 51-47, right? So that's a 4-point margin. Seems like Trump's going to win Wisconsin. Michigan, 56% reporting. Donald Trump's up 52-46%. Michigan stayed in that huge margin. Now, that could also be Detroit hasn't come in yet, right?
That's crazy that they haven't even gotten past 60% reporting. That's
right.
So long.
We could do a deep dive. Maybe Jesse gets back in here. We could have him do a deep dive. Then you got Pennsylvania stuck at 87%, with Trump up 51-48. So that's a 3-point margin there. I mean, these are great things to see. Donald Trump is leading in Georgia, 51-48.5. So 2.5% margin, 2.3, I should say more specifically, with 93% reporting. And then you go over to Arizona. They've been stuck at 51% with a razor-thin margin. So, and Nevada hasn't even reported yet. It says results expected soon.
That's crazy.
Very crazy.
Goodness.
This is exactly what people get scared about. Buddy, on another note, Jake is a Bears fan. Where's the Hawks sweater? What, the Iowa Hawk? What do you mean Hawks sweater? Blackhawks. Well, so I'm a Bears fan because my family's from northern Iowa. So, like, if you imagine my dad growing up in the 60s, the Bears were, an awesome team, and then the Twins were a new team. So that's why I'm a Chicago Bears and a Minnesota Twins fan. When you grow up in Iowa, you have no professional sports. So we're a Cyclone family, Iowa State family, although I grew up in Wisconsin. I've been kind of all over the place. So I kind of was more of a Badger growing up, but my dad is a big Cyclones fan. Failcan says too big to rig. Yeah, but that's the problem is I don't know, is it too big to rig at this point? These are the scary margins. It follows along with the polling. Jake has a Hawk Tua sweater. Oh, man. Did we ever find out her politics? That person ain't real girl?
Yeah.
Gomez?
Mm-hmm.
Something Gomez?
Yeah, something, yeah.
Gorgeous girl, by the way. She's a big Trump supporter.
Yeah.
From Dallas, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know about the Hawk Tua girl.
She's probably Republican.
She seems like she would be.
It seems like it.
Oh, man.
So what do you want to do?
Well, I think, are you fine staying a little longer?
I'm freaking exhausted.
You're exhausted?
All I have tomorrow is work in the gym and a stream, so I can keep going till we're done. I'll rest when I'm dead. That's my point.
There you go. Like that guy that won up in Itasca.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm seeing there's barely any movement now from a lot of these races. Arizona is which big surprise, Arizona's, not counting their votes. I saw their Secretary of State, he was in some interview, he was saying, it could take a week or two. A week or two? What?
Right.
It's like, don't try to tell me that, it's our state laws, we do things correctly, and actually our state laws are better than the rest of the country. Really? Well, the rest of the country is able to give me results right now, but Arizona's not. So it shows that it's disingenuous.
Fox News reports Harris will not deliver remarks tonight as Trump is projected to win battleground North Carolina. AP called that a while ago. Leave it to the left-wing AP to call it before Fox News. You're not shocked by that, are you there, Jesse? We got another Rumble rant.
Oh, let me get to that. Let's see here. $5 Rumble rant from Phil Can. It says, are the Minnesota results enough to absolutely throw out leadership?
Does that mean Republican Party leadership?
I'm assuming that's what he means. And I mean, I would have to say that, if the leaders of the Republican Party fail to deliver year after year, election after election, no majority after no majority, and nothing to even show for all of the hard work that patriots and the grassroots put in, then it might be time for new leadership.
And they attacked the grassroots. Otter Tail County. They
Yep.
disenfranchised hundreds of people from becoming delegates. I mean, it's such a joke. Georgia's been called for Trump, according to Fox News.
All right.
That puts Trump at 248. So it is what it is. That's 248. There you go. We got a $100 Rumble rant.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my God, we're gonna keep going. I'll buy you wings there, Dawson.
Let's see here. BDC 1450 says 100 to keep going. The kid can go to bed.
All right, we got Fox News calling Georgia for Trump.
Nice.
There we go.
It's unbelievable.
It's wonderful news. Trump needs to win Pennsylvania and give me Wisconsin and Michigan, and he gets his 270. Will we get the results? We'll see. Fox News wants them to start making some calls.
Yeah,
I mean, it was interesting. Georgia was like, it just seemed to be there. 94. Okay, so they were waiting for a couple precincts in. 94% in. He's still leading by over two points. So
And
there
all
we
of a sudden,
go.
the Associated Press's map just crashed. So they obviously didn't like that Fox News called Georgia for Trump. They're trying to rearrange.
Is Georgia taking a long time because of the bomb stuff?
No.
No,
You don't think
it's
so?
done. I mean, it's done.
Wait, that was my question. Is that why it took so long to happen?
No, they're unrelated.
Okay.
All right, so Kamala not speaking tonight. I mean, she definitely doesn't want to. So this is good news here. It's really good news.
Yeah, I can't believe that she wouldn't go out and talk. I mean, this is not good, but this is what I would do if I was her. If I was the Democrats and I said, we want this guy out of here no matter what, we're going to cheat, we're going to say anything, we're going to do anything, I'm going to go out there as Kamala Harris and I'm going to declare victory. I mean, that would throw a wrench in things, but I mean, I'm surprised that the Democrats aren't willing to go to that length because they're going to try to prevent him from being sworn in. There's a lot of tricks that they're going to pull on him. So we're just going to have to wait and see what Kamala ends up saying. But her not making any kind of speech is definitely not a good sign for her.
Tucker, Royce won. Twin Cities is not Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, that's true. You get rid of the Twin Cities, it's different.
Yeah.
It's a different story. By the way, got like zero support from the Republican Party of Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
You think
Patriot Hack says Kamala lady came out and said that she will speak tomorrow. Good to know.
That's a bad sign for them. But, I mean, that's what it seems like is they're not going to make this call anytime soon. So all we know right now is at least Fox News has made the call that Georgia is Trump projected to win battleground. Georgia, Harris will not address supporters tonight. Pennsylvania, Trump still got a 3-point lead with 90% in.
Mm-hmm.
He's got over 3%. I mean, when are we calling Pennsylvania?
Right.
And once he takes Pennsylvania, I mean, it's everything. It's like we said from the get-go. Pennsylvania is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like
he's leading in every single important state.
Yes,
right now.
yes.
Every single.
I mean, Arizona
state.
is like a dead heat, but you win Wisconsin, Michigan. You just need one other state. Pennsylvania puts them at 267 votes.
Wow.
So Nevada then wins it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They did not take Iowa. The fake news Des Moines Register. 94% in. Trump has got a 14-point advantage on Kamala Harris. Oh, wow. This really credible pollster says from the Des Moines Register that Kamala is winning Iowa. Fake news. We called that one on Sunday night. Bullshit. I can't even believe well, yeah, I can believe the media call. Of course the media wanted that. That was the whole point. They rigged that probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, failed candidate. Pennsylvania's been the linchpin for months. It's definitely been the linchpin for Kamala Harris. Like, Trump had more paths to victory outside of Pennsylvania, but it looks like he's going to win Pennsylvania. Scuba McSalty, F the media. And that's what this is all about. We wouldn't do this show if the media did such a great job. Oh, man. Dawson, you hanging in there? Do I need to order you some wings?
I'm good.
You good?
I'm cracking. I'm doing it.
Let's see what's going on for the Senate here. We got Ruben Gallego, which is the Democrat running against Kerry Lake. He is leading in Arizona. Mike Rogers is leading in Michigan. Tim Sheehy is leading big time by like 20 points in Montana, but it's only 18% reporting. Dave McCormick, the Republican, is leading in Pennsylvania, and Eric Hovde is leading in Wisconsin. So this could be a massive, massive landslide if we see, Trump win all of those states and then all of those Senate seats go to Republicans, where we'd be looking at something like a 55-45 Senate. I mean, that gives Republicans a lot of playing room. You can forget about Susan Collins, you can forget about Lisa Murkowski, and Mitt Romney's out of there anyway. So there might be a little bit of room to get some stuff done, I hope.
All right, I want to report on this. Pull up A4 Dawson. This is very interesting. It could be nothing. Could just be a glitch in the system. I'm not the one that always says, "Oh, look," but the 54A results have disappeared. So this was a win seat for Republicans. Brad Tapke was beaten by Aaron Paul, and is not showing the results. Now let me look and see if they've got, you know what, Dawson, can you go back to election results? Let's see if they're reporting the federal and state. Tucci, you're coming back on set. So the results of 54A have disappeared. So, yep, state general election. And scroll down to the bottom, you're going to see federal and state results in House District, and you're going to click on 54A. Okay, so yeah, the whole House District's gone. Now, is this a Scott County thing? Let's get out of here and let's go back to, well, let's just do 54B. Let's see what happens with 54B. Maybe that's a good way to check it out. Although 54B stretches into another county. What's it saying? 100%. So, yeah, that's interesting. What happened to 54A? That's really bizarre. Why is 54A gone all of a sudden?
Yeah, I don't know.
That is really bizarre. I'm not certain I've seen that happen. So New York Times has called Georgia. Basically, they have to steal the entire blue wall, which currently have 77, 79% chance off Trump for Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, respectively. How does Nevada have no results 3 hours after the polls close? Because they're cheating. This is, sorry, I'm reading my buddy, BP, we'll call him. Scoop McSalty, 54A is having some glitches. Of course they are. Yep. All right, so we're still waiting. I mean, Georgia is huge, right? So North Carolina, listen, Jesse and I have been saying this for months now. Georgia and North Carolina are going to go Trump, right? That wasn't a shocker.
Pat Garofalo called that thing 4 hours ago.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah. Right now, Trump's up by almost 5 million in the popular vote. With how much in California? 43% in California reporting, so it could mean really nothing in the end. But that's still good to see him leading, right? I guess Nevada doesn't report anything, so Vegas adds a ton. Although he's probably going to win Nevada.
Nevada's reporting 5%.
Nevada is starting to report. There you go.
At the right
Trump's
hour.
winning 71% to Kamala at 20%. The early results are always funny. Now, if you're Royce White, you just go ahead and tweet those out.
He was ahead for a long time.
Too bad, man. I would have loved for him to win. Oh, man. Things would get so different. People would be red-pilled like crazy out in D.C. No, they wouldn't. But Trump, so right now with 70% in, Royce does have 41%, so he's cracked that 41%. Klobuchar's only got 56%, but once again, do we not have any results from... Yeah, we have nothing from Ramsey County, so that's there. Slept 3 hours in the last 40 hours. Suck it up, Dawson says failed candidate.
Yes.
Oh. And we wait. And we wait. We are closing in on midnight. I mean, if they give Pennsylvania to Trump, I mean, Kamala's toast, pretty much.
Is it still is it still Kamala's job to certify the election and say
Yeah.
that she lost?
Yeah, isn't that funny?
That
Now
is
that
funny.
happened actually in 2000. Al Gore presided over the ceremony of the Electoral College certifying the results
Yeah.
of George W. Bush, and it's really funny.
Right,
That's
he
really
kind of put Maxine Waters in her place at one point, you
Yeah.
know, because she didn't have any, which is interesting that there weren't any Democrat senators who were willing to really fight the issue of Al Gore. So since there wasn't a Democrat senator co-sponsor on the bill or on the resolution, whatever she was putting forward, he wasn't able to recognize it. So Al Gore said, you know, do you have a Senate co-sponsor? And she said, I don't care. And it's like, well, you got to have one. So, yeah, I mean, it'll be very interesting to see that. I mean, Kamala's just going to be ashamed, a shell of herself.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot says have Paul sing, but I think a Rumble Rant's required to get one of us on set to sing. So just FYI, if you want, if you're making those kind of requests, you got to hit that Rumble Rant. By the way, thank you to Warren Wessel of Keller Williams Realty for being a sponsor of the show. Warren Wessel, if you're looking to buy a home or sell a home, give my good friend Warren Wessel a call. A fantastic patriot. I don't know if he's still hanging out back there. It's getting late for Warren. You know what? When he's selling your home, though, nothing's too late. Do we have Warren's little banner here? I want to make sure I get the number. You got to call Warren at 612? 612?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yep, you're doing good.
Shoot, I've totally blanked out here.
419-7453. I didn't even have to look.
612-419-7453.
I
And if
didn't even
you're,
have to look, Warren. I love you.
I know, and I did that the other day, and it's like Warren is like one of 4 numbers I can actually recite by heart. By the way, if you're buying a home, give the good guys at John Galt Mortgage Company. Oh my God, Love Minnesota's gonna get Paul to sing.
Yeah, Love
Give the
Minnesota,
guys at John Galt
$50.
Mortgage Company a chance of financing your home. Go to johngaltmortgage.com. And thank you to Alpine Country in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Love Minnesota says, please, Paul, sing at $50 a Rumble Rant. I think you can actually request a song in particular.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's what the people want. I'll buy you wings, Tushy. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot says, sing, bitch.
Sing, bitch. I thought he was going to say don't sing.
Yeah.
No, you got a beautiful voice. Damn, Love Minnesota. Send me a damn Rumble Rant, says Scuba McSalty. No one wants a beggar, Scuba. It's like a Vince Flynn plot. Thanks for all you do. Take America back, says Buddy036. How about something from Hamilton? August, $20 to have Jake not sing. You asshole. What an asshole. BDC 1450. Dawson sings. No, we should all sing a song. What should we sing? Sweet Caroline?
Who said Hamilton? We could do the what is it called? The first song, Aaron Burr, sir, with the 4.
That one's good. Yeah.
I haven't seen
Who's
Hamilton.
going to be Lafayette?
Yeah, I don't know.
Pennsylvania does have 90% in at this point. Trump is still holding on to that margin. 90% in with a 3-point margin. Please put her out of her misery. Metaphorically speaking, by the way, right? You know, gotta say that. Jesse gets to pick what Paul sings. All right, there you go. Love Minnesota. $50 Rumble Rant gets to make the pick. What do you want?
Let's see.
Sure, she gets to pay the show all the money and gets to pick the song that I sing.
Do you?
Wait, what's the name of that song where Trump always comes out to it?
YMCA.
No. The Proud to Be an American one.
Oh, yeah.
The lakes of Minnesota
Yeah, that one.
to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to L.A. There's a pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Very good. Paul, you got me
Beautiful.
singing too, man.
All right.
Yeah,
You got a
Love
great
Minnesota
voice.
says, OMG, Paul, wow.
He is so good. No joke. He is very gifted. Who sings that song? Keep it that way. You asshole Tucker. Unbelievable.
Tucker.
Look at how feisty and sassy our audience gets past midnight.
I'll keep it that way.
Jeez. Oh, give us some results here.
Well, Rad Trad liked it too.
Well, it's unmistakable. Oh, Jones here. Thanks, Joan. And is Irv fishing or is he actually watching? Irv seems to always be fishing. Wait, Jake, stop! How dare you?
I don't know who Irv is, but it sounds like the kind of guy I should meet.
Yeah, Ottertail County peeps. Good people.
Good fishing up in Ottertail.
Oh yeah, he's always fishing.
Irv, let's talk.
Oh yeah.
But their tennis team sucks.
Phil Kent says, "Do it again. I just cracked the wild turkey." Bohemian Rhapsody. How does it start?
What?
Is this the real life?
Is this just fantasy?
Caught in a landslide.
No escape from reality.
Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see.
I'm just a poor boy.
Poor boy.
I need no sympathy.
Because I'm
easy come,
Dawson?
easy go. Little high, little low.
Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter
To me.
to me.
Do 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 do.
Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away.
Mama,
Ooh, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as if nothing really mattered.
boop, 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 boop,
I like how our audience picked the one song that's like 8 minutes long.
It's like 12 minutes long or whatever, guys.
My sister from Iowa said my Minnesota stopped counting votes. Is that true? We don't know what the hell's going on in Minnesota. Honest to God, they're just disappearing all of a sudden. Failed candidate. Whatever. You know, my falsetto was much better back in the day. But what an asshole!
It would be even better with some
Unbelievable.
wild turkey.
Yeah, listen, I'm not a better singer than Tushy.
The falsetto would be better with a little wild turkey.
By the way, I also sang the bass. Like in choir, like in high school, I was a bass.
That makes sense then that your falsetto is bad.
Well, yeah, my falsetto's not that hard, you know. Like it's pretty early on in the range, you know. What? So you must have been a tenor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we still have no new results. 91%, 86.5. I would like Paul to do some performance rating.
What are we doing here? You'd like me to do some performance what now?
Readings?
Readings.
I don't know what that means.
I'm just still laughing at this. Westfall worked his butt off. Signs. 4,900 votes, loses by less than 100 votes.
Oh, gosh.
Back when I was in high school, I was a tenor in the choir in like the Laker Singers, and I had one solo ever, and it was for the song, I think it's called Sherry, with the super high pitched baby, that thing, and I fucked it up on stage in front of everybody, and I was so embarrassed.
Do we have any video of that?
I hope that I have video of it somewhere, but I don't know if it exists.
Oh,
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot Paul, Enter Sandman. That's a weird one with
we need
no
to get some drums.
instrumental.
We need to get some drums on the set. We could have that. Have a drum solo or two. We had.
You're actually the drummer.
Yeah. I learned that song back in '91 on the drums when I was a little kid. Played that one in the basement.
Oh, Steve Perry. Oh, yeah, there's a good voice.
Yeah.
What should we do? Should we do?
We're really gonna sing songs all night.
No, I mean Steve Perry. Let's do. What's the one I'm thinking? Faithfully. How about that? Should we do Faithfully? You know, I think my favorite Journey song is Worlds Apart. What's that song? It's not Worlds Apart. Here we stand, worlds apart, I'm breaking into do. Okay, it is past midnight. You know, like the good Representative Mary Franson once said, nothing good happens after midnight.
Wait, did she really say that?
Yep.
No way.
You don't know this one?
I think was that. I think I remember it now a little bit.
Remember, she was like, "It's like Mario." Don't you remember this?
I remember it vaguely, but yeah, nothing good. It's just funny coming from her.
Separate ways. That's
do
what
you
it's
remember?
called. Separate ways, worlds apart.
Do you remember how she had like the stalker who was running against her?
There's
for
things
state
that have
house?
happened after bar close in her district that she is involved in that happened after midnight.
Right, but so she was, she has this guy who was like, going through her trash and whatnot. That guy, they couldn't find another Democrat to run against him, so he was the Democrat nominee. Big surprise, he didn't pull it off. That's a crazy thing to make Mary Franson look normal. I mean, holy cow! I mean, how far do the Democrats need to go? So,
I thought somehow you were going to weasel Walter Hudson back into this one, but no. Good job, you didn't.
Did you see the city council, Hastings City Council results?
Hastings City Council? No. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Don't be mean.
What?
What?
I'm not being mean.
Oh, okay.
I knew a girl from Hastings once. She was scary.
Sounds like a Johnny Cash
You know
song.
anybody running for city council in Hastings?
Yes, I do. Okay, let me just look at them because I don't know what you're getting at. And, okay, we're going to go to Worlds Apart of Breaking Into.
oh, I see.
Two. Beam, doom. Oh, okay. So
member of a cast member's household.
all right, I thought you were being a hater here.
No.
Okay, so yeah, William's wife is up right now with 2 of 3 precincts reported for her position in Ward 2.
Yep.
Is someone in chat just said that ice fishing is good?
Here's your chance, Jake. Say something in your Trump voice. No, I won't do that. Oh my God, that was terrible.
That's pretty bad, yeah.
Oh my God, my Trump voice.
You have a Trump voice?
Yeah, I've done my Trump impression.
You gotta find it. Be in his head. What would he say right now?
It's looking good. It's looking good.
It looks like CD4 race results are coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Betty McCollum's winning 62.8 to 37. But let's see if, maybe we can find out if, let's see here. Maybe we can see some of these other state house races and whatnot now that CD4 is coming in. Maybe 41A, we can check that one. Finally see if Wayne Johnson's... All right, we got some results from there. Dawson, let's go ahead and pull up the Minnesota Secretary of State's website again. You're going to like this one, Jake. Not really. Go to 41A for the state house races. Because we have 100% of the precincts reporting for 41A.
From 0 to 100 like that.
Huh?
From 0 to 100
exactly.
like that.
Yeah, they just do a big
And
data
Wayne
dump.
Johnson pulled it off. Wayne Johnson looks like
barely.
he's got
Did he?
the votes necessary. Yep, it's 50.5 to 49.4.
So
So less than a point decided this
Oh,
race.
that's a
my
well, no shocker there, and that's a Republican. By the way, this is all the mail pieces right here in that district. That is a Republican hold there, so very close
If it
race.
stands, yep.
Yep.
And it's above recount margin right now.
Yeah,
Then again, so is Wogan.
by that guy, Wayne Johnson's a real douche, though. Holy cow!
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad situation no matter what. Get Lucia, who's terrible. Oh, I should tell Tina that though.
Yeah.
Tell who?
Tina, she's in. I need to run her over another. Tell Tina
You need to run her
Lucia lost.
Yep. Let's see here. Dawson, let's see 66A. I don't know if that's got any results yet. Let's try 66A. Yep, we got some results in there. Not great, but go ahead and pull that up. So, Fadil Jama versus Stinky Pinky. Let's see, 6 out of 15 precincts coming in right now, 40% counted. Fadil is only at 17%, 16.9.
Jesse, you should have run, buddy.
I don't know. I think I probably would have gotten even less than him. I don't know. I mean, I would have been even more hardcore. And this is a very, very Democrat area, so I was only going to burn bridges. I probably wasn't going to, how many Democrats was I going to convince to vote for me? Probably not that many. So, I mean, I'm glad Fadil stepped up to it. Yeah, I mean, it's such a liberal district that I think the majority of people have no idea what they're voting for. They have no idea who Lee Finke is. They think it's a woman. They have no idea what's going on. And that's the only reason that these types of elections continue to happen.
Just so we know, Lexington mayor race has not come in yet.
Yeah.
Natalie's like neck and neck right now. She's up by 100 and she's up by, let's see. She's up by almost 300 votes with half in. It's like 71 to 69.
Oh my God, this is exactly the scary thing. I mean,
So
at least Georgia moved, but this is the scary thing is there's just not much movement. Although Michigan continues to look strong for Trump. I mean, he's got. Okay, I got to dive into Michigan. What are we missing in Michigan? We're missing Detroit. Like, it's a huge margin. So Saginaw's not reporting at all.
Some of these rural districts, there's like no reporting in all these multiple counties. Like Mike Wiener's district, there's like nothing from all these counties. Well, the world.
Oh, in Nevada, Trump is up with 75% reporting. He is at 50.9%. Kamala Harris, 47.5%.
Oh,
Trump
good.
is going to win Nevada.
Okay, so it looks like Wayne County, where Detroit is only 22% in. So that's probably why the margin's so huge in Michigan. So let's not get too excited about Michigan just yet there, Jesse. And so, yeah, Nevada. Yeah, come on, Nevada.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So if he takes Nevada, that puts him at 254, and then he just
253.
I've got 248 right now.
Oh, I'm at 247.
Yeah, I've seen it both ways. I'm thinking they're not counting Maine 2 or Nebraska. Yeah, Maine 2 is probably what they're not counting.
Yeah.
Because AP is not counting Maine 2.
Right.
He won Maine 2. Okay, so let's just be honest. So we've got Nevada puts Trump at 254, which means that Michigan would not deliver it. He would need, but Pennsylvania would deliver it, or Michigan and Wisconsin, or Arizona. I mean, like, her path is just shrinking by the.
Well, and you got to add 3 other electoral college votes for Alaska.
That's right.
Trump.
Good call.
So,
good point. Yeah. So then, yes, Michigan would take it.
Yeah. We're right there. We're right there. That's why they don't want to call it, because we're right there. Look at that. Buddy 036 somehow has a Tim Walz GIF in the I'm seeing some Trump ones, some
That's a
Trump
good one,
dancing and
too.
whatnot. But yeah, I mean, Walz looking around deer in headlights. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how you got that, but that is cool.
Yeah, the map's looking, other than Michigan, but once again, Wayne County is not reporting, so Detroit is, for the most part, not been counted.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you know what? Tech we love. Bringing up something we haven't talked about quite yet. And I voted against the constitutional amendment for lottery money. 77.34% of Minnesotans voted against me. I know. I voted no on that constitutional amendment as well. It seems like it's just a scam, more government control, more money for them. So never expand government when you're given the opportunity to. But, it's one of those things that it was going to pass no matter what, just because it's a feel-good thing, I like clean air, clean water. Sure, I'll pass that. They have no idea what they're voting for. They just say, okay, that sounds good to me. So I don't think there was any way to really put up a fight against it other than I don't think there was any way to stop it.
Clark County, Nevada is 80% in, so that's obviously a Democrat area, Las Vegas. So I don't think they're going to call Nevada just yet.
And they better not pull another 2020 here because
I mean, that's
things are
the
looking
scary
great.
thing. Yeah, we all saw it. I mean, the odds right now.
Right, Pennsylvania's up to 90% in, so
No,
things
yeah,
are
it's been 90%
clicking.
for like a half
Oh, okay.
hour.
I saw it at 89 before, so yeah. And I think Wisconsin's been stuck at 86, Michigan at 63, Arizona at 51, and yeah. He's right there. Come on, seal the deal, Trump.
The funny thing is, it's like we say seal the deal. There's nothing Trump can do.
Right.
It's like, come on, counter, seal the deal.
But declare victory. Trump should declare victory.
We did last time.
No, he didn't. In 2020?
Yeah, he gave a victory speech.
Did he? Did I forget that? Boy, I cared so much about Mort's race in that election. That one was big. And we didn't find out until we closed down this place, and we had to go to this towny bar.
Yep. We closed down that place.
Yeah, we closed down that place. No grill or anything like that. And then we found out Mort won.
I vaguely remember that night.
Yeah, I bet.
I know Mort.
Phil Canada, $10. Expect to wake tomorrow with the election stolen. Sleep well. That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. Well, we won't go past 1 a.m. Let's make that rule. Does that sound fine?
I'll tell you.
We're not going to go past 1 a.m., Dawson. Is that fair? Dawson?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Let's do it.
You can't be that tired, are you?
Yeah.
Really?
I got up at 5:45 and ran for the first time today.
Yeah, but what? Literally, why?
We can have Jesse make some.
I didn't even come into the office till later because obviously you knew the schedule, right?
Yeah, and then I had to make graphics that you sent me right when I got into work today.
Oh my God, where's my little violin here?
The poor guy has to run the whole.
I owe him so many wings, don't I? Do you want those wings tomorrow, by the way?
I'm a little bit winged out. I had another plate here. They're very
Did
thin.
ya? Okay. You can choose. I will buy you a wonderful well,
Don't
it
you
doesn't
owe
have
us
to be
all
tomorrow.
a steak dinner still or whatever?
Yeah, we still do have to do that steak dinner. Yeah.
Dot Seth is yeah, we do. Dot Seth is now within 1.5%, and there's still 4 precincts left.
Oh, jeez.
Dot Seth might, he might lose it too, because I bet that was Cloquet. Like you said, that was probably no Cloquet.
Yeah, Cloquet's a Democrat stronghold.
Right, so Cloquet just dumped all their votes, right? That's
Right.
why. That's why it happened. I mean, we could have said that, right? We called that.
Dawson needs his binky.
Yeah,
To be honest with you, Dawson's actually got a pretty tough job. Now, he doesn't have to, literally, I was like, I bet I took a
Fox
nap.
just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
It did not, did it?
Yeah, apparently they did.
Where are you
for
seeing
them.
that? Trump wins Pennsylvania! Yeah!
A volleyball enthusiast told me.
There you go. Yes. 267. He's leading in Nevada. He's leading Wisconsin. He's leading Michigan. He's leading kind of ish in Arizona. Well, hold on. That's the election.
Nevada-
Alaska hasn't come in. It's 267 with Pennsylvania. Alaska's 3. Trump's the president of the United States.
Oh, thank God.
That's it. That's the
Thank
math.
God.
Because
Oh,
Maine
man.
2, if you count Maine 2, that's it. That's the election right there.
Alaska.
Hey, Lisa, get over here.
Trump won.
Lisa, Trump
That's our
won.
math. But he didn't win Virginia, Andy.
Yeah.
So he won 270.
And yeah, they called Virginia for Kamala, and yeah, I mean,
if we had Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada, he could have 300. If he wins those, yeah, nice. I love it.
yeah, that's incredible.
Oh, I got to put in this thread.
Yeah, I mean, literally the only states left where they haven't called it yet, Maine and Minnesota, are the only 2 that are leaning blue.
Trump wins because Alaska, so he's at 267.
Pennsylvania
And
called for
Alaska is 3 electoral votes. That's it right there.
Yep.
Pennsylvania's in.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's in. It's 267.
Wisconsin's in.
No, Wisconsin. He doesn't need Wisconsin. He's got it. He's already got it.
267 with Pennsylvania.
He broke the blue
Alaska
wall.
Will be 270.
Yes. He broke the
That
blue
means
wall.
Wisconsin will be gravy. Michigan will be gravy. Nevada will be gravy.
Yeah, that's icing on the cake. He broke the blue wall with Pennsylvania, which he's looking good in Michigan, although Michigan hasn't counted a lot of Detroit. He's looking good
Wait,
Wisconsin.
Is he going to be at 269 because of Nebraska?
No, Nebraska's, let's see. No, Nebraska, according to Fox. Hold on. So Nebraska's already counted.
Right, but Nebraska's at 83%. They're not going to say who their one electoral college.
What they have right now is Trump at Nebraska's 4, and then they've got the 1 Nebraska 2 Congressional District 2 for Kamala.
Oh, okay. That's already.
You know what?
away
Let's
then.
just back this up real quick. God, don't want to have egg on my freaking face here,
Get
but
the champagne ready.
we'll go get the champagne ready, sister. Pennsylvania. Let me just do the math here.
Wayne Johnson.
Yeah, Wayne won.
I saw that.
Won our
Yup.
Yeah.
Got to hold his feet to the fire now. You know, Wayne Johnson, he wants to be a big government rhino, but now that he's in the legislature, it's time for him to fight for liberty. So
yeah, that's
I'm looking
I
forward
just
to
did the
Wayne
math.
being in
It's
there.
270.
All
Yeah,
right.
if you give it, if with Nebraska 4, he doesn't have the 1.
Sure. He doesn't
And
need it.
you get Pennsylvania and Alaska, which will come in Trump. That's 3 extra votes. That's 270 on the dot. Donald Trump just won the presidency.
Let's see if Trump has said anything quite yet.
Hasn't quite taken the stage at the wherever.
Holy crap, that's awesome. That's great news.
Yup.
Larry, Yvonne, you guys hear that?
Yep. This is honestly, this is.
Hold on, bring Larry in here.
I don't know who that is.
Just yell in the hall. Say, Larry wants you on set there.
Larry, can we have you on set, please?
Oh, he's just walking out the door.
There you go.
Who do you need?
I was just going to say, bring Larry in, but he just walked out. Hasn't been called, but will go Trump. That's it right there, guys. See, it says Republican took the Senate. Okay, yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
Right. I mean, it's just a matter of how much they're going to take the Senate by now. So with Bernie Moreno, I mean, that flipped it right there with West Virginia, but
AP
Montana's going to flip, and I think Michigan might flip. I think I wouldn't put money on Wisconsin, but Wisconsin's even looking like it's got potential. And then Kerry Lake, we'll see about Kerry Lake. I'm not sure, but it's a Republican Senate. There's no doubt about it.
My map has been accurate so far, right? By the way, just FYI.
Mm-hmm.
So, Larry, he's president. Sir. What do you think about that? This is awesome. This is our math. With Pennsylvania, Fox News just called Pennsylvania. You want to sit down?
Sure.
Don't worry. You don't.
I need to get a coffee.
Larry Deuce from Malacca area. Put the mic a little closer to you. I wanted to.
Princeton, actually.
Princeton. I would say Malacca, but it's like the Malacca GOP, right?
Yeah.
There's another good little bit of good news. I mentioned it earlier in the program, but a little bit of good news for your county, for Mille Lacs County. There's a large school district in the Mora School District, which covers a lot of Mille Lacs County. The sexual deviants in that race did very terribly after a text blast went out today. This morning, they got creamed by some patriots in that district.
That's awesome. Yeah, we don't need those folks in our
in your
school
school,
districts.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't see any mainstream media reporting this yet, but we're just doing the numbers here real quick. Dawson, just pull up foxnews.com. That's an easy one. I think I agree with Fox News' number. Remember, Fox News, I know they're go right, but they were also the ones that call Arizona for Biden, and a little too early, as the great MAGA Jesse says. But if
It's
you
not
look
just
at
me.
this,
It's anybody with a brain that realizes.
So if you
what
look
are they
at this
doing?
right now, you see the math there is Trump at 267 because they called Georgia, which Georgia has been that way. They just called Pennsylvania. The path to White House was Pennsylvania. We've said it for a long time. Although Trump had some other options, he just had to break the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. What you don't see on that map, which delivers this election to Trump, is the 3 electoral votes of Alaska. Well, Alaska's not going Joe Biden. Going Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
It's not going Kamala Harris.
So that's 270.
And by the way, you can't stand here and tell me, even though the math's there,
Right, they
that
called-
Kamala's going to win Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada all together. She's
Right.
not winning. So he's
They
going to have
called-
more than
They called
270.
California before they even counted a single vote.
Yes.
So how
But
can
the
they not
polls
call
aren't
Alaska?
well, because the polls aren't closed in Alaska. That's why it's the responsible thing to do, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't call Alaska before it's done. By the way, Alaska people, stop listening. If you're listening right now, go ahead and vote. Just keep voting the way
Yeah.
you're going to vote.
Vote Trump.
Keep voting. Just vote. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. Just vote. A lot of Alaskans got to vote.
So I think he's still leading in Wisconsin and Michigan.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, he doesn't need them, but he's going to win them anyhow.
Yeah.
Well, this is fantastic
so now
news.
There's no point in cheating. Is the thing is that it's like, oh, they could steal all these states. Well, now if Alaska gives them the victory, then they might as well just let them win Wisconsin, Michigan.
That's
And
right.
I think the Democrats learned a hard lesson that you do not get to put up a fake puppet candidate. You don't get to rig a primary and then install who you want after the fact. I think that this is a major lesson that hopefully the Democrats learn, that you can't just put up whoever you want. You can't just call us garbage. You can't just call us fascists. You can't just call us Nazis. Because when you do that, the American people rise up. And, Trump is going to win the popular vote, it's looking like, too.
I think there's actually a simpler lesson that Democrats can learn. I don't think that they're going to run a woman again for a long time.
I don't even know if it's the woman thing. It's a Kamala thing.
Well,
it's a Hillary thing.
It's definitely partially a woman thing. Cause
I don't think so.
If Kamala is just the same thing as Biden, but a little bit worse.
No, that's the thing. She's not even the same thing as Biden. She's even more of a puppet, even
she's a
less
puppet.
there.
I thought that Biden was a puppet.
Well, he is too.
Well, there you go.
All
So
these
it's
identity
the same
politics people will think they might think that it's the woman thing. They very well might, but it's really not.
Yeah, if anything, I think being a woman helps. Really, if anything, it gives you more votes. It
Oh,
turns
I
the
don't
women out to vote, and women vote in higher numbers than men nowadays. So, really, having a woman on the ballot does nothing but help.
I would disagree.
Okay.
Yeah. The problem is this woman.
Yeah, right.
Is the problem. There are a lot of women that I would vote for, and I think a lot of conservatives and Republicans would vote for, but just voting for the reason of her gender is not a reason.
Right.
So.
Are we getting some champagne glasses here? I mean, my math's right, okay? Because this would look really stupid if I drank champagne and there wasn't
Yeah,
actually victory. But we've all checked the math.
Thank you.
Newsmax is projecting it too.
Newsmax does. Yeah, I mean, it's just so obvious. Well, fantastic news, guys.
Wow.
Tim Wall's not getting promoted. That's the big thing of the night.
11 months ago.
Tim Wall's not being promoted. Cheers, everybody,
Yep.
to
Cheers.
a victory. Larry, Lisa,
To Trump.
to Trump, to J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, the new coalition, right?
Yes.
The new Republican
Amen.
Party.
Oh, that tastes good. That tastes so good.
The sad thing is we get them back.
Yep.
Well,
Why do you have to do that, Larry?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Why does he have to? Why does he have to ruin good things? Kathleen, we got a new person here. There are many women that I would vote for.
I know Dustin Greggy said there's something that's going to take him down, so I'm sure we won't have to deal with him for long.
Has anyone else called? See, the AP still hasn't called it. I mean, jeez.
Yeah. But
You
yeah.
just always get a little worried here, but man, oh man, the mess there. Bernie Moreno, Newsmax. You said Newsmax did call it on the TV there, Lisa?
Yeah.
Projecting it. That's all it is,
So
projection.
are you tracking any of the state representative races?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we should.
By
have
the way,
a-
Georgia's at 95% reporting, and he still has that 2% margin.
There's a little bit
Michigan's
of
still.
shenanigans going on.
Michigan's up to 70% reporting, and Trump still has the 3-point margin. So it looks like he's going to win Michigan. That's the one I got wrong. You got that one right, buddy.
Who did? Me?
And yeah, Newsmax. I'm just gonna send this to you so we can actually show a graphic, Dawson. See, Dawson, this is why it was worth sticking around. Go to A3. This is Newsmax. You scroll down. Newsmax, obviously, a very right-leaning website, obviously, but keep scrolling down, and there's their math. See, they're projecting Alaska. That was why we called it.
Yeah.
We might have been the first news media to call the race.
Yep.
Which I think it was Scuba said there's no Alaska viewers on this show, which, yes, actually, that's not true. I do know one.
Yeah,
He kinda
I
lives
know one too.
I think he kind of lives more in northern Minnesota, but I do know a guy who's a commercial sea cucumber harvester, and he does watch the show. So there you go.
Sea cucumber.
Sea
harvester.
cucumbers, yep. He's actually wanted me to come work
way.
a sea cucumber operation. It's great.
I bet he
Great
did.
patriot, by the way. Scuba. Jeez, how dare you? I love Alaska. Last frontier. It's my favorite state. I love it. Oh, my God. I would live there in a heartbeat.
One of the 10 states I haven't been to yet.
Ooh. You got to go.
I definitely have to go. I think I'm going to knock out 3 more this year, hopefully. So, or well, next in 2025.
So yeah, I mean, listen, we're being a bit of
celebratory.
Well, we're being a little bit, what's the word, irresponsible, because you're not supposed to call before the polls close, right? Did one of you guys make this? California was called with 0% in reporting because that very thing. They know which way California's going, right? Mm-hmm. They just don't do it because there's a courtesy before. So Newsmax is breaking it too. But the reality is Alaska is a red state. They get a little goofy outside of presidential elections. Don't forget that.
Yep.
And they got a really huge rhino as a senator. Mm-hmm. That's because Murkowski's a big name in that state.
But Fox News called Klobuchar at 8:05.
Yeah, but that's easy. Soon, Trump expected to address supporters as he's projected to win battleground Pennsylvania.
That's awesome. And, I'm looking at Alaska. Since we were talking about it, it reminded me that Alaska has only one U.S. representative, and they have had a Democrat for the last 2 terms. The Republican is in the lead right now. He's a little bit of a rhino, nothing too fantastic, but, getting out the Democrat, from there you can take the Republican out the next time. But that would be a massive victory to, because I don't understand why Alaska had a Democrat for this time here. It's mainly because of the Republicans that they had been running. But it looks like that is about to change. And, if Trump carries this and, carries along this Congress seat with it, that's not only a new Republican seat, but that's a seat removed from the Democrats. So, I was a little skeptical on whether or not the U.S. House would be taken by the Republicans. But it's looking pretty dang good for them because they're in the lead right now, 187 seats to 163 that have been called. So it's things are moving in the right direction for Republicans to have total control of the federal government this year.
Now with this Trump victory, what do they do? They're gonna
seal the border.
No. I'm saying, what's the left gonna do?
Weren't there 3 Senate seats flipped so far?
Let's check on that.
Dave Smith says it's democracy over yet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if 3 Senate seats have been flipped yet. Definitely Baldwin, Ohio and West Virginia, but Montana is going to be flipping pretty soon here too, I imagine.
Baldwin in Wisconsin, I think that one got called.
Yeah, that one hasn't been called yet, but he's in the lead with 88% reporting. He is about 3 points up on her. So.
On the drive-in here, I told my dad I gave it a 50%. I was like one of my 2 upset picks. I said Lake and Baldwin. Baldwin losing. I said Lake. I said my upset pick is Lake to win, and my second upset pick is that I said I give Baldwin a 50-50 chance to lose.
Yeah. Well, and I'm looking at Montana. Actually, we'd have to dig in to see which areas have been reported and whatnot. But 30% in, he is still in the lead by 3 points. But that's a drastic change from what was going on before. But I think Tester is done. There's no way that Montana keeps him in there after everything he's done.
Right.
Can we, Dawson, find a news feed for Trump?
Oh, in Nevada. Oh, man, that Senate seat is down to 0.2 of a point. 75% reporting, 47.9% to 47.7. So this is moving in a crazy direction. We might see a 55-56 person Republican majority Senate.
Yeah, where'd they find this 28 votes for Wolgamott? My God.
Yeah.
What are you asking?
Larry was asking about the state house. Yeah, there were 3 seats that flipped from Democrat to Republican, and a 4th one that the one that was most likely to flip was where what's his name? Up in 7B, Dave Listergaard.
Cal War was?
When Listergaard retired because he knew he was going to lose it, right? So that one I was just counting.
Dawson, did you find a feed?
That was the results were not, there's no results in.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That one's in the bag. And then there's 3 others that flipped. It was they had Sue Eck just narrowly beating Wolgamott, and Aaron Paul beating Brad Tabke. Man, what was the 3rd one? Another 3rd flip.
I can't remember.
Dawson, I'm putting in an A2, and go ahead and put in the small screen up there.
They gave Wolgamott 28 more votes, so now he's got 20. He's got a 20 vote, he won by 20 votes supposedly. Well, there'll be a recount,
That's
you know. And then
close.
they took down Aaron Paul's results over Tabke. They took them all down. So I
This
don't know
is
what's going
this
on
must
with
be
that.
at Mar-a-Lago here. They're waiting on Trump. Look at that packed room. This is just wonderful.
I don't
guys.
see anything. What
This is so great. This is just so great. Listen, I'm not like the biggest Trump guy. I mean, I think you guys have heard me. I've had some great criticisms. I can't say that word right now. I've been very critical of Donald Trump. Yeah, we are going to show it. It says, or actually, that's Joan that's asking that. So we're going to show it. We're going to cut to it because
Jake,
obviously,
it's just time to get over
I
it.
am not the entertainer Trump is. Well, no, because I will be critical on him if he doesn't do what he says he's going to do. But he's
going
built this
to.
beautiful
Like the first
coalition, and quite frankly, my vote for
the
Trump,
greatest coalition.
my vote for Donald Trump once again is a protest vote against the Democrat machine. It's a protest vote against this Ukrainian nonsense. It's a protest vote against the First Amendment, and quite frankly, Trump has upside.
Or
So
for the
if
First
Trump gets up there and does what he says, I'm probably putting that MAGA hat on, right? I'm just like, the Dave Smiths and the Joe Rogans of the world. I'm skeptical. But boy, this was a very obvious election, in my opinion. It was very obvious he's the better one, and that's why it was very easy for me to vote for Donald Trump. And I wasn't a big Donald Trump guy. I was like, anyone, we need someone new.
But I'm sure you're in favor of America first, right?
Well, yeah, clearly.
The policies itself, that's what we do now. That's why J.D. Vance is there, to make sure that we finish
That's
the job
what I
this
loved.
time.
I love that pick. And by
Right.
the way, they had some stupid error at the end. I mean, I love Tony Hinchcliffe, okay, and I love comedy, but that was such a dumb error. It brought undue. Although, as you said, Jesse, then the garbage comment by Biden, so it almost. But I doubt the media covered that like the Tony Hinchcliffe
Rico.
comment. So, long story short, the campaign, other than that little error, ran a damn good campaign. Here's the other thing that. Let's just be honest about this. Tim Walz heard Kamala's ticket. I mean, it's great. Tim Walz brought it down. They couldn't get past the fact this guy was a lying sack of shit. And people saw that. Stolen Valor,
Tim Walz
Tiananmen
might-
Square. Tim Walz brought down the ticket as if you could bring down Kamala anymore.
I think Tim Walz brought down the ticket in probably 10 other states, maybe not Minnesota. I don't know.
Also, I have to point out our locals feed ended because we hit the 3.5 hour mark.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't really check that anyhow. We weren't going to do a post show today. Actually, we might have done a post show if it was bad. Fail can't. Shapiro would have made it closer result. You got to think the Democrats were like,
Hey,
why the hell didn't we do Shapiro? Or at this point, why the hell didn't we actually look at other candidates? Why did we give it to Kamala? That's so dumb.
They're
Right.
showing.
I'm going to
RFK
sleep well
Jr.
tonight after being unburdened by what has been.
But it's right. Oh, RFK is not in Stillwater. He is right now at Mar-a-Lago.
So what's our opinion on that? Is it chill that he got a seat on the cabinet for?
I don't think he's going to seat on the cabinet.
Doesn't Trump want to make him like the head of?
No, he just wants him to advise.
Yeah, he'll some position, some advisor. I don't know. He'd have to get Senate confirmation to be in the cabinet, so I don't know if
I
that's
see.
going to happen. But yeah, I mean, what's wrong with merging messages?
Correct. Yeah,
It's
cabinet
goofy.
cabinet positions are bullshit. That's like political paybacks. But if you're president of the United States, bring a coalition of people to do good things for America. How can anyone hate that? And his thing is, how about we get our kids healthy?
Right. It was.
How's that
different
not
forms
a
of-
great thing?
It was different forms of anti-establishment. It was,
Right.
Trump was focused on other wings, and obviously Bobby is more focused on the health side of things. So it's just having another person there that is focused on things that you're not thinking about. So I'm excited to see what Bobby Kennedy does.
Interesting.
What's interesting?
I still don't like it leaves a bad taste in my mouth that he was running for president and then dropped out after talking with Trump and trying to talk to Kamala, and then
I generally hate that, and I see where you're coming from, but when you listen to his speech, as I've said a million times, which you probably never listened to it.
I listened to it on the show with you.
Okay, it was great. It was a great speech, and it made a lot of sense to me.
It was fine.
And the key point in that speech of RFK is, I'm 70 years old. What do I have? 10 good years left? Kamala won't even talk to me. So all these ideas, the things I've run on, will never go anywhere if she gets elected, because they'll probably be for the next 8 years. So it's like, that's it. So the one shot I have to try to install these good ideas and the things that I'm running on is with the President Trump.
Right. His poll numbers dropped big time after Biden dropped out. It was basically try to make a path for yourself within the Trump organization, or you're going to be irrelevant and cost us this election. That's what I thought was going to happen. I thought Bobby Kennedy was going to cost us the election because he was going to remain on the ballot in all these states. But he did the right thing. He chose to get behind Trump, and he did after the assassination attempt. So it's not like it came out of nowhere. He saw that the way that Trump reacted to the first assassination attempt in Pennsylvania won over a lot of non-political people. There was a lot of people who they weren't big fans of Trump, but they appreciated the way that he reacted in that moment because it showed that it's not fake. You can't fake being shot in the ear and then standing up and saying, fight, fight, fight. You can't fake that. You have to actually be tough to do that. And a lot of people realize that. I think that's, maybe that really is why Bobby Kennedy decided to ultimately come to Trump, and thank God he did.
He came to Trump because he wanted a job.
No, Dawson, jeez.
Yeah.
God.
I
don't even think he's going to get paid. He's got plenty of money. I think he's fine.
But he wants the power. He's not going to get president.
power?
So
The power?
I think we were talking about this before with Trump with being like, a billionaire and stuff. It's like when you have $1 billion, when you have like hundreds of millions of dollars, when you're the heir to the Kennedy political family,
his
and you
family
have
disowned him.
hundreds of millions of dollars, you have all the political power in the world. You're like what
Political power did Kennedy have before running for president?
Oh, he had massive influence and whatnot. I mean, he not elected power, not appointed power, but he absolutely had connections within New York State
Who
and
has
California.
political power? People who are rich and connected, or people who have a title? It's the people who are rich and connected. That's who has all the power.
Yeah.
If you haven't figured that out yet, then you'll
Well,
have your
Dawson's
eyes
a young
blown
guy.
wide
Well,
open
so
pretty soon.
Elon Musk is the most wealthy man in the world. Why would he want to be in the government with under Trump?
I don't think he wants to be in the government. I don't know why you think he's not.
Right. You're
Government
right. You're right. He would
accountability, he
gain
wants-
nothing from being in the government under Trump. He's not going to gain power. He's not going to gain anything from it. He probably wants to implement his ideas. But
Right, that's what he's gaining from it.
Well, we don't know. I mean, you could make the argument that Elon wants to stop regulations that hurt him, so it's just a motivation for him on it's like a profitable motive.
Except that he's focusing on all of government efficiency.
Right.
So it's
I know.
not like he's just talking about, I want regulation so that I can send more spaceships into outer space. He's not saying,
I mean, that's probably,
I'm just making the devil's advocate argument. I don't know. I mean, I hope Elon's got the right intentions.
and that's the thing. I don't know how genuine Elon is either, but obviously Elon is genuine in the fact that he believes in free speech. He's obviously genuine in the fact that he endorsed Trump. He didn't have to do that. He's been pushed too far by the left, and now he's, the new normal is the Republican Party.
Tucker says, good times never seem so good. By the way, and Tucker's a big Trump guy. How does it feel, MAGA Jesse? What have I known you now? Like 3 years? What has it been?
Yeah,
20,
maybe even a little
22,
more, yeah.
something like that. So, how's it feel? You've always been the big Trump fan.
About damn time.
Your name's
It's
MAGA
about
Jesse.
damn time that we finally see Trump back in office. It's been a long time coming. And like I said at the beginning, this is the pinnacle. This is what it's all been coming to. The third and final run. Here we are, and Trump's getting back in there. We are not going to allow a puppet to just be installed by the Democrat Party. We, the people, still have power.
Now, what is MSNBC doing right now? That's the question. What are they doing? Should we look at Bryan Cranston's? Who should we? What is his name? Bryan Cranston? What is that?
This whole time I've been listening to a leftist podcaster talking about this thing, just because I was curious.
I think MSNBC is going to be pushed further into irrelevance.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh,
they just put MSNBC up for sale. the owners, it's not profitable anymore. It's up for sale. So I mean, we might even see a rebranding go on with MSNBC after this election. They're a joke.
No, MSNBC is going to make record profits just being anti-Trump. Remember they did so well during Trump.
Yeah,
because they got the boogeyman.
Ultimately, that's what it is, right? Now the media gets to play Trump clips for 4 years.
But it gets old, It's like, can they keep the same playbook.
Yes.
The same playbook just didn't work. You know,
Yeah.
they just tried the playbook and
No,
it
no,
didn't work.
They're not going to try to stop Trump from running again. The media is going to say, "Oh, awesome! Now we get to talk."
Oh, and
about
hold on a
Trump
second.
all the
Frosty
time."
Girl Fox just called Wisconsin for Trump.
Yes.
All right, let's fact check that.
Doesn't need it. Well, I
Love
mean, we pretty much called it a long time ago, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta stop counting on these other people calling.
So that brings them up to.
That puts him at 280. It'd be 280 because he was at 270 on the dot.
I'm predicting.
By the way,
312.
we didn't. Yeah, I guess we did have. For some reason, none of my scenarios were putting him at 270 on the dot. Why was that? Pennsylvania.
Because you always thought you'd win Arizona, you'd win.
Oh yeah, that's why. Because technically he's going to do better than that. Because when we're doing the maps, we're doing a lot more. So Frost Girl says 277 for Trump, but yeah, he's like, at least in my count, he's at 270, 280 at this point.
I would imagine.
Oh well, 277 because they still haven't counted Alaska.
I would imagine that right now, left-leaning media is happy. It's like bittersweet for him because again, they get to talk about Trump for 4 years now, and they get to do it every single day, and they're gonna love it. So like they did it before, it'll be the same thing.
Yeah, Fox News. Donald Trump elected as the next president of the United States. I didn't call it for Harris this time.
Fox called it.
Yeah, Fox News called it.
Good. I'm predicting.
They're a little bit reluctant.
312 for Trump.
Wow.
Well, I'm
Could
still
happen.
going. Let's see. I'm still going mine. What's happened in Michigan lately? Because remember, they didn't call.
Who is that? Is that Lindell? High-fiving
Looks like
people?
it, yeah.
Oh, Mike Lindell is there. Yep.
Nice.
He looks like a character from a movie.
It does.
How's the stock market doing?
Well, it's not open right now.
Okay. See, the crypto market's open. My crypto's.
Oh my God. Oh, such a wonderful thing.
So it looks like we took.
Oh
the
my God.
Senate and the House then.
Elon Musk just tweeted. Oh my God, I got
Bitcoin
it.
was up 17.5%. Bitcoin's up 8.64. ENS up 11. Shiba Inu up 10. Tectonic up 10. Dogecoin on Mars up 19.
And oh man, even Mark Cuban has called the election over. He said, "Congrats, that real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. Hashtag Godspeed." Oh man.
Godspeed, Royce.
Yo.
So,
Oh, Walls, you suck. You failed. You're a
they're-
loser.
So they're not calling.
So great.
So they're not calling. They cheated. They cheated.
Well, we'll see. I mean, listen, if they say there's cheating, it should be investigated, right? Go to the A4. This is Dawson. This is Elon Musk. This is Elon Musk's tweet here. Many of you guys remember when he took over Twitter, so he's using the
Which one?
A4 right there. This is great. Elon actually tweeted this out an hour ago. I'm sure he was the same as us. There you go. Let that sink in.
Yeah.
Elon Musk in the Oval Office.
Great. All right, let's go to this feed. Come on, Trump. Come on, speak. What's that conversation like with Kamala? Mamala. Mark Cuban has. By the way, all the things that they were trying last minute, they're Nazis, which maybe that backfired. Maybe some women were like, "This is bullshit. They gotta stop this nonsense." The fake October surprise. Trump groped me and sexually assaulted me in 1993.
Well, and then they tried the other fake October surprise, which was who was it?
Epstein?
No, John Kelly or whatever.
Oh,
whatever
John
he said.
Kelly. And then the Epstein one. Oh, Epstein
what
and
was
I
it
were
about
good
John
buddies.
Kelly? He said, what did he say about
He
Trump?
said that Trump said he wants good generals like Adolf Hitler had.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it's just totally ridiculous. And everybody else in the room, nobody corroborates that story but him. So,
Right.
I mean, obviously it was a lie and just so desperate. And, it just shows that, I think the Nazi stuff, it's like, it doesn't work because we can tell you're lying, and it totally diminishes real fascism. It totally diminishes real authoritarianism when you try to call someone like Trump a fascist.
That's
it
right.
shows that you're ridiculous and gaslighting.
I wonder if the Epstein stuff is going to be coming out like ASAP. Then I hope it does.
What do you mean?
Didn't Trump say he wanted to release the Epstein stuff?
Yeah, Vance did too.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Oh, John Voight there with RFK? Is that John Voight? Looks like John Voight.
I can't tell.
Well, we can definitely say RFK is not in Stillwater, Minnesota.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. Mark,
He's hanging out on the dock, just having a good old time.
That's so funny. I mean, technically, I guess a jet could get down there in that amount of time.
Right.
Florida, 3 hours? I don't think so, Mark. Do we wait until Trump speaks?
I don't have a lot more in me, but we'll keep going when you say.
I don't know if we need to, guys. Honest to God.
Jill Stein ending out with 500,000 votes? Oh my gosh. That's
Is
fantastic.
Trump ahead on the popular vote now?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's give that a look.
Well, how much of California has been called?
Doing, but yeah, he was up by over 5 million.
That should quiet some people.
Yeah, definitely. And, it's funny, Tim Walz, he got in trouble because he was saying, we should abolish the Electoral College, and then Kamala Harris was, she has no opinion on anything, so she goes, holds him up from that, so he got in trouble for saying that. But, even if he were to have kept that opinion, Trump still wins. So, I mean, I hope that this teaches the Democrats the lesson that the Electoral College is useful, that you have to care about states' rights, and that you have to care about the interests of each of these individual states. You can't just, make this election all about New York and California and Texas, because there's a lot of the rest of us here that have opinions and thoughts too.
That's right.
Yeah, she's at 47.4% with the popular vote, Trump at 51.2%. So more than, over half of the voting population voted for him.
So, I think we should still end at 1 o'clock because obviously we're just going to break to Donald Trump's victory speech anyhow, and people can watch that at home. You don't need commentary. We're not gonna speak over Donald Trump. We're not the entertainers that Trump is. So just before, because I imagine he's not going to be on stage by 1 o'clock, and I want to hold to the fact that we'll end this broadcast at 1 o'clock. In the end of the day, I think what happened was, once again, there is a group of people that are afraid to mention that they support Donald Trump. And the pollsters never got that out. Now, there's also a chance that they miscounted the turnout of the Republican voters, but I think even the independents were moving in the direction of Donald Trump. Got to go through all this data. We've been live for, 5 hours or whatever it is? Scuba McSalty says, all right, wussies, we won. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to upstage Trump. Well, we can't upstage Trump, let's be honest. It's going to be a great speech, probably the best speech ever. Keep that window up there, Dawson, just because I don't want to miss it in case he does come up. But, I think, once again, what this came down to, the polls actually moved against Trump in Wisconsin, so it seems like they got that wrong, but not by a lot. These polls were all within the margin of error. And we said this for the last couple of weeks. We made the prediction Donald Trump was going to win. And people think, oh, yeah, of course you thought he was going to win because you're fans. It's like, not really. Like, we would have called it if we saw it the other way. We actually said the GOP wasn't going to win back the Minnesota House, which they might. We might have got that wrong. Mm-hmm. We might have underestimated that. And we said Trump wasn't going to win Minnesota. So it's not like we're just going to say, oh, Trump's going to win everything, right? What it really comes down to is a vibe, a feeling, what's on the ground. And that's what I think happened, is you can't really capture that in polls. Yep. So polls offer you something. And one of the things they offer you is, over time, when Trump's winning by over 10 points in Iowa, one last poll by the Des Moines Register saying Kamala's winning is bullshit. All right?
Yep.
So, but when the polls are ridiculously close over and over again, how do you know who's going to win? It's just going to come down to vibes. No one could have, maybe some of the people in the campaign knew some numbers, but you just don't know until it's all announced. And it just seemed like the vibe was there. It seemed like this for about the last month. I got a little nervous in the last week, to be honest with you, but it still seemed like he was holding on to it. I think actually the election was a week ago. Trump would have done even better. That was my feeling. And,
I'm looking at what he's got going on in Minnesota here. He's currently at 47.4%. That is about a point and a half higher than he performed in 2020, which goes to show that not only is he, picking up new voters, but he's flipping people here in Minnesota too.
Just so you know, 50%, less than 50% of CD4 is in, so that margin will go down.
We'll see.
We happen to know two gentlemen who've made a bet on 4 points between spread on Trump and Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping the one that picked under 4 points wins that $100.
Yeah, it's close.
All right. BDC 1450 ending the show here with a nice rumble rant. You can go, but I'll hold the line and still be up at 6 for a full day. It's important. It's not over yet. Cheers. I agree with you.
right.
Listen, I'm going to go over that room and I'm going to go watch the victory speech. It's not over. We still have a party here. I just don't think we need to keep the feed going. And I really appreciate you guys wanting us to keep the feed going. That means a lot to us. And thank you to our Rumble Rants and our sponsors on the show today. I do need to get Dawson some sleep. This studio does need to still function here this week. I actually have to do some range duty at the gun range that I belong to. But I probably could still sleep in a little bit, you know. So anyhow, thank you. Thanks for joining us, Larry. It's been fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was fun.
Been good getting to know you in the last year, and what a treat for us to be together when Trump wins.
What a glorious night.
It is a glorious night.
Yes.
That is indeed. Trump wins. At this point, we have him at 280. I think he's going to win Arizona. So then you add, what's that, 11?
And
11.
Michigan
So
hasn't
that's
been called yet, has it?
Nevada hasn't been called. Arizona hasn't been called. And so Wisconsin put him at 280. So he is going to, well, to break 300, you have to win Michigan. I don't know if he's going to win Michigan, but there you go. Give God the glory, says Joan. Great point. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll be back on Thursday with some more post-election analysis and many more things about politics. Take care.